Hey guys, well, I'm just getting my chat popped up here. There we go. We got Freeman James, we got Bradley, we got Andy, we got Grandpa's Place. Nemi, good to see you. Missed you too. And it's great to see all of you. It's great to see you all, as always. Kilder, hey, hi. Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. All you good Sty Shack yackers, as Todd calls you guys. Hey, running water. Wanda, hi. Hi. Boy, we got folks jumping right in tonight. Yeah, Nemi, I saw your message, your comment on my video. My sympathies to you. Yeah, when you have a death in the family, that takes priority going around on YouTube. You betcha. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking, Wanda. That Yeah, running water. He's trying to get home. He's trying to get home. Yeah, yeah, Nemi, that's so true. That's so true. Bradley already calling Andy the window licker. That's good. Rolling across Iowa tonight. Yeah. Well, there's not a lot to hit there. uh, yeah, Andy got sunburnt tongue from licking a window that's facing the sun. Well, I know the first time I ever heard window liquor was when I was a kid riding a school bus. The bus would have frost on all the windows in the winter, and some of them elementary age kids would lick the frost off the windows, and we called them window lickers. And yeah, I think every generation's been using it. Some kid's gonna lick the windows. Hey, old man, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good tonight. Kind of a little bit wore out. I did a bunch of running around today and getting last minute stuff ready to head out to camp tomorrow, and still not done, ready to go tomorrow. Well, after the stream tonight, I finished packing here, and I'm lucky because this building I live in is a big dang building. Our laundry facilities downstairs. We've got a big laundry room down there with the pay kind of washers and dryers and stuff. Well, we got these regular shopping carts, big shopping carts, um, and we all use them for whatever we need. If you're hauling a bunch of stuff into your apartment or whatever. And I use one of them. I run down and get one of them, load it up with all my camp gear that I got in the place, and then haul it out in one of them carts. So tonight I'll have everything just stacked, ready to go, and everything in my freezer and fridge bagged up, ready to grab and run. And it's just to haul it down to the truck, and then I got to run over to Running Waters and get my batteries and get them in my trailer. That's That's about a 10-minute stop, and then Sty's on the road. Hour and a half drive to get to the campground, and then about an hour to get my camp all set up the way I want it. And first day in camp, Sty ain't doing nothing. You getting camp set up, getting the kayak down to the lake, and just kicking back that first evening, just not doing a thing. Old man, yeah, kids with tongue stuck to the um, window. The you know that Christmas story with that kid that sticks his tongue to the flagpole. I saw that. I burst out laughing so dang hard because I saw that happen when I was a kid. I'm camping back at Black Lake this week. I'm back to Black Lake. 6 nights, 7 days this time. I'm not going to get cut 2 days short. Sty's going to be taking it real slow and safe. I bought myself some awesome ankle wraps that really provide a lot of support to my bad ankle. And but I'm being smart this week. I'm wearing both of them, one on each ankle, and I'm taking my sweet time. Everything I do, I'm going to try to hike around that lake this trip. I want to get a bunch of fishing in. But this trip is just, let's see what happens. Let's get out there, and first things first, get to camp, get settled. Yeah. Do I cook what I catch at the camp? If I'm out there for 3 or more days, usually I like to keep some of the fish that I catch. It depends on the kind of fish. I will eat bass, but I typically won't. Catch and release on the bass. Our freshwater bass, I just don't care for them. Walleyes, I eat them up. Yeah, if I catch a few, yeah, they'll go in the frying pan. If I catch a decent northern pike that's worth cleaning, I'll probably keep him instead of any other fish and eat him. I don't want any sunfish this trip. Like I said, I won't eat the bass typically. So it'd be northern pike or walleyes. I prefer the walleyes, but I'll take a nice northern pike too without a problem. No, actually, Nemi, boy, you can get. I got my I got my tongue stuck on a popsicle once. Couldn't pull it off the tongue; it froze right to it. So you just breathe on it, and it thaws right out, and then it comes off. But so many people panic and they pull whatever it is that froze to their tongue off, and it peels the skin off your tongue, and oh, it hurts for days. And he says 2 small bass, a goby, and a nice flounder. All went back safely too. Oh, Andy, you had a good time. That's great to hear, bud. That's great to hear. Bradley says I screwed his Saturday all up when I went live. I'm sorry, Bradley. Don't anybody ever feel obligated to come here. If you got something going on, especially on for a lot of you folks, you're still working, folks. If you got a day off and you got the slightest chance to go do something fun or outdoors, don't come hang around here. You can come and watch this stuff later. Don't ever let me hold you back from having a good time. Oh, catfish. Yeah, if I could see, we don't have any catfish in our freshwaters. We do have bullheads. If I catch, actually, I haven't had bullhead for a while. If I caught a couple good bullheads, I'd clean them up. they're nothing but a freshwater lake catfish. A bullhead is just a little mini catfish. But yeah, we catch channel cats and blues in the rivers south of me here, and I haven't fished them this year, but next year I will. Um, oh yeah, Nemi, yeah, sting like the devil. Bradley says I didn't want to do anything anyways. Well, that was me yesterday. I started out by watching somebody else's stream at noon. Then I went to somebody else's. Then I went to a third one. Then I said, folks were saying, Sty, you should do a stream tonight. And I'm going, no, I can't. I got things I got to get done. And and I knew I should have been doing it all during the day. And I had already put a bunch of time into streams. And I said, what the heck? And I popped one up. So that was totally, I didn't expect it either. Andy, I usually have about a dozen or more of those with me. They're great survival tools, but it would take about 4 dozen to make a good ankle wrap out of them. Yeah, don't feel bad about that, Nemi. Yeah, yeah. Don't never feel bad. Nobody should ever feel bad they couldn't make one. Bradley finally got his grass down and cleaned my house. He says, yeah, you were really working on that grass, Bradley. All caught up with the grass. Cool. Old man's asking if Andy ever hooked into a shark 12-foot long. I caught a 4-footer. That's only a third that size. And that was enough of a shark for me to deal with in the dang boat. Yeah, I didn't care for that. And then I caught a couple that were right around 3 foot after that. But hey, hike with Mike. Just got done watching the last 3 videos you put up, Mike. Thank you. Nice ones again. Yes. Definitely went got your feet wet. Yeah. Yeah, Gemma, gotcha. Yeah, I was in her stream and Gills, yeah. Between R5 and Gil Skills and Gemma, and then we ended up running one. It was a busy day. Didn't get a thing done yesterday. Last night after I got done streaming, I got some of the stuff done. Then today, I'd say I got the majority of it done and ready to go for tomorrow. But like I said, I went and did all my running around. That big old truck of mine, whoa, $76 to fill that puppy. But she was running on empty. my meter was telling me I had 15 miles left to get fuel. And so filled her right up tight. $76. Later, I'm going, oh, it was the last time I did that. The last time I put fuel in to fill the tank, it cost me $60. Yeah. That's what you get, though, when you got a 26-gallon fuel tank, Yeah, use them for emergency bobbers. Oh, Mike's got a future tank challenge with my name on it. That'll be interesting to get the skinny on that one, Mike. I'm game. I haven't been tagged a lot over the last few years, that I've had my channel, but every tag I get, I try. I do my best. Yeah, Bradley said after Gemma's stream, he's going to turn it all off and go outside. Didn't work. That was my intent too, was just shut it down. Shut it. Because if you don't see it, you won't get drawn in. So I was going to just shut it all off. But I had things I had to do around here to pack for the trip, and I left it on. Fatal error. Yep. Oh, yeah, Nemi. Yeah. It's nice of you to go back and check it out, though, Nemi. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, that's cool. Tonight's story it's kind of, how do I put it? It's kind of horrific and hilarious, all in the same package. I think some of you will get a kick out of it. Sty just putting frosting on his stupidity cake. uh, yeah, fuel over there in Europe isn't cheap compared to us here. Right now, my fuel today was $2.67 a gallon, a U.S. gallon. Nimmy, the Sty Story will start in about 13 minutes or so. Usually I try to get going on the Sty Story by 7:30 so that my Sty Story's done by 8 o'clock my time, so that people that want to catch the Sty Story can catch it within the first hour of the stream, because we always end up going anywhere from 2 to 6 hours. We're not going. We're not breaking any records tonight. Sty's got a hour and a half drive tomorrow after he gets done packing everything and doing some other stuff just to get to camp. Then I got to get camp set and all that. So I'd like to get a little sleep tonight. So I'm heading to camp nice and fresh as a daisy. I hope. I'll probably be rolling all night just dreaming about, I can't wait till I'm there and I can hear the loons and it's quiet. And, yeah. Yeah, hit the thumbs up for me if you wouldn't mind, folks. I got a thumbs downer. All my videos and streams for the last, since I came back from camp, have all gotten a thumbs down or two. Somebody's out there that's not happy and thumbs down in me. I just wish that the folks that would thumbs down would let me know why. Why they thumbs down? Didn't they like the content? Don't they like me? Don't they? Because if they said, well, I just don't like you, I'd say, oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. Thanks for letting me know, because then I know who not to like also. Thanks for sharing. But if they say it's my content, that there's something lacking in the content for them, I can't change my content. Well, I'm not going to change the theme of my channel and the flow of my channel, but I can improve the content I do provide if I have honest criticism. But just a thumbs down doesn't tell me anything, Bradley said I motioned 2 spotlights on the back of my truck, mounted, okay, on the back of his truck this morning. So if I'm out in the dark, I can turn them on. They're right to the, instead of using your headlights. Oh, yeah. I used to do that. My old 1970 Dodge Crew Cab, 04 service rig. That had dual spots on it too. and I'd use the driver's. It had a driver's side and a center spot, both hand controlled, and I use the driver's side for shining, and the center spot is a one-eyed set of headlights. It actually worked better because it was right on the road. Wasn't fanning out to the sides. I used the other one for shining off the sides. No, Nemi, I won't run out of stories. I'll run out of life before I run out of stories, I think. Mike said I met a couple when I went out to the gator hole. They contacted me via my channel to let me know the gator eggs hatch. So cool. I got to get out there soon and see the hatchlings. Yes. Cool, Mike. Cool. Nemi says we have liters. Don't know how much is that in gallons. What is it, guys? 3.5 liters or something like that to a gallon, U.S. gallon. I don't remember. $1.25 a liter. Yeah, that's about right because, yeah. Well, it's about 1.25 pounds. But yeah, it seems to me it was equivalent to about $7 a gallon compared to our less than $3 a gallon. It was almost double our price. I'm glad that we don't use liters on our gas. I'd be pickier on how much I put in my truck. Let's see. How much change can I find in the ashtray or the cup holder? I can get a whole liter. I'd be using my loose change for gas. Thanks, Wanda. Hit that thumbs up and show some love. Thank you very much. Hey, Chuck. I'm just in time. Oh, those stuffed jalapenos with the wrapped in bacon and that 2-quart Dutch oven just about killed me. I wanted to get the fixins and do it this week, but I'm not concentrating on my cooking so much this week. I'm just taking general foods out there and eat whatever I decide to come up. I don't think I'm going to be I'm making chili. That I might video my pot of chili, but otherwise everything's just going to be hit and miss. I'm taking 4 nice padded out already to go hamburgers I'm taking out. I got some really nice big thick sourdough buns to have burgers. Sweet corn, I just picked those up today. Picked up a half a dozen big ears of sweet corn, local sweet corn. Yeah. Yeah, Wanda, you're right. It's hard to sleep when you're going camping because you get all excited. Yeah. I can't relax till I get there. Yeah. Yeah, Wanda, thanks. Yeah. I'm glad you feel the same way I do. That people, it would be nice if they told me. Or and that's the way I am. I've only left 2 thumbs down in 6 years of following YouTube. I've only left 2 thumbs down. Now I blocked a few channels because they're just nasty people. But I don't, even them, the ones I blocked, I never thumbs down them either. I don't thumbs them down. I just quit watching. Or I will leave a constructive comment saying, oh, your content was just not good. It was rough. But it's only 2 times. Yeah, I'd rather not leave them a thumbs up. I'd rather give them a thumbs down. I'd rather give them nothing or a thumbs up. One of the two. Yeah, that's good. That's yeah. I, I shouldn't be looking a gift horse in the mouth because tonight it's running good. It's running. I notice on the streams usually my thumbs down comes after the stream and it posts. Then all of a sudden a thumbs down will show up. So I'm thinking it's somebody that doesn't follow any of us here in the stream. They're just watching videos as they post on my channel, and then they're just going to thumbs down. They're probably not even watching them. They're just pulling up thumbs down, get out. You know, I was surprised. I lost 6 subs after my rant. Oops. And now I'm 5 subs ahead of the amount I had before I lost those 6. So I've gained 15. Actually, no, I lost 6. That put me down to 3 and 4. I've actually gained 9 after the loss of 6. So this boy ain't complaining. I'll take that kind of loss any day. Sure, why not? Yeah, Nemi, you're right. I'm trying to catch up, guys. Andy says, but we have 20 fluid ounces to a pint and 8 pints to a gallon. So you guys are using gallons, pints, but not quarts, liters. But yet you take the pints and the pints go into quarts and gallons. Well, you guys just want to complicate your lives. Wow. Yeah, Bradley says it's about $85 to fill his truck up on empty. See, mine would have been at gas prices last week. It would have cost me about $85. Yeah. Yeah. But the gas prices here dropped considerably. So they actually dropped about 30 cents, 32 cents actually, they dropped. So I was able to get the same amount of gas for $76. I was on fumes, boy. I was on fumes. I knew when the gallon gauge on the pump said 25.3 gallons and it was still pumping. I'm thinking, I'm lucky I made it to the pump. Oh, yeah. What? The measurements drive me crazy. Chuck saying, yeah, Bradley, my camper's only about 20 minutes from my house. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Chuck's real close to his camper. Yeah, I got 65 miles to get to Black Lake, but Bradley's police car. Yeah. 4.5 liters to the UK gallon. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. But see, that's it. It's Canada. If we cross the border, they sell their gas by the gallon, but it's the imperial gallon, which is 4.54 liters. So it's more than a U.S. gallon. So their price, we have to kind of back it down to get what our gallon price is. Yeah. Kilo of water at room temperature is 1 liter. Yeah. Yeah, they have a camp just 20 minutes away. Oh, yeah, that sure is convenient. I don't complain because if I'm really jonesing and I got a couple of camps that are worth it. They're within 25, 30 miles, half hour drive. Some of them are free camps, some of them are pay camps, but I've got camps, plenty of camps I can get to within a half an hour. Then I got one that's only about 45 minutes from here that I really love. I like that one. I'm going to get there this fall yet, one way or the other. Um, Mike says I'm not a thumbs down person or a complainer. I just don't go to their establishment or channel. I'm a silent majority type guy. Yeah, that's me 99% of the time. It's got to really be something terribly irritating for me to thumbs down or comment negatively in any sense. And I don't complain. I haven't complained about anybody's channel yet. I've just, like I said, I make a constructive comment. It's not a constructive criticism so much as just a constructive comment that might give them a little, food for thought that, yeah, the video was kind of not good in that area that Sty mentioned. And I usually try to do it with a suggestion, that, this part of your video, the the topic, the subject matter was awesome. It really needs to be addressed, but you fell a little short. I wish you would have said a little more about this, or this, that kind of a comment where it's not faulting them. It's just saying, I would have liked to have seen it a little more or a little better. Andy says, I think YouTube gives us a fingers up button with compulsory comment. Yeah, yeah. And like Andy said, index finger and the baby or small finger. Yeah. Bradley, I drove my truck empty or it broke down. I was a mile away from the gas. Oh, I've been there. Running water says this morning, fueled up. Yeah, 179 gallons and tanks only hold 190. That's pushing it. That's pushing it in the rig. Bad, bad, bad. Yeah. And let's suck some sludge out of them tanks and change some fuel filters after you run that thing out of fuel. It appears my fuel gauge is off. Oh, that's not good. It's good to know now. And he says, maybe before the metric system, the world had a single set of measurements with the exception of nautical miles, but even that was the world over too. Well, I think the original measurements was that's not enough. Oh, that's enough. Oh, that's too much. Those are the only three measurements we had. It's not enough. That's just enough. And that's too much. Those are the only three measurements we needed. Bradley says, a man in a Ford pulled me a mile to the gas station after I got there. I told him, you need to get a Dodge or a Chevy, LOL. Ah! Oh, old man said something about Italy for, I don't know where that was. Um, and he said the EU forced the metric system upon us. All veg and meat, etc., was sold in pounds and ounces, fuel in gallons, drinks in pints, except spirits. LOL. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You buy a fifth or 4/5. That's the way it was over here with liquor. Um, yeah, buy it by the fifth or 4/5. Except you could buy a pint. Yes, which we carried around in our pocket. Um, Mike says it's like being in those worthless meetings you have to go to at work. I don't speak up because I want to get the hell out of the meeting. If I speak, that means more conversation, and I just want out. I know how that is too, Mike. I absolutely do. I literally, I would have to say it. I've sat through thousands of meetings, and a lot of them were governmental meetings, and just yuck. Um, and I cut out. It was a Far Side comic out of a newspaper, and I just loved it. Little guy walks into his boss. His boss says, "Did you get the memo?" And he goes, "About the meetings?" He goes, "Yeah." He says, "Why aren't you showing up to the meetings?" And he goes, "I didn't think I needed to." And he says, "Well, we want your input." And he says, "Okay." He says, "I'll give you my input and you can share it with everybody else. You people have too damn many meetings." That's my input. And I used it for years. They always said, we need to have another meeting. And I tell them, no, you don't. You have too many meetings. You need less, not more. Barter change for a guinea pig. Yeah. Then he says, Sty, you heard about Car Mark Hugo. That is our company here for cars. It doesn't work anymore. But before they used to make cars for us, or for U.S., us and UK and USA. Yeah. Hugo. So, yeah, I remember them. How many fluid ounces in a U.S. pint? None when I get done with it. You asked, Andy. You asked. Um, I don't know. I don't know how many. 16 ounces. Yeah. Yeah, their running water says 16. Okay. Yeah. Yoda and Grover. Yeah, Gemma's on a high right now. She's on a high. She went to a huge concert. She said there was 40,000 people showed up for that concert. She made it through a 2.5 hour concert without a meltdown. Her anxiety was high, but she didn't have a meltdown. She's so proud of herself right now. She's on a high tonight. Yeah, good for her. Um, Dojo, he'll probably pop in. Um, oh yeah, fix or repair daily. Yeah, found on road dead. um, I don't see why YouTube flagged that, Nemi. I'm approving it. Yeah, no, they don't. They don't. They're not flying any foreign flags on top of the White House. If they have dignitaries from other countries that are present at the White House, they will fly their flags a notch below the U.S. flag on the promenade coming into the White House, but never on the roof. Only the U.S. flag flies on the roof. I got taught that by a Secret Service agent that used to be the dean or the headmaster of the private school I went to. uh-huh. Wanda says my hubby likes Fords also. Yeah, I'm a Ford, Chevy, Dodge man. Sorry. I get what I want. And sometimes there's been a few Dodges that I've had a couple Dodge Rams, loved them. Had a couple smaller Dodges. I've had Ford Rangers, full-size Ford pickups, my King Ranch, which I love. I've had a whole host of Chevys. I had a 1955 Chevy half-ton. I had a 1956 Ford three-quarter ton. All at the same time, in fact, both of them. So, yeah, I'm not loyal to any one of them. I'm maybe loyal to a specific model that I've owned and enjoyed and loved, but not to the brand, not to the brand. I am a little peeved with Chevrolet back when they were bailed out and none of that money really got paid back to the U.S. taxpayers. That peeved me. The good American Chevrolet. Well, they weren't good Americans getting their butts bailed out, and then when they hit profits, and they're talking about how they exceeded Ford sales and Dodge's sales and on, but not a penny came back that the U.S. taxpayers paid to bail them out. That bothered me. Yeah. No, I wasn't working for the Secret Service. Yeah. No. The Mike likes Toyotas. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's it. There's a lot of Toyotas made in the U.S. And I tell you what, my youngest boy's Toyota, that thing's still driving around town. And we thought it was junk the day he bought it, but I learned in a flash, that little Toyota truck's tough. The body's going to fall off of it before the thing quits running. That's just a fact. Yeah, it'll never quit. Oh, yeah, no YouTube flag, no. And he doesn't care about the brands either. Yep, that's right. Long as it don't say Fiat, then I ain't right in what I consider that stands for. Okay, thanks, Andy. And Juana's got a Chrysler 300, but want a truck. Yeah, I'll never own a car again. I love my trucks. Yeah, I've had a couple of Cadillacs. My ex-wife, I bought her a Cadillac Eldorado. I bought her two Lincoln Mark V's and a Lincoln Town Car. I like them. I used to love Lincolns too. Hi, R5. Good to see you, Crystal. Awesome. I'm putting your baits to use this coming week. Heading out tomorrow, Crystal. And I tell you what, I got a new chest mount harness for camera, new head mount harness for action cam. And I'll be filming while I'm using your baits. And if I hit anything, I'm gonna get it on film. And we're gonna brag them baits up to where and back. You betcha. I tell you what, Crystal, I'm being real optimistic. I think they will do well. I think they'll do well. Well, folks, I'm almost 15 minutes past starting time for the Sty Story. Let me get the Sty Story out of the way. Oh, excuse me. And I will come back and check the chat out, see if anything important's been discussed after the Sty Story. So here we go. Here's tonight's Sty Story. The title of this one, of course, if you read the description when you saw me go live, worse than bees in your bonnet. Okay. Now, when I was living at Camp WTF, and in the winter we didn't have clients, we didn't have camp. We did immersion camps early winter and very early spring. So, it was winter. Your clients go out and they'd have a survival week is what it was. But they had to attend our basic class and our our advanced, our intermittent class, um, complete both of those before we would take them as a client for a immersion camp, which means they're fully immersed into practicing all those skills. And all my job was I would check on them 3 times a day. I'd come into their camp, I'd go track them down, find where they're at. They're out gathering product they needed for in their camp. So my job was easy. Just go out and say, "Hi, how's it going? Oh, you're freezing to death. That's cool. Yeah, okay, I'll see you tomorrow." But the rest of the winter, there was a good solid 3 months. There was no camp activity. It was just living through the winter. You hold up like an old bear. Well, that meant you made no money too. I mean, you're broke all winter. So I wanted to make a few bucks. So I got onto this thing, and I might go back into doing that again. Um, now that I know some of the shortcomings of it. Now, most of you know what a paper wasp nest is, right? They make the big teardrop, upside down teardrop shaped paper nest up in the trees. Great big old round bee's nest. They usually make it on small limbs. They'll use a small limb, and they like where there's like a Y breaking off of the limb, and they'll use those 2 branches and the main part of the branch to build their nest from. Well, up here, if you know where to go, there's areas where I can go into about 180 to 200 acre spot, and I can find 6 or 8 of those big nests. And I mean, some of them are huge. They're just huge. Some are the size of a soccer ball. Some are the size of a beach ball. Well, I tell you what, you take one of them puppies, and a friend of mine had an Etsy account, right? And he sold them through his Etsy account for me. I was making a killing, man. If I could harvest one of those nests undamaged, and then you spray it with a flat clear coat so that you can dust it, if it gets dust on it. But you cut the limbs, and the nest is woven into those limbs, and you attach the limb to a backboard, and you can mount it on your wall, and they look awesome. You got this tree branch coming out of that board. It's got that big bee's nest, big paper wasp nest. They're awesome. They're so cool to just look at, Well, the thing is, you don't harvest those things except late December, January, and February. Otherwise, they're full of bees, right? Well, you wouldn't think they'd be full of bees early December or late November after it's below freezing all the time and there's snow and the like. Well, I wouldn't think so. There wouldn't be no bees in there in the middle of the winter anyway. It's my understanding that those bees will take up housekeeping in a tree or someplace over the winter. And then in the spring, they come out and they build that nest and breed and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I just don't know enough about the bee itself and what its habits are. I just know about its nests. And they're worth a bundle. One of the nests I got, I'm not kidding, that thing was as big as a beach ball. That thing was almost 24 inches around diameter. And it was about 2.5 feet in length and height. And it was on a heck of a limb. I mean, the 2 smaller limbs were about an inch around, and the main limb was about 1.5 inches. It was beautiful. You wouldn't believe what I got paid for that thing. $385. And all I did was take a camp folding saw out in the woods, found it, sawed this thing off, and this area I hunt for them, every year they're full of them like that. They're all it's all second growth, new growth stuff. It's all 5, 6, 7 feet off the ground. And I can see them. I hike through that thick brush. It's a bummer walking through there. You you got to crawl through all that brush, but all of a sudden you'll see that gray mass and head right for it. Sure enough, there's one of them big bees nests. Well, I saw a really good one. Really good one. Yeah, it was big enough that I figured I'd get about 200, $250 for it. And I'm out there enjoying the outdoors and I'm getting big money for them, right? But the problem is it was 3 days after Thanksgiving, right? It was kind of it wasn't a terribly cold early winter. But I thought, man, it's been cold enough. So I went and I cut that bugger. And I hauled that thing back to the Sty Shack. Now, this is where it gets worse than bees in your bonnet. I got that thing in the Sty Shack, and the first thing you want to do is because they usually got snow sitting on them or they're just damp from being outdoors. The humidity, that paper that the paper wasps make absorbs moisture, and you want them bone dry before you spray the sealer on them. So I would bring them to the Sty Shack, and I'd hang them upside down from the ceiling near my wood stove, not close, just near. And within 3 days, they'd be bone dry and ready to spray. So I brought that one home, and I'm just thrilled. I'm so happy. My little mascot at the time was Lulu, my little Chihuahua dog. She's like, it's like she knew, oh, look at that. Oh, that means more doggy snacks. I'll spend some of the money he gets off of that on me. I'm hanging it up. I'm just so proud. I'm sitting at my computer, right? I got the generator running. This is about 4 hours later. I'm sitting at my computer surfing YouTube. And all of a sudden I hear on this ear. And I'm going, what the heck? Flies in here. How the heck a fly get in here in the middle of the winter? It wasn't long. And then all of a sudden I heard one over here. And then all of a sudden, and I'm like, what the heck? And I look, and on my screen, there's this big paper wasp walking across the screen. And I'm going, where the heck did he come from? And I rolled up this magazine I had and smacked him on the screen. Got him. And then I didn't hear the buzzing for a while. And then all of a sudden, here's the buzzing again. All of a sudden, there's a ton of buzzing. And I'm like, what the heck? And I realized between me and the big TV screen, there's about 30 paper wasps. And they're just buzzing like mad. And the next thing I know, pow, right in the neck back here on the left side. Pow, just like somebody shot me in the neck. One of them buggers stung me. And I'm like, oh no. And I swat. And then the next thing I know, I got stung right here on the arm. And I got it 3 times, I think it was, on the shoulders. I jump out of my chair. I'm swatting it. And I looked around in the Sty Shack. There's paper wasps all over the place. That nest warmed up. And there were bees at home. I didn't think there were any bees in that damn thing. As soon as that nest got good and warm, they all came out and realized we're not in our neighborhood anymore. Time to attack. They went nuts. I grabbed my little dog, my army down sleeping bag, and we ran out the door. I got stung a couple more times, and we got my Jeep. I curled up in that bag, stuffed my little Chihuahua down in the bag, zipped that thing up so just my face is sticking out, and it got down to about 10 degrees that night. We slept in the Jeep, and I thought, what the heck am I going to do? Well, I snuck back into the shack and looked around. There's still a few flying around. I thought, this ain't good. So I grabbed a couple of food supplies and I hauled them out to the Jeep and a couple of quilts. And me and my little dog spent another 24 hours in that Jeep, all that day and all the next night till mid the following morning. And I went back in the Sty Shack and I found my fly swatter and I managed to kill 14 of them buggers. All the rest of them were laying around dead. It's like once the stove went out and they were out buzzing around, it got cold enough in the shack. The buggers died, most of them, but I killed 14 that were still alive. And we got our shack back. You should have seen how gingerly I took that nest off of the ceiling, walked outside with it, and hung it from my porch outside. And I left it there until mid-January. Then I brought it in, dried it again, and then finished it. And I sold it for about a couple $100 or so. But I found out the hard way. Make sure there's nobody home in one of those when you're bringing it to your house. Yeah, that was worse than bees in my bonnet. It would have been so much worse if I would have had nowhere to go to get out of there. And if I didn't have the gear to stay warm in that Jeep. But my poor little dog, she had to live in the under all them covers with me to survive because she was so tiny. But and I was so glad they didn't eat my dog because I could see them just attacking my poor little mascot, you know. But yeah, Sty's bees in his bonnet. And so there you go. There's a Sty story for you. Little event that Sty had, stuff like that. See, and ideally, what I would have done was I would have grabbed the camera, set it on top of the TV, turned it on just while I was dealing with it until I got out of the shack and just let it run until it ran out of batteries. Because I would have had it for a video back at that time because I had just started my channel. But at that time it was for business purposes. So for comical kind of stuff, I wouldn't have thought it was fitting to put on my channel. As you can tell, I've changed my opinion of that. but yeah, I should have caught that on camera. But there you go. There's the Sty story for tonight. Only took 15 minutes. It's a short one, but that's it. That's it, folks. Beware of them paper wasps. They'll get you. Tyler Wood. Hey, it's great to see you, Tyler. I was over at Tyler Woods today. Uh-huh. Busy packing stuff around here after I got back from town running my errands. And I pulled Tyler's channel up and I've been watching it. And one thing I want to ask you, Tyler, is please, if you do change your channel name and you come on here under that different channel name, let me know it's you. I don't want things getting goofed up where I don't know it's you. You guys, anybody that's not following Tyler, get over there and follow him, man. He's a great supportive channel. He loves the network, likes to help folks out. He's got good advice on your channel management and stuff like that. But it's all of his outdoor stuff. It's just, yeah, Tyler's great to follow. You guys got to get over there and follow Tyler. Okay, I'm backing up, see what the heck has been talked about. If I can kind of find where I started off. Oh, Zach came in the house. Great to see you, Zach. Um, oh, Wanda had to take off. Oh, she says listening. I'll wait. Oh, if she waited, if you're still there, Wanda. Oh, love seeing you. And thanks for hanging around if you did for the story. Like I said, you don't have to. You can always come back and catch it when it posts. Um, Intermediate. Yeah, you silly old fart. Yeah, shut up, Andy. You're so prim and proper. I mean, uh, hey, David snuck in here. You must have snuck in time for this. Snuck in time for the story. Great to see you, David. Absolutely great. Um, I keep missing StreamYard's town halls. I want to get on there and give them some suggestions to improve StreamYards, but I'm not giving up my stream just to go jump on theirs and do what I usually don't do is complain about how some people are doing stuff. But I did rant, didn't I? I did rant. Yeah, Andy put up links because Crystal and Gil over at R5 and Gil's Live are gonna eat that chocolate from hell, and then when I get back from camp, it'll be probably the following Tuesday. If not that following Tuesday, it'll be that coming Thursdays around the campfire. I'm thinking around the campfire because then I won't have to use a match to light it. I'll just have to breathe on it. Oh, and they're gonna. Yeah, me too, Crystal. I'm a little petrified over it. And like I said, people are so worried. Sty, you could hurt yourself. You could, you got a heart problem. This that. I guarantee you, Sty ain't gonna kill himself with that shit. It ain't happening. Mm-mm. I'm doing one piece, and literally at that point, whatever that does, I'm gonna, in my mind, double it and say, "Can you survive a second? If you can't, just say, I hope you folks had fun watching me feast. Put a little more frosting on my stupid cake. Go fish. Hey, good to see you. Go fish. Sparkle Beauties by India Supporte. That's, yeah, it's your first time here. Well, welcome. Good to see you. Andy says, don't know about Sty having trouble sleeping with looking forward to his camp. I've been suffering the same looking forward to the hottest chocolate challenge with Crystal. Yeah, that's a long time without sleep, Andy. But you can sleep good afterwards, right? No, you'll be in pain from gut laughing so hard. Okay. Nemi says, dang, Sty, that sounds really bad, man. I would be scared so much. That's a lot of bees. It was a lot of bees. I couldn't believe how many came, but it was a big nest. It was a really big one. Um, sunburnt head and face. It was so great, Tyler, that you hopped in. I wanted so much to say. I was going to type the comment in, and then I got distracted saying, hey, Tyler, you changed your channel name. It'll change it over in my subs, and I'll still be subbed to your new channel name because your channel name doesn't really change your channel, just changes the name. But it'll be an unfamiliar name. And I'll be wondering, what the heck? Especially if it pops up in a stream and I'm not familiar with the name yet. And so, yeah, just let me know it's you. Nemi says, I can see that as a nightmare for me. I'm cool if I see one or two bees, but a lot of them is nightmare for me. I'm real fortunate. I'm not allergic to any kind of bees. Oh, Tyler, thanks for the super chat, man. Oh, that's too cool. See how far behind I am, guys? Yeah. Catch up, catch up. Um, and thanks for letting everybody know to like and share this out. I'm not that awesome. I'm just me. I'm just me. The You're all the awesome folks, man. Oh, and Alex came in the house, and um, got to back up just a little bit. Tyler shared it out all over. That's great of you, Tyler. And there's where Alex came in. Um, I'm I want to fill it with water and freeze it. A rubber ring for swimming now. Wanda had to head to bed. That's so understandable. Yeah, James, glad they weren't killer bees. Yeah, I'm so fortunate that way. I am not allergic to bee venom at all. They swell up. I'll get a swelling like a really bad mosquito bite. It stings like heck, hurts like heck, but I don't swell all up or nothing. And, everybody that's ever camped with me, we got to eliminate some bees or wasps. They always yell, "Sty, the bees are here! You gotta do something." I was always the bee guy. Old man says there was a large nest near a sidewalk in town, and this one kid used a slingshot on that nest when a bunch of other kids were walking past. 11 kids got stung real bad. Oh, that's nasty. That's not anybody that. Okay, now I had Big Jim and Rory. I was out on a week-long camp. I came home and you know looking for an update. Everything at the homestead okay, blah blah blah. And they said, they're telling me how things went and blah 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 for the week. And I said, I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go use the outhouse. And that I should have noticed right away the way the two of them looked at each other with shitting grins. I got out there and that dang crapper was full of bees. There's a couple of huge mud wasp nests in that outhouse. So I backed right out of there and didn't get out fast enough, and one of them got me. Boy, he stung me in the upper arm, just below the shoulder, in the almost to the bicep. Hurt like a devil. I went in there. I said, "Why did you guys warn me there were mud wasps in the outhouse?" And they said, "Well, you don't seem to have much trouble with bees, and we figured if you confronted them, you'd take care of them." And they said, "How long they been in there?" "We come across them 2 days after you left. So it's been 5 days that things been in there building their nests." And there was a bunch of them. There's probably 8 or 10 of them in there, maybe a half a dozen per nest. I went in there with a big long stick and busted their nests all up. Got stung twice more. But I didn't like it. I didn't like the fact they knew they were there and set me up, sent me in there. Yeah, you don't do that to anybody. I mean, that's intentionally hurting someone. I don't like that. Yeah, Zach, last week, the last camping trip was good, other than I blew my ankle out really bad, and I've been spending 2 weeks recovering, and I'm heading out to camp tomorrow morning for another full week. I'm not cutting this one off early. Well prepared, got good ankle braces, I'm off and going. I'm going to hike around that lake this trip. It's going to be a slow hike. The average hike around that lake takes 2.5 hours. I'm planning 5. I'm going to stop and have lunch and I'm just taking my sweet old time. Yeah, Andy, nobody can accuse you of being proper. I know. Try to get. Thanks for posting Tyler's channel, Andy. I'm jumping back and forth on the pop out for YouTube, trying to get caught up here. Sometimes over on the YouTube side, it's a lot easier for me to read the comments. StreamYards is working on it. They said they told me we're working on it. Yeah, Alexander said, "Hi everyone. Sorry I'm late to the story. Was in the forge running a batch of coal to coke. What did I miss? Story about a paper wasp nest. You can scan back at the chat, but the paper wasp nest. If you want to come back and look at it after it posts, it's going to be at the 45-minute mark approximately and go to the 1 hour mark. It's about 15 minutes long. Yeah. Andy doesn't cause trouble. He just plants the seed. He's leaving out that he goes around and fertilizes that seed a little bit too. Debbie says Sty is warrior. Nothing can happen to him. One of these days, Sty ain't gonna be so damn lucky. And he slept good for a couple of hours earlier. You know, I really don't care if Crystal or Gil goes first. I actually would prefer Crystal to go first because Gil is, when it comes to Gil and Crystal, they're tough when it comes to that hot crap. I don't know how I'm going to do. I'm just not too keen on this, but I'm going to do it. But Gil in the pair, I think, is a little bit less able to tolerate it than Crystal. But if she watches him and he's really miserable, I don't want Crystal ending up with that negative anticipation building up before she does hers. I'd rather see it build up on Gil's side because that'll be funny. Yeah, it never hurts to have a couple extra bucks. Never hurts. Oh, thanks, Go Fish. I just don't. You guys keep saying, oh, he's an awesome person, but I'm just another. I know. Yeah, I'm just a person, just another person. Um, yeah, I know I missed a few things, but um, reporting in from the forge. Hey, Joseph, didn't see you sneak in. Thank you. Thank you for popping in. Great to see you. Yeah, the uncertainty, Andy. Um, yeah, I think that stuff will make you sing like Janis Joplin. It might make Gil sing like Janis Joplin. Alex says, I love honeybees. Anything else is just buttholes with wings. Yeah. Ah. Oh, I don't. Honeybees, I think, are awesome. I've had a couple of friends that were beekeepers, and my one grandfather, the farmer, he kept his own bees. He had about 30 hives on the main farm, and then he had, I think, 3 or 4 sets of 30 on other people's farms around him. He kept bees until I was about 10 years old, and then he's getting to the point where his farming days were coming to an end. But yeah, I'd go out and help him work the hives, and he would intentionally let the bees sting him. He would actually aggravate the bees sometimes to get them to sting them. And for people that don't have allergies to bee stings, they've proven that honeybee stings actually are beneficial to your system. They help balance your system. The stings, and they enhance your nervous system. Yeah, and I agree with that. Boy, it makes your nervous system enhanced for sure. Ouch! Oh, 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 yeah. but yeah, he'd intentionally let the bees sting his forearms. He'd pull the sleeves up on his suit and let those bees sting him. He collected bee pollen and the whole. Yeah, he was really into it. Yeah, R5. Curse like a sailor. Don't let my sweetness fool you. Just control my tongue live. Yeah. Um, I'm getting a little closer, I think. Otherwise, I'm going to have to jump. When you get rid of bees, do it at night. They don't fly at night. Tell that to mud wasps. Oh, I've had them buggers flying around at night. But most bees don't. They hole up for the night. Yeah. But they come out early and they don't, and night for them is the deep of night. It's not at sunset. It's not like, oh, the sun's going down, the bees are gone. You got to wait till it's dark and cool. As it cools off, they go back to their hives. And he says, you asked me to keep it polite and leave as much to the imagination as possible, Sty. As such, I plant the seed, sit back, and just enjoy the show. I know you do. And he says, oh, yeah, special shout out to my ex wife. She lets me park on her drive, which is only 100 yards from my favorite fishing spot. When she came back from beach, she calls to tell me car's okay. That, wow, yeah, that she done you good. Hey, Crystal saying LOL, negative anticipation is building up. You should see my thumbnail. LOL. Chewing on that thumb like a beaver on a big popple tree. And he says, she bought me fresh mug of coffee, brought me a fresh mug of coffee down to where I was fishing today. So credit where it's due. Thank you, Jenny, and I promise to return the broomstick real soon. Go fish this day. I think we all say you are awesome because we really enjoy spending time with. Well, thanks. Go fish. Uh, you know, I've got all you individuals that keep telling me that, and I want all of you to know each and every one of you individually are appreciated, and I love spending my time with each and every one of you. Any one of you, all of you, Yeah, you bet. Nemi says, I'm okay with every bug but those big green grasshoppers. I'm terrified of them. I would rather have poison snake on me than that grasshopper. I think everybody, for the most part, everybody's got a bug that'll freak them out, you know. The only bugs that freak me out are ones I have never, ever seen before. I can see it on Discovery Channel or on National Geographic. And then if I seen it crawling on me, it wouldn't freak me out because I've seen it before. It's when I got one crawling on me and I go, what the heck is that? Because I don't know what it is and it's on me. So I got no information about it at all. So then it freaks me out. And he said, my dad always said he kept bees. He said, I have 4 of them. And although you, me, are the youngest of them, you are also by far the worst little bee that I have had. Yeah. Hi, my family garden. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, you've been away. I haven't seen you for a while. It's great to see you. And um, no. Okay, getting back into things after being away. And Alexander is saying a Russian friend of mine makes a tincture from dead bees. Had a medical analysis done. He'll type what the benefits are. Um, yeah, yeah. The African honeybees fly at night and daytime. Yeah, that is one thing. Is wild African bees will migrate any 24/7. Nemi, it's died the best. Cut it out, guys. Cut it out, guys. Oh, your YouTube tube suffered while you were away. That's too bad. It'll pop back. It'll pop back. Hey, everybody, you're hearing that? My family gardens YouTube suffered a little bit while they were away. Get over and help them out. Support them. Yeah. 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 And he can do a cactus real good. Alexander saying chemical composition, the reason for the powerful beneficial action of the Samaris is the complex, which includes bee venom, heparin, glutamine, melanin, have bio energetic effect and purify the body. This unique product neutralizes harmful compounds in the body and slows down the aging process. And melanin removes from the body's slag toxins, radioactive substances, salts. Very beneficial effect on the human body. Yep. Yeah. Not a regimen I'm going to be using, though. Because I'm sure, for one thing, it's not. For one thing, I wouldn't have access to enough bees to generate a tincture of that type, and I have my concerns because of where the bees would have come from. Most American bees are, thank goodness, the honey does not reflect. It's the honey is not what the bee is. It's what the bee eats. Um, but there are also, in fact, my brother-in-law was in that field for a while, um, in agriculture, and the majority of our bees in this country are that, as far as the bee is concerned, a lot of them are carrying toxins because of the toxins that they're exposed to in the ag. It's getting better. It's getting a lot. I mean, it's a 600% better than it was in the 70s. But plus, I don't know about harvesting bees with the bee problems we have in this country right now. The bee populations are crashing. Yeah, but it's cool. It's cool. I love hearing that stuff. Um, Nemi says at my grandpa's, they don't have internet phone service, only have electricity and 2 channels on TV. But he lives at a village that has like 15 people in it. I wouldn't mind living there. Honey, milk, sugar, small bits. I can't. Yeah, when I do I'm going to have my bottle of honey sitting right there when I do my chocolate challenge because, man, that stuff, it was afterburn. It wasn't the biggest burn, but it was afterburn. Just a little dab of that honey, it was gone. And it stayed gone for like 15, 20 minutes. And then it slowly started coming back a little bit, but by that time it was pretty well dissipated. I wish I would have used it right from the get go. I would have ate that candy bar just like it was just candy with that honey. That chocolate has small chunks. Yeah. Yeah. Take that chocolate and put a squeeze of honey on it. Then eat it with the honey. I like my chocolate with honey. That'd be cheating. Um, yeah, that little village sounds sweet. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The bee raisers here, they keep a close eye on what the farmers are doing. We're starting to get a few corporate farms in our neck of the woods. Hi, Yoran. Yeah, me too. Family garden. I miss living out in the woods. I just miss it so much. Um, huh, Alexander, that's pretty cool. Yeah, cleaning up. Yeah, there's always dead bees around the hives. There you go, Andy. Yeah, that last candy bar. I I still crave it. I still crave it. Chuck's candy bar is going out tomorrow morning, by the way, Andy. It's all packaged up, sitting there on the table in a nice box. and it's going out in the morning. I tried getting it out 3 days last week. All 3 of those days were days I didn't even want to walk to the bathroom and back. So, but Chuck said he's not in a hurry. And he says, and I'm not doing a challenge thing. I'm not eating that old bar. Yeah, yeah. I live in a town of 10,000 people, and it's too crowded. Um, Way too crowded. Thanks, Crystal. It'll be sitting there waiting for. I talked to my postmaster Friday, and I told him there's a package coming. I said, don't accidentally open it and decide to sample it. I said, you have to call the fire department. He's just started laughing because he knows about the last candy bar. Yeah, you should ship that paste over, Andy. We're going to make you brush your teeth with that paste to get even. We're all gonna get a hold of the airlines and get a group package price so that we can all fly over there. Hold your butt down, brush your teeth with that paste. And yes, there's 7 million people in Serbia, and they say there are about 7 million living around the world. And a lot of people died and don't get new babies. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Joran, for sharing it out. Thank you so much. That's great of you. And it's great to see you again. Yeah, Andy, we got the same problem in the U.S. Andy says over there, 54 million when he was a kid, something like 66 million here now. Yeah, we got over 300 million. And they get added by the millions annually. We don't need a wall. No, we need a big moat full of black oil and spikes. And you just burn the moat once every 60 days. Yeah, I understood what you said, Nemi, that you were saying that total is about 14 million, but 7 in the home country and 7 million dispersed around the world. Yeah. Yeah. And then he says, I read like a 5-year-old. You ain't the only one. Why do you think I do live streams so I don't have to type in the chat? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hunting in the UK is a whole different issue. Oh, India and China. Oh, my gosh. You talk about bodies. Whoa, they got a lot of people in them 2 countries. And he says, yep, too many. Too many. Britain just don't have the space or resources for more, which is a huge reason why I wanted out of the EU. who were insisting we had to take more than France, who have 5 times the space. And that's what I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. Established, especially old world countries, they shouldn't have to bring anybody in. They should not have to bring anybody into their countries. You can feel sorry for people. You can feel sorry for them all day long. But doggone it, they need to feel sorry enough for themselves, go back home and clean their country up so they got a nice country to live in. Don't come and take yours. And then they get there and they reap the benefits that your countries work so hard to have. And then they turn around and they want to convert it into their home country. I know, nobody will ever convince me about the good of immigration in the world today. We are not, colonialism is unnecessary anymore. We don't need more bodies anywhere in the world. Every country should seal its borders to new move-ins. Now, visitors, I'm all for that. Come and visit, hang out for a while. But you can't move here for the rest of your damn life. You've got a home. You came from somewhere, traveling around, visiting. There's nothing wrong with that. I invite it. I like that diversity. But doggone it. People insisting they have the right to go to another person's country and totally disrupt the culture, the history, the structure, everything. Yeah. You could get Sty off on a pretty good rant on that one. And he's telling Alex, old man says, don't forget the minefield. Oh, wait a minute. Bradley says, Sty, you can come live with me on my 1 acre property, but one rule, you got to live in the shed. LOL. As if I haven't before. I've lived in several shacks in my life, and not a single one of them were anybody but my own choice. The last shack I had down at my daughter's one farm they were on, that one could have turned into a real sweet shack if I wouldn't have had my heart attack. That one would have been a sweet shack. That shack was 24 by 24, and it had a full loft in it because it used to be, it was originally built as a horse stable, then converted into a oversized 2-car garage, way oversized 2-car garage. And then it wasn't used at all. Actually, it was a machine shed. It wasn't a true car garage. It was used for farm equipment. But I mean, the dang thing was 156 years old, that shack. It was all built out of oak, rough cut oak. Oh man, that place was sweet. But yeah. Yeah, Alexander, sounds like Sty Shack 3, Brad. Old man's, don't forget about the mine. Don't forget the minefield. Yeah. Got to put that on the other side. I always said, like on our southern border, they just need to put signs up on our side of the Rio Grande that say, welcome to Mexico. Then people just turn around, go the other way and go, there's got to be another fence somewhere. And he said, wood pigeon, crows. I'm way behind. Dang it. Wood pigeon, crows, and corvids. Even the farmers ain't allowed to shoot them. Gotten stupid over here. So worried about pathetic minorities that the majority don't count for crap anymore. Yeah. See, and that's the thing is, in our country, all of this dissension, everybody's saying racist this, racist that. Everybody's you're racist, you're racist. They want to, they want to target what used to be the not the non the majority. Used to be the majority, but really, all of the population in the U.S. now, the Caucasians are pretty darn close to one of the minorities now. It's getting balanced to the point where close these borders and quit letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry move into this country. And then you can quit arguing about races for one thing, because it's such a mix now that if you're a racist, you're a moron. I mean, because our society is so diverse. And now that it's so diverse, leave it that way and don't add to the problem. And don't start saying you're racist because you won't let strangers in. I wouldn't call anybody wrong for saying, I don't want to let a stranger in my house. I don't want to let him move into my house. He's a stranger. And I don't care what color they are. Doesn't matter a bit. Nemi said, I have to go. Hey, great to, yeah, understand, Nemi. Wish to have the best time ever on camping, and tell us all about it next stream. God bless you. See you all next stream. Good night, Sty. I had a best time as always. Yep, it'll be next Sunday. It'll be a week from right now. We'll be streaming again. Hang on. Get your streaming hats on, because come winter, when a Sty can't be out there all the time, Sty plans on doing a lot of streaming. Alexander says, nothing affecting pheasant and grouse hunts. Would love to visit the country and do some driven bird hunt. And Andy said, visitors are great. They increase trade. Moving here is great if they have the resources to fend for themselves. So many come here, sign on to get dole money and a council house. See, that's the whole thing is for many years, and I don't know what it's like now, but used to be that as a U.S. citizen, you could go to Canada and ask for citizenship. First thing they look at is, what do you have to offer? If we don't need you, we don't want you. If you're a general laborer, you ain't getting a citizenship. We got all kinds of them. We got all kinds of people that'll do common labor. Are you a physician? Are you a scientist? Are you a teacher? Are you something that we need? Then yeah, we're interested. But why is it wrong in other countries when they try to set that standard, And well, even Canada's gotten weak on that. Yeah. I've got a dear friend, Alexander, that's doing like that Romanian woman you're talking, in a sense. He lives in the U.S. He's not a U.S. citizen. They keep renewing his continuing visa. And they've been doing it now for 32 years. He owns a big, beautiful house in Delaware. He's a Danish citizen. His family home, is not too far outside of Amsterdam. And he buys and markets motorcycles from the U.S., ships them overseas, and any that he sells in Denmark, he has to pay 61.25% tax on his income there. but he's not paying any tax on his income he earns in the U.S., only what he earns there. And he sells some of the bikes in Denmark. Most of his bikes he sells in Poland because the tax rate and the tariffs are so low. And he's a rich man over here in the U.S. because he doesn't have the tax base that he's got back home. But yet, because he's paying into the tax base back home, his two sons and his daughter are going to Ivy League colleges at the expense of the Danish citizenship, and their medical's all covered. He doesn't think twice of putting his family on an airplane flying over to Denmark because one of them needs major medical. And, they're playing the game. Oh, another thing he hauls hazardous waste in the U.S. He has a huge freight outfit. I think he's got 47 trucks now. And he hauls hazardous waste here in the U.S. Yeah. Playing the game. Yeah, S mine's a little pop sound before the bang. Yeah, that's so that you get to say, oh shit. You get that much out. And he says, not sure about the pheasants, etc., Alex. They will likely say as fair game because the money likes those. The average Joe shooting pigeons over the crops is a different matter. Yeah. Tyler says, I like my country like I like my door. I don't lock it because I hate the people on the outside. I just love the people more on the inside. I like that, Tyler. That's excellent. I love that. That's the best line I've heard in a long time. I'm gonna zip down through, guys, the general conversation. Get caught up here. Yeah, Andy gave up the shooting thing in 2006. The rules were too tight. Yeah. Yeah, I got pushed today. I had a chance to buy a Marlin 30-30 lever action, cheapy, I price couldn't pass up. I only wanted $300 for it. Cost me 4.25 to go buy a new one. And this one's got a decent scope on it and everything, to do some deer hunting this year. And then I opted not to. I'll deer hunt next year. I think I'm gonna crossbow hunt next year. I think, Bradley, we would the border jumpers, the illegals, put them in shipping containers and make sure they got plenty of food and water. And if we have to, make sure they're vented. Well, you want to make sure they're vented well. You don't want them dying in there. You want them to be healthy when they get to their destination. But ship them to some other country. They don't want to be in the one they're from. They want to be in ours, but we don't want them to be in ours illegally. So we'll just ship them to some other country that everybody else is leaving. Hey, there's a good idea. These countries that everybody's fleeing from to come here, we'll just rotate them. The ones from the Middle East that come here, instead of cleaning up their house, we'll send them in shipping containers to Mexico. Then those from the South illegally coming in our country, you put them in shipping containers and send them out to the Middle East. Just swap countries with them, and then maybe they can fix those countries, Tell them, hey, yeah, we got a new country for you. It's not ours, but we got one for you. Um, okay. Yeah, yeah. Andy's got it. Yeah, walking or swimming is just not. Yeah, it'd be fun to have Andy over here for some American hunting. The I actually know a couple of pretty sweet hunting spots with blinds. Well, I got my portable blind too that Andy would just love. Nice, comfortable camp, big oversized camp chair. I put my little Coleman heater on the ground underneath that camp chair, blowing towards the doorway, and it just heats the inside of that little blind so nice. I'm in there with a t-shirt, deer hunting, and it's 15 degrees outside. Okay. I gotta zip down here, guys. I'm so far behind. Um, Andy says, "You remember about that? Remember that promotion I spoke about last week? We don't do promotions." Yeah, Andy, a lot of people are doing that now. They're taking freighters to travel around the world because it's cheaper. They said the accommodations. They said the accommodations. You know, the cabins are. You know, they're crew cabins is all they are. But they said they eat like kings. I mean, and that's true. You get on ship, they eat good. They eat good, um, especially commercial liners. Um, but it's so cheap. It's so cheap to travel, and they eat good, and they'll have all the swimming pools and the nightclubs and stuff when they get to their destination. They don't need it on the boat. That's actually the way I'd rather travel. Put a nice ventilated rubber butt pad on that 30-30. I never padded my 30-30s. Never did. My 32 Winchester. Um, that had a steel butt plate on it. It was factory at the time. And yeah, I never padded 30-30. I was always comfortable with. Yeah. Hey, Bradley. He just says Sty. uh, we want to see you. You want to see me? See me? Oh, no, you want to see Andy. Andy, you want to come up and co-host with me for a while tonight? Oh yeah, the accommodations on a Freightliner is a crap load better than economy seat on a plane that's made for a 4 foot tall Chinaman who's skinny as hell. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look at your email, Andy. Here I am giving them orders. Well, you guys are chatting awful fast here. You some kind of glutton for punishment, Bradley.
Good morning. Oh God, I've got to mute this thing, haven't I? Hang on. That's it. You can speak. Good morning, Crystal. Do you feel better now? You've seen my pretty face looking back at you.
I'm not echoing, I hope. Oh, yeah, that's over. Is that over on your side, Andy?
Yeah, possible. Let's crank it down a bit. How's that?
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah, I had my speakers up a little too far.
I need to send you some shirts there, brother. You know, unless of course you get out and do some laundry.
Yeah, have you noticed a difference in skin tone between your face and mine?
Yeah.
I sat there fishing in a sun trap this afternoon for 4 hours, and you can see where the shirt was covering and the shirt wasn't covering.
Uh-oh. Now I want to warn you folks that I got Andy up here, but when I got Andy, I fall way behind. I was way behind to start with on this chat, so
You're always way behind.
You guys probably have to stutter, repeat yourselves if you're going to try to get me to catch it. Look at it. Yeah. Good morning, my devil of a friend.
Exactly, Aaron.
Boy, I tell you what, Bradley really adores you there.
Yeah, I know. I kind of get the feeling he wants me over there just so he can use my head to scrub his toilet or something.
You gotta wonder a little bit, you know.
I hope that's his purpose.
Yeah. Look over there. Yeah, I will. I just got that it wouldn't let me on that chat. that I having to I can't wait till they fix that. The
No, my ex-wife is one of those.
Your ex-wife's one of those.
Yeah, Crystal saying payback's a bitch.
Is that her middle name, Payback?
Or something like that.
That's what my ex, yeah. Her middle name should have been Payback.
The day I split up, I asked her, what's the worst thing I've ever called you? Bearing in mind, once I get into a row, names fly like cat fur, you know? He said, I don't know, bitch. I went, exactly.
Bradley, he's qualifying his statements. Oh hell, I don't care who is or isn't gay. I'm happy too.
It's like I said to Crystal, having a fruit on your back is no problem. I just lay back and think of the money. Lay back, shut my eyes, and think of the money I'm earning.
Oh yeah. It looks like that sun lightened your hock a little bit there.
No, it's just darkened the environment around
That's
it.
it. It's the background color. It's not the hawk hasn't changed a bit. It's the background color now. That's it. So like a polar bear on a lava flow there.
Yeah. And before Bradley brings up the vape, the bottles are sealed.
Good,
My
good, good.
carpet does not taste good. I
Yeah,
don't
because
wear shoes in the house, but I do go barefoot, and that can make the carpet taste pretty rank.
yeah, I was gonna say the second I seen that vape disappear and I see you with a chunk of carpet in your hands, I'm pulling you off of here.
Picking bits out of my teeth for days.
Covered in fruit. Sounded great. Yeah, I put all the foodstuffs I put together for this trip. It's gonna get pretty interesting. I might have a couple of food videos. I'm gonna make I'm gonna make some bannock, apple filled bannock in the pudgy pie cooker, and I'm gonna try a couple different little things. And I got that well, it's gonna be apple and cream cheese filled bannock,
Take some
smothered in
cinnamon with
caramel
you.
sauce. It'll be smothered in caramel sauce, but it's not going to be the condensed milk caramel sauce. I'm going to do that at home. I haven't done it yet, and I'm going to do it at home. I'm just not. I brave. I guess I'm not brave. I'm getting weak or something. I'm not brave enough to put that can in a pot on a fire out out in the camp because I get so damn distracted. I can just see myself going, "Oh, damn that condensed milk's in that pot on the fire, and I wonder if the water's boiled down, and then boom, caramel covered camp."
Sty, take some
Yes.
cinnamon with you for those apple bannocks.
Some what?
Cinnamon.
Oh, I've already got it it's already in the bag.
Good man.
Yep, you betcha. That cinnamon's actually I put cinnamon and sugar in my bannock, so
Yep.
it's the bannock itself is real cinnamony, like a cinnamon roll, and then it'll have the apple and the cream cheese in the middle with the caramel drizzle. Yeah, shit.
All right,
I
shut up.
shouldn't be talking about it because you watch Cheesehead show up. He's
All
gonna,
right. Squeeze the fat udder.
yep, squeeze the fat udder. Well, yeah. Don't make it sound like you're forced, Andy. We don't force you to get up here. I tell you what.
Go
And
check your email.
check your email. Yeah, I kind of put that pretty blunt. Just Andy, check your email.
Yes, boss.
Joran, you're one of the most
Congratulations on
positive.
the promotion.
You make the most positive comments about my channel and myself, and I keep telling you, you don't need to do that. You don't need to. Quit praising me so damn much. And blue looks good on you. Blue looks good on you, and I believe that you'll protect my interests. If we had somebody in here raising Cain with me or Andy or any of our other favorites in here, yeah, and I can see you bringing it to my attention. The I try so hard to keep myself from blue wrenching everybody. I get these. I go to some of these streams. Everybody's got a wrench. Well, then you end up because everybody has a wrench. you end up, if your channel grows too much and you get too many people in your chat, you have to go to slow mode. And if everybody has a wrench, slow mode doesn't work. I would never be able to keep up with the chat. I'd have to have 3 mods up on the panel with me reading the chat for me. So I don't want to ever have to go to actual slow mode. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. You all deserve a blue wrench. So please don't anybody feel slighted if I don't give you a blue wrench. I'm just trying to keep my mods down. Oh, I can't. I don't know about the rest of you. Yeah, you're just like me every day, 24 hours a day. I got no ass all day, day or night. I couldn't believe it, guys. I was at Walmart the other day, and I got 2 new nice sports type polyester stretchy kind of t-shirts and a new pair of camo shorts for in the kayak. And I'm looking at the shorts and I'm going, son of a bitch, they don't have any. I wear a size 36. And I
So,
got brave. I got brave and I bought a size 34. I thought, well, I'll just leave the tops unbuttoned on them. Nobody will see it with these new shirts. I got home, put them suckers on. They fit like a glove. They fit great. I took the tape measurement. I lost 2 inches around the middle. So right away, I grabbed my ass. I thought, maybe I'm lucky it got that. No, it ain't there. I don't know where the heck I lost it. I think that chocolate did it to me. I burned it off. So this next one, I should lose another 5 pounds. I might get down to my favorite weight, and that's 185. 185. But a little bit of meat on me doesn't matter. Old man, well, that's okay with me.
I thought I was doing well, getting my waist down to 42.
Yeah, I used to be I was I, I don't like admitting it, but I was a 52. I was up to a 52, and I found one of them old pairs of pants. Oh, geez, when was that? It was like last November. Found one of them in one of my trunks, and I pulled them out, and I looked at them suckers, and I go, "Holy God Almighty!" I tried to put them on, and boy, you got to keep a hand on them because you can't let go of them because they're right back on the floor. And I put a belt in them, cinched them up. Oh man, yeah, looked like a flat balloon. I couldn't believe I used to wear them suckers and had to go as I would button them up. I had a suit that I gave away that went with those pants. I wish I had that jacket right now because that jacket used to button up, fit just nice. I'd put that sucker on now and I could hide a backpack under it.
I was
Oh,
thinking, you know those barber jackets, the wax coats?
yep.
You could have got a re-waxing kit for that suit, made yourself a whole new tent.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Mike says I should do a collab video singing with your hiking buddies and call your group the Stylistics. Oh, thanks, Mike. You were just,
Mike's
yeah,
always on the
yeah,
skies.
yeah. Take a good look, folks. You know, every box of crayons got to have a bright one in it. And there's Mike popping up, showing off. I'm the bright crayon in the bunch. I got another one for Sty. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can guarantee you I sure wouldn't be the lead singer in that group. Crystal saying, well, Gil and I are redoing the noodles, and we will be doing them when I hit my 3K. Oh, cool. And I hope that's not too long from now. And Andy's trying to add a little seasoning to those for you. Here's a little sauce you can put on those. Take some of that paste and dilute it into some chili sauce.
You know, if you make a pot of chili for 4, they recommend no more than 1 match head going into that pot of chili. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. That,
My brain gone flying all over the floor.
see, that's insane. That's insane. 1 match head for a pot of chili. I'm making chili this week out of camp, and I'm going to put some of that garlic ginger sauce on a when I after I dish it up in my bowl. I'm going to put some on there, stir it in, give it a shot. I shouldn't though. I shouldn't though because damn it, if it's good, if it's really good, that I'm going to have to start buying that crap by the case every 3 months. Mike says, "You can do it, Sty. I scared off a bear by singing." Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Barking at the moon. Yeah. Yeah, Crystal. That's why I said on Gills, was that yesterday? Yeah, I always make sure to have clean feet because I never know when one of them feet are going to end up in my mouth. I got a bad case of foot and mouth disease. There he goes. Scotty's got a big mouth. He can get that whole foot in there, right up to that twisted ankle.
Got a triple jointed jaw.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Bradley thinks you did a good job on that rug, on that carpet.
Yeah, I did. I nearly licked all the grey out of it.
That Joran's back with his coffee. And there, Andy and I both took a swig in unison. Just see that comment. Yeah, time to gotta take a hit of your cup. Yeah, that chocolate's nuts. That yeah. Yeah. Oh, the gummy bears. You seen them too, eh? Yeah, I looked at them hot little bastards. I mean, I watched a couple of the videos. And one guy chewing and he's chewing and he's chewing. The worst thing with gummy bears, you gotta chew them suckers. I mean, and he's chewing, and all of a sudden he's just like, yeah, yeah, and then he puts it out on his tongue, and the damn thing's still whole. You can tell it's got a couple of bite marks in it. He's having a hell of a time chewing through it, and by the time I bet you he maybe got it down to 6 pieces chewed up, and then he started swallowing it. He just couldn't take it. He just had to swallow the bear.
Yeah, they weren't the actual gummy bears I was thinking of. The ones I was thinking of have got other properties.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. The funny bears. I mean, gummy bears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got some liquid in a little dropper bottle like that.
Uh-huh.
You can put a couple of drops of that on the gummy bears or fruit pastilles or whatever jelly sweets takes your mind. Leave it to evaporate, and yeah, they really get you there.
Yeah.
Magic carpet ride the weekend.
Mike said I should go to bed, but I want to enjoy the weekend as much as possible. Going to hold on to the weekend as long as I can, even if it means only a few hours to sleep tonight. I used to my last year with in my biggest career. I, you know, I ran an office with 21 employees, and I always had an open door policy. And then it got to the point where it was so much that I had to do just that too, Mike. I'm enjoying every minute of my weekend. And until I see that it's not Sunday anymore, I ain't quitting. So I've changed policy in my office. Open door policy in my office. Tuesday through Friday. Mondays, no. Closed doors. My blinds were closed because I had a big window so I could see all my staff out there. Those blinds were closed. Door was closed. It was locked. You could knock on that sucker all day. I didn't care. It ain't gonna wake me up. Well, I try to work.
Did you sleep well after our private stream?
Oh, I got 2 hours.
That
I got 2 hours after that thing. Oh, it
was
took
seriously long.
it took me another. I figured that counting the start of that stream, it took me 36 hours to recover. I didn't eat for 30. I hadn't had a thing to eat for 36 hours. Then I sat here and ate a couple handfuls of animal crackers, and my guts just didn't like that. So I waited another 12 hours and then finally ate some real food. It was just like my body saying, "No, no, it's our turn to get even." You kept us running all those hours. I couldn't believe there was only 2 bathroom breaks in 17 and a half hours. I was, yeah, thinking kidneys were ready to shut down, I think.
Oh dear. I don't know what you're trying to imply, Jim.
Bradley is going to bed. Yeah. The hey, wow, we got 17 folks still hanging out in the house. That's good. That's a good turnout tonight. The turnouts are getting better. We're up near around 20, and it seems to maintain that for quite a while. You know, pretty good, steady flow of folks, and that's cool. That's cool.
Poor old Gemma earlier, she got a bit worried. I'd only been awake about 10 minutes when I went and visited her stream. She's chatting away with Sean.
Oh, was she? Yeah.
And I forget what I wrote. I wrote something sarcastic that was also funny. Sean laughed at it. And I put a comment up like, I've only been awake 10 minutes. I have to wait for the voices to wake up as well.
Want to make sure everybody's there.
Yeah. And Gemma got worried.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You could see her face just dropped.
Old man will be back in 10 minutes. We'll still be here. Don't be sucking on the blanket tonight. If you need something, suck on your thumb. Hey, Calvin. Hey, it's good to see you, buddy. It's really good. I've been lurking your channel, by the way, Calvin, watching, trying to catch up, play catch up. Um, Lots of thumbs up, but I haven't been leaving no comments. I've been busy. Always working. Just want to say hello, fellas. Hey, great. Thanks for stopping in, Calvin. Yeah, I'm going camping starting tomorrow morning. Be gone for 7 days. Yeah, get out there, and I'm going to do a little Dutch oven cooking this week, so it'll be fun out in camp. A lot of fishing too. I hope. I hope the weather cooperates this trip.
No, you weren't, Bradley. You meant it so heartfelt. Yeah, best thing I ever done, Mike. Retired at 44. I'd like to say it's because I was a multi-millionaire, but unless I'm talking Polish zloty or Turkish lira, I'm not.
Yeah, I told people for years that I was a millionaire if my rich uncle ever died and give me that $1,000,000. Yeah, I'd be a millionaire.
Yeah, I'm a millionaire. I breathe lots of it, millions of it.
Yeah.
I got told off
Oh,
on stream the other night for pointing out that everything that ails the human body is caused by breathing. If we stop it, we stop all the illnesses and everything that goes with it. And about 3 people jump on me back telling me it's encouraging suicide and everything else. It's sideways, you know. Some people seem to have had their sense of humour surgically removed.
uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Every time you type, does Bradley keeps hanging around. He's trying to go to bed. Mike, a millionaire. That's good. Yeah. Then Foxtrot Oscar Bradley. And I tell you what, you get Oscar out at camp and we'll give him some of that new chocolate and some of my chili and we'll have Oscar Foxtrot.
Yes.
He'll be doing the Foxtrot for sure. Yeah, Crystal's got some great kids.
Oh, yes.
Yes, she's got awesome kids. That looks like one of them fun households. I mean, that yeah, yeah. I thought we had a fun household when my kids were growing up, and I see Crystal's kids. Well, same with Gil too. Um, when his daughter pops on once in a while, she's cute as a button, and well, all them girls are cute as buttons, both sides. Yeah,
Got
Satan's
it, Bradley.
camel.
Bugger off to bed.
Satan's camel. Yeah, you're just yeah. If you were 5, we'd be saying you're such a bad boy.
Well,
Such a
mentally
bad
speaking,
boy. Hey, you got to hang on a sec. I got to go swap batteries. I got I'm charging everything I have for batteries. I'm getting all my video camera batteries. These buggers, they take if they're completely dead, they take 4 hours to recharge. And I thought they'd be quicker on the 110 charger that you plug into the wall. It takes 4 hours to charge it in my truck. Plug it in the cigarette lighter, put it in the charger, takes 4 hours. Here, takes 4 hours. Don't matter. The charger steps it down so much that it takes that long. But I see that my last one's blinking green at me, so I gotta get this one on there. So I ain't going anywhere. I'm only going about 4 feet, so behave yourself. I'm in the room.
yeah, There's Satan's cucumber. Keep things nice and warm for you. It'll be interesting to find out what the next day results are like as well.
That's what had me nervous on that last chocolate bar. That first one is.
All I can say, Crystal, is oy vey.
I was worried about the after effects now because there weren't any. This one's got me scared. This one's got me. Hey, Cheesehead. Yeah, he walks in. You know, he was lurking to start with. He waited till I got off camera.
It's Uncle Christopher. Don't call me that. Told you, get one of those swimming rings, fill it full of water and leave it in the freezer the night before.
I think a person needs like 3 of those in the freezer. Sit on one during the process. Take one to bed with you, slide it under your rear end for the night, and then have one that you can pull out of the freezer and throw on the top of the toilet rim for the rest of the morning. Yeah. Gotta be I'm gonna over prepare for this one.
Night, Bradley. And Crystal's getting kinky.
Jeez, oh crap! He didn't realize I didn't go far. Yeah, that bugger came right back. Yeah, there you go, Bradley. Don't pretend cheese never showed up. Just go to bed. Just go to bed. Pain can be fun. Yeah. So you should have just a hell of a fun time there Saturday. Everybody show up. Crystal's gonna have so much fun.
Bradley, I've been waiting 54 years. I know you can't rush beauty.
No kidding. Yeah. Yeah.
I got to improve my posture. I keep slouching back in the chair. I really notice is when my chin disappears under the name.
That's what happens to me. I just keep. Then all of a sudden, I feel like Will over at his prepping channel, his streams. You can just see from here up all the time. You see his head at the bottom. He's got all his great graphics and stuff going on around. And you just see his little head sticking up. And Will's just talking away. And at first I thought, damn it, Will, show yourself. Get up there so we can see you. But now I've gotten to the point where if I do see him full face, everything, I'm going, something ain't right. Something's not, because that's become almost a signature for his channel is him being way down here. When Freeman James is saying he comes from a family of 14, I tell you what, he would tell me about their meal times. Oh, that was just like a feeding frenzy when he was growing up. I mean, yeah, it's unlike his folks. His mom and pop protected the little ones, made sure they got dished up. And then the older ones, it was just like being on the front line World War I when they, pop's dished up, the little ones are dished up. Don't get your hand in there. You might end up with a fork in it.
Yeah, my mother never appreciated me reaching for the Sunday roast.
Yes, I'll see you next Sunday, Bradley. And the And I haven't been using that stuff, but um, and what the heck did he call you?
What did he call me? He called me a jackass. He called me an old fart. He
Yeah,
called me
well,
pretty much every word he could think of, really.
we know who the jackass is.
I asked you
Jesus,
earlier, leave Cheese alone this week and pay him. I'm getting fed up with the begging letters.
getting feedback when Sty talks. It's not on my side because there's not a single mic turned on except this one, and everything on the TV is so low.
Yeah,
Is
I'm not getting
volume
it
is
to
so
come
low
through.
that that's why there's times I'm like because I can not hear Andy.
Oh, dear.
You bring that's a picture of Andy wearing Cheesehead's hat. Cheesehead's gonna be after you, Andy. That's my hat, or else he's gonna start chewing on you. Cheese, cheese. I stopped at the store today to get a couple of things, and they had these sausages. I didn't even look to see what kind they were, but they had about 8 of them laying in the deli counter. They're supposed to be fresh, some kind of sausage. I looked in there, and the 3 gals working behind the counter, they were laughing so hard. I heard them. I was 4 aisles away, and they were still laughing. And I walked by, and I saw them things, and I go, "Oh, them poor damn horses!" And I just kept walking. Them girls, I could hear them laughing. I was way across the store.
You should have laid them
That
out with big meatballs.
sure looked like that. Bradley says I'm 52 and old. I might have said that 10 years ago. Now I don't waste my time.
Now 62 and Bombay ducked.
That's right. I had this gal today down up. I was heading out and they had a smoke at the smoke shack. And this gal, she's a nice gal. She says to me, she says, "Oh, you're not limping so bad today." I said, "No, I changed sides." I said, "A little more comfortable to walk." She just shook her head. She goes, "God, you're a terrible, dirty old man." I said, "No, no, 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 no." And she said,
Whoops.
"What are you going to do when you get so gimped up you can't go out there camping?" I told her I got a little fund set aside to hire somebody to drag my ass out there and just prop me up and prop me up in camp right next to the fire pit and have my stove sitting there and all my supplies and the tarp over the top of me. And I'll spend a week gimped up in a chair. I said, "It ain't happening. It ain't happening." I said, and she goes, "Well, nobody will ever know if you died out there." I said, "Sure they will, because I'll never come back." I said, after 2, 3 months go by, you guys will be saying, "Anybody heard from Sty? Why don't he write?" Yeah, I think he's still out at camp. Or else he's a pile of bear shit pretty close to camp.
Spread
Because,
all over camp.
yeah, if a bear comes after me now, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to lay down, and once he gets close to me, I'm going to spin around so he goes right over the top of me and he has to grab me by the feet. Guess where I'm grabbing him? And I'm going to hang on until he chews my legs off and hope that that'll be enough to get him to let go.
I just hope that if a bear does get you, it manages to find a good rabbit.
A good rabbit, just in
Yeah,
case.
yeah,
I
rabbits
love
have
that. I
terrible
love
time
that
shooting
story.
into their fur.
I love that story because we used to call that the two-holer. That story, it was about a two-hole outhouse, and the rabbit's in there sitting on the grapher, and the big old bear comes walking in and sits on the hole next to him. And that rabbit can just hear that bear taking just a juicy, nasty one. And that's when the bear turned to him and said, "Hey, you mind if I ask you a personal question?" "No, what's that?" the rabbit says. "When you poop, does the poop stick to your fur?" "Oh, no, not at all." He says, "Good, come here, you little bastard." She said, "I'm going to exactly the same place. Black Lake, stinking campsite number 20. It's the nicest campsite. It's the worst kayak access. Just ask my ankle." But I'm going to be the first couple days. If they're talking, there's a chance of rain the first 2 days, a little bit. So I'm going to be down there in my rain gear, and I'm going to, whatever it takes, I'm corduroying the shoreline so that I can slide my kayak in on logs, and I can walk on those logs out, get my kayak. I'm going to build a boat ramp. Piss on them. I don't care if the DNR or the Forest Service likes it or not. But I'm heading out tomorrow morning. Cheese. Well, probably by 10, 11 o'clock tomorrow. I won't be down there till 2:30. Maybe 3 o'clock at the absolute latest. I'll be getting there. No special menu stuff except I'm making chili one day. Well, I'll be making chili kind of early in the week because I'll be eating that shit for 3 days, I'm sure. It'll be 2 quarts full of chili. I figured out the fixins, and they'll fill my 2-quart Dutch oven. So I wanted to get the big Dutch oven done to do Cornish game hens in, but I can't do Cornish game hens until I'm guaranteed on a day that cheese is going to be out there, and then I want to do a couple of special Cornish game hens in that big Dutch oven of his. I promised them that when that's oh, you might bring the boat out Wednesday. Yeah, if the weather's good. If the weather's good, bud, do it. Do it. I might be out on the kayak, but if I think you're going to be around Wednesday, well, now I'll think that maybe you'll be around. So I'll check once in a while. In fact, I'll fish down on the end of the lake with that first boat landing, the big boat landing at the front end. I'll come in, check in there once in a while to see if you show up.
Evening, teacup.
Teacup.
Afternoon, whatever it is. What I'm.
Says can't be here today at work in meeting. A teacup.
Sunday.
It's yeah, maybe not where she is.
Some of it is where I am, and therefore go enjoy themselves.
It's Monday where you are, Andy. Today, for me, it's Sunday.
24 in the morning. It's still Sunday night.
You're cutting into Monday. You're making it a longer Sunday than usual. It ain't Sunday till Sty's done streaming. That could be 17 and a half hours from now. Yeah. Doggone, I got off of Sty's Sunday stream and I found out it was Wednesday.
Found out it was Wednesday and my eyeballs had dried out into oversized white raisins.
Yeah, Bradley's finally going to bed for good. Well, if there ain't nothing good.
Oscar ages ago, you wouldn't.
Hey, Cheese, yeah, if you text me, if I don't have that text before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, I won't see it till next week, next Sunday. Because I got no signal at that campground. I went down to that bridge where you managed to get 4K.
Dynamatic.
Would get nothing. Um. Oh yeah, we love you too, Teacup. Nomadic in nature. Yes, yes, yes. Awesome that you stopped in. Awesome. Old man's back. And I see his, well, no, he's not up here, so I don't see his front too. I got slapped by a girl I didn't even know. She was at a conference that I was speaking at, and she comes running in there. She was gone for about an hour, and she missed an important part of what I had to say. And I walked up to her during a break, and I said, I see you're back. And she goes, yeah, I'm sorry. I said, oh, you don't have to be sorry. I said, your front looks pretty good too. Oh, she bee slapped me right there. I said, that's not very professional. She goes, you're darn right. What you had to say? I said, well, oh, I didn't think the front looked any worse than the back. Just being honest. So what goes on in the world, folks? Alexander's back too.
Welcome back, Alexander. Was the forge still alight?
I got to mispronounce something tonight. Aristocratic Order of Perusian Hunters.
Russian.
Well, I had to screw it up. I got to do
Just
that
to
at
wind
least
me
once a night. Perusians. Yeah, I get a kick out of that over here. You know, all the states we have, all of our little countries in our main country, and everybody is just like, yeah, I'm a Wisconsinite. You're from Minnesota, you're a Minnesotan. You're from Michigan, you're a Michiganer. You know, I mean, all the terms for people from where they're at. Yeah. The sometimes you can screw those that don't sound too good. Still got the forge going.
You know, all that coke is bad for your nose, Alex.
The what?
All that coke is bad for your nose.
Oh yeah, sure it is.
Well, he's converting coal into coke.
That's right. It'll mess your sinuses up.
Yeah.
That
South
coke.
Americans been after that recipe for donkey's years.
Bye, Teacup. You stay safe, healthy, and happy.
There he is. I knew he was there somewhere.
We don't mind posting folks' channels around here, even if they don't have a lot of content, even if they only have one or two videos. As long as they're good folks, yeah. Yeah. And that helps me feel a little more confident that you guys are checking each other out.
I know he'll hate that, so I deliberately put it in.
Chris is always, Jesus has always said, I'm not about
What
subs.
come watch my channel for?
I'm not about subs, he says. I don't care if I get subs or not. I keep telling him, just shut up. You know, it's not your choice. You got a YouTube channel, and people are going to come and sub to you. Are you going to block everybody other than me? Yeah, I think Teacup is awesome. She's such an ambitious gal. Yeah, she's so ambitious. I just love. I watched her stay in New Zealand. I think I've watched those videos, that series, 3 or 4 times now. I just because I thought, how cool, man. In my younger days, if I hadn't got married, well, I had a good adventure. I got to move to Montana, take my family out in the wilderness. That was cool. I wouldn't give that up for nothing. But otherwise, yeah, I would have loved to have. I would have offered myself up. Hey, you helped get my tail to Australia. I'll come work on your little sheep ranch for a while. I don't care. Well, wait a minute. Maybe not sheep, but because some of the local boys might get jealous.
No, with the Aussies, it's kangaroos.
That's yeah,
100% Kev.
yeah. Hopping
Kangaroos are normally your first route. Roadkill don't count.
good.
Perfectly all right if you can hang on for the first 100 yards.
Yeah, yeah. If you can hang on to them, you're gonna have a hopping good time.
Yeah. What was it? Have you heard that one he came out with about him or his brother decided to grow a little bit of home tobacco? He says strictly for personal use. There was 125 acres of the stuff until the roos got in there.
For personal use.
He said we knew it was the roos because we get there and instead of hopping around, they just sort of flopping about like Coco the clown on their big long feet. His brother got out the truck and he's raging mad because they've eaten all of his crop. And he's got his shotgun, he's blasting away, and the kangaroo's going, "Hey man, don't point that shit at me."
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And the little Joey pokes its head out of his mother's pouch and says, "Yeah, go on, Mum, tell him to go off."
Yeah. Well, I have to say, my ex-wife, she gets kudos for a comment she made to me one time. We're watching this documentary on Australia, and we were in our 50s at the time, and she's watching it, and she goes, "Damn kangaroos!" I go, "What? You don't like kangaroos?" She goes, "Well, no." She says, "Why are they the only critter in the world that was born with a bra?" I got lost it. I said, I said, I looked at her and I said, "You ain't no kangaroo." Uh-huh. I, I told a couple of gals after she said that, oh yeah, you look like a dismembered, very large sack male kangaroo.
Yeah, them big reds up in the north. I don't know what it works out in Fahrenheit, but there's places up in the Northern Territory on the northern end of their desert area that get to about 50 degrees plus in the middle
Uh-huh.
of the day, Celsius. And you see the kangaroos and they're finding any old bush or bit of scrub they can get under. They're just laying there in the shade.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's awesome to see them too, because I've seen so many pics of them laying on their sides and their legs are stretched out, and they got that little arm under their head, and they're holding their head up, and they're just under a bush, just
They got
cool,
such,
taking
such
it easy for the day.
they got such a cool way of cooling off in the heat as well. They lick their arms.
Yeah, yeah. They're licking their arms all the time. Yeah, Alexander, Hocking Hills looks awesome. Yeah, I watched it on Facebook, of course. But I was wondering, that'd be great for you to get that up on YouTube. That's beautiful in there. A beautiful, beautiful park. That's, you know, there's several people there. That's the only thing I didn't care for. Otherwise, the park was absolutely awesome and beautiful. But when there's so many people at the base of the falls there, I'm like, "Ugh." That's just like when I go to Lost Creek Falls during tourist season. There'll be that many people hanging out at the falls, and I stand up on the hill and look down and go, no, not a crowd I want to crawl into. That's so I go there off season.
Out in
After
the woods
this,
with their Hawaiian shirts and
yeah,
baseball, and God knows what else.
yeah, looking totally out of place. And then, of course, you have those characters that got 15 cameras hung around their damn necks. They hiked all the way in there with all that camera gear, and they're taking a picture at everything 15 times. And yeah, yeah, can we go already? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Isn't that, yeah. See, and that's the thing is that so many folks, you see them out there, they just, yeah.
I'll tell you what, Alex, a few years, or quite a few years ago, I was going out with a woman. She lived, I don't know, 60, 70 miles away. I'd stay there Sunday to Friday evening or Friday morning, leave for work, and then come home for Saturday, basically, and half a Sunday. She had a 14-year-old daughter, and I'd arranged to take the woman out for a meal midweek. And her daughter didn't want to go. But the woman saying, no, you can get your ass in gear, you can get down to a restaurant with us. And we're sitting there, and all the way through the meal, can we go yet? Can we go yet? Can we go yet? Can we go yet? And in the end, this bloke turned around and says, look, I don't care whether your parents want to take you home. He said, but I'd greatly appreciate it if you're just off. And this kid, she had a face like a spanked ass. She was fuming. How dare some grown up speak to me like that? And I thought, you bloody asked for it, spoiled brat.
That I took my family, my
Yeah, me
ex,
as well.
I took my ex and my 4 kids to the Old Country Buffet, and it's reasonably priced if you're going to eat. You know, you got to eat though to get your money's worth. You can't just go in there and nibble. You got to go in there and be hungry. So the kids, we told them for breakfast that morning. We said, "You're out of luck. You ain't getting no breakfast." They said, "What do you mean?" I said, "You ain't getting lunch either because we're not going to get to Old Country Buffet till about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So you're going to have an early dinner and you're going to have breakfast and lunch at the same time. I want you guys darn good and hungry if I got to pay for each of you to go to that buffet." And they were good with it. They're just like, "Oh, it's just cool. We get to go to the buffet." We get there, and them buggers, we got there a little later than I anticipated, and they just rotated everything and said, "It's now dinner time." So instead of $4.95 a piece, it's $6.95 a piece. And I thought, oh dang it, you know. And I told them kids, you better all eat good. We get our booth. We got a big booth. Everybody heads and starts loading their plates up. And we get back to the table. I look across that table, and there's my youngest daughter, and she's got this little coffee cup saucer with a little tiny pile of mashed potatoes with a little bit of gravy on top. I go, what the heck is that? She goes, that's what I want to eat. I said, I don't, oh, don't go there. No. I said, not for $7. I said, that there's no way you will eat. That's all I want. I didn't really like what they have at the buffet. I said, they've got like 14 different kinds of meat up there. They've got all these dozens and dozens of side dishes, everything. And you come back with instant potatoes with a little gravy for $7. I said, no, you'll be walking home and you're going to be starving by the time you get there. And I had some Joe come across from another table, come over and said, my wife and I really don't like how you're talking to your daughter. I said, give me $7 and I'll shut up. He couldn't help. He had to crack a grin. And he went back, and I could tell he told his wife what I said. Oh, she was pissed. She's glaring at me. If looks could kill, you mean old bastard. And I just, no way in heck. $7 for her to have about a half a cup of potatoes. No, 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 no. I could have bought a whole 100-pound sack for that. With it. Oh, and she never heard the end of it. No, 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 no.
My son, his missus, and I went out for a meal. That was about 2 years ago now. Cost me about 150 quid for the three of us. But the steak, when it turned up, was like a 6-inch long house brick on its side. It wasn't a flat steak like a burger. It's flat. This was like a rectangle. And it's just laid on its side. And oh man, that food was to die for. So even though it was expensive, it was about the best value for money meal I'd had in a decade or more.
The best I've ever had, I was down in Austin, Texas, and my cousin, I got a lot of family live in Texas. My cousin and his wife, they got a hold of me and they said, God, it's good to hear that you and your wife are here. We want to meet up. And I said, sounds good. They said, we want to take you out for dinner. I said, yeah, sure. Sounds good to me. And I had two of my best meals my whole life while I was in Austin. And they said, well, outside of Austin, they said, there's a Texas steakhouse that you got to go there and have steak. And I said, yeah, I'm good for steak any day. We got there and they sat us at this big table, and all the waitresses and the waiters are all dressed like, country folk. And you could tell the place is just redneck as can be, And they bring these menus to us, great big damn menus, and the top of it's got like a brand that textured. It's like a brand of the Texas Steakhouse on it. I'm looking at that menu, and I wanted a good steak, but I wasn't terribly hungry. I wasn't starving, and so I'm looking, and I saw sirloin fillet. Okay, so when the waitress comes back, taking our order, she gets to me, and I go, I'll have that sirloin fillet. And she, okay, how would you like that? Medium rare, blah, blah, blah. And she convinces me to get a baked sweet potato with their special caramel cream sauce and all this crap to go with it. We're waiting for our food, and our food comes out. They're dropping everybody's food off to them. She gets to me, and she plops this platter that I'm telling you, it was at least 14 inches long.
Wow.
And it had all these sirloin steaks stacked on it, 5 of them. Each one of them's about maybe 10 inches long and about 4 inches wide and 3/4 inch thick. And there's 5 of them. And she just sets that platter with nothing but steak on it in front of me. And then she's setting the sweet potato on another plate and blah, blah, blah. And I go, wait, what the hell is this? I said, I ordered a sirloin steak. And she goes, this is what you ordered. I said, no. There's no way. There's almost 2 pounds of meat there. And she says, that's what you ordered. I said, it is not. I said, grab a menu and I'll show you what I ordered. And she smiled at me. She goes, right away, sir. She comes back with that menu, puts it in front of me, and I pointed at it. I said, there, that's what I ordered. She goes, exactly, and that's it. I said, that is not a sirloin steak. That's sirloin steaks. There's 4 of us here, and there's 5 steaks, and they all got their own food. And she goes, look at it again. Then I realized there's an S after fillet. Shit. Right away, I grabbed the bread basket out of the middle of the table. I told everybody, don't anybody touch this bread. I took 4 of these nice hard rolls out of there, sliced them, cut two of them steaks in half and made four big steak sandwiches and asked for a to-go box. And I managed to swallow three of those steaks, and I ate four steak sandwiches the next day. But that steak was so damn good. Oh my God, was it good? It was to die for. But my God, and
Yeah.
I didn't think I that, and I thought the price was good. It was $14.95 for a sirloin steak,
Damn good.
and they brought me five. I thought I said, "Holy shit!" And my cousin says, "Well, welcome to Texas. It's not as if we got a beef shortage here."
To quote a certain drill sergeant, "Where you from, boy?" "Texas, sir." "Holy shit, only steers and queers from the Texas, and you don't look much like a steer to me."
Yep, yep. Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, brilliant film.
It is. It is. Yep. Best part of you ran down your mother's leg. He was so bad. He was so bad. Um, yeah.
Wait until
Oh,
I swallow big drink.
demonetization again. Doggone it. Sty, he keeps. There you go. See, I'm glad I got clean feet.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. Rest in peace, Arlie Emery.
Yeah, yeah. I tell you what.
Face tangled up.
I tell you what. He would. Yeah, that was awesome. Yoran, what did he say? Andy, did you change your panel name? How creative. The Reagan remains is just, when I saw it, I thought, yeah, that's fitting. Got nothing to say about it. I got nothing to say about it.
Well, I did say that I kept my favourite name off because the kiddies might not be in bed yet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. People have it, I don't, I hate to put people in a spot where they got to try to explain things to their kids, because some
Yeah, I
folks
put
aren't good at
Crystal
it.
in that spot. Was you on that stream when Crystal and Gil were there? And I said, "You two keeps changing my name back." She said, "From what?" And I put up that name, and she
Right.
must have read it out about 10 times. And Gil's sitting there going, "No,
Yeah.
no, shut up, Crystal." And then the penny drops.
When the heck was that? I can't remember. Yesterday, day before, or whatever. I was
That
on
was about a week
Gills.
or two back. That was
On
before the
Gills, and
first chocolate.
you started in, and I'm going little innuendo here, little one there, and then a couple more in a row,
Boom.
and then all of a sudden,
And then the
everybody in the
Holocaust goes
chat,
off.
you fed that chat room like I couldn't believe. I was sitting there just laughing to myself because they all fell prey for it. They just all jumped on there, and Gil was laughing so damn hard, and it was a midday stream, and he's
Yep.
like, "Oh, I never go here," and
Shut
then
up,
he
Crystal.
and
Shut
then
up.
he'd say something just as bad as you, and I'm just like, hey, boy, oh boy, tell
Buffering.
you what, birds of a feather.
Yeah. What are you
The
getting on
truth
your
came
readings
out.
there? What readings you getting, Sty? That was buffering just now.
We're buffering.
Yeah. Got a little white circle thing going around. It's
Huh.
stopped now, but it was.
Yeah, because on my side everything looked the same.
All right.
The YouTube and the StreamYard side. YouTube has been really messing up lately. When I was uploading all the videos for this coming week while I'm gone, I had two of them sit there and wait and wait and wait and wait. One was a 28-minute video, so I thought, yeah, it'll take a little while to upload. Not terrible long, but that sucker went for almost 40 minutes. I'm going, what's going on? So I went in, and I could check the speed of my internet just with a click here, and it showed the upload speed, and I'm going, that's laser fast. What's going on? It has to be on the YouTube side. All of a sudden, it pops up on YouTube side. Your upload failed. I said, what the heck? Then I thought, well, I'll re-upload it, and then it wouldn't even let me re-upload it. So I deleted it, and I had to wait for an hour, and then finally it uploaded that one. Then I had a second one about an hour after that. wouldn't take that one either. And I thought, what? So I was hopping around people's streams, and everybody was having filter or buffering going on. And I thought, yep, that's coming right out of YouTube. What was that old man saying back in '81 in this restaurant, San Diego? San Diego. I looked at the menu, and Maine lobster dinner was $86, and the BLT was $16. We left because it was too expensive. Oh, no kidding! I would have left him a tip written on the napkin. Kiss my hiney.
Yeah, I'd have left him a tip written on the back of a bit of used toilet paper, I think.
Yeah,
Your prices are just like the other side of this note.
that's right.
Oddly, while he
I
was
was
talking about that buffering, my picture quality went right down, or the screen quality went right down. I went into the settings and it's dropped to 144 again.
really.
Yeah, right in the middle of the stream, just dropped.
That's nuts.
I put it up to 480. It's still there.
Well, now on my side on YouTube, I can see it's a little. The quality's a
That's funny, isn't it? YouTube keep
pretty
making all
fuzzy.
these cuts and they're stopping this and they're no longer going to do that and everything else and
Right.
more commission out of your super chats and stuff like that. But the quality of service seems to be going downhill.
It is. It is.
Won't be long before we have to talk about the V word that YouTube won't like.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to take a quick peek.
And take a quick what?
A quick peek.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the K.
Yeah. Peek. Oh, jeez. Yeah. My my internet it's uploading at 11.9 Mbps, and you only need 3 for high def. So it's more than 3 times what's needed for high
Well,
def.
it's almost 4, isn't it?
What's that?
It's almost 4 times what's needed.
Yeah, yeah. I pay for it.
Dennis! He made it back from the wilds.
There, I gotta get my YouTube pop-out back up there because it's delayed over on. There we go. Dennis. I like that, gentleman and Andy. You just
I like that too.
stand alone there, Andy. Stand alone kind of guy. It's good to see you're back. Good to see you're back. And
It's
I'm not
so
going to
much
say
prettier than your front.
it. I wasn't going to say it. You could say, well, oh, your back's a little lower than your front, but not much.
Well, I don't know. The older Dennis gets, the more that front hangs down.
Hey, I
He's
hope
sitting
you
in
had a
shorts
good
when he
safe
was
trip
doing his
there.
hike the other week, clanging away between his knees.
You're terrible. He says it was an incredible trip.
That's
Awesome,
brilliant.
awesome. My trip starts tomorrow, but it's just at the same campsite I was last time. Hopefully, a lot of kayaking, a little bit of hiking, but a lot of loving the outdoors this coming week. 6 nights, 7 days. Hope you got some video work done there, Dennis.
Yeah, 3 days sitting in a, what's it called again? A screen house.
In the screen house, yeah.
I actually
That
really
last
like
trip.
that screen house. I'd happily camp in that.
That's the nice thing with the screen house. So if the weather goes to crap on me,
You
I'm
have
covered.
shelter.
Yeah, at least I'm covered.
Yeah. I'm not being funny. If you get a really heavy rainstorm as opposed to thunderstorm, or even thunderstorm, I suppose, at night, You can go in that in a cot, sleep, even with the river running through the middle of it.
Yeah, there won't be no river this time because I know where it is. All I had to do, literally, I would have only had to move that screen house about maybe 3 feet, and it would have been bone dry, the whole thing. I just didn't have the ambition to pull the spikes out of the ground. The the ankle is not healed, it's healing. But I bought myself a set of these ankle wraps. They're sports grade. Um,
They're made in Scotland, Dennis. They're called jock straps.
what that it's boy, you got
No, the loop.
yeah, for 80-year-olds, look at the saggers you'd be strapping with that. I mean, you asked for it, Andy. You got it.
See, we got a big loop on one end.
They got they do. Yeah, yeah. They got this big loop on the end. That's where you start. You hang that. Okay, guys. Here's a lesson now. You hang this loop. See, you hang this loop.
Yeah, we don't need to know.
And this end's got Velcro on it. You pull this up between the legs and you Velcro that to your hairy ass back.
Put the Velcro over your shoulder.
Between your shoulder blades. Stick it to your hairy back and you're good to go. That's a whole new definition of kilt. That killed me. Putting that thing on killed me.
So when you see Sty walking around the camp, he'll be doing his sagger swagger.
Yeah, I got this. I got this awful look on my face and a lumping. Also, my beard sticking out like this. Yeah, it's a little too tight. Loosen that up.
Looking a bit green around the gills, Sty. Just... oh dear.
No, well, they're a compression wrap. They're made for athletes. They're made for marathon runners and a lot of guys playing basketball wear them. Anything that's putting your ankles at risk. And I looked at all the reviews I could. I went to their webpage, looked at all the customer reviews from there, and they were on Amazon, and I couldn't believe the price. I could get them for $15 for a set of two, and anything compared to it was $20 for one. And they had these a pair for $15. Well, I got them, and then they sent me a message. Would you please review these? Blah blah blah. We'll give you a $5 coupon credit on your Amazon account. I said, well, yeah, you're darn right. So I got on there and said, I hadn't even taken them out of the package yet. So I said, yeah, they're awesome. They work great. I mean, it's a miracle cure. I wanted the $5. Well, then I finally put one on, and I wore it all day. My swelling in my ankle went down by 90%, and that was walking around on the dang thing. I couldn't get it to go down that much overnight. So for $15, and then I went on there and looked, and they jacked the price up on these to $24.95 a pair. So timing was everything. They knew Sty was suffering. What I really like, and I didn't think I would, is you can see those bands in it, I hope. But those are silicone bands that run the whole length of it, and it doesn't shift at all. Like, an ace bandage will eventually start to shift and move on you, and you got to rewrap. This sucker, once you put it on there, it don't move anywhere. No irritation. You don't even feel it there. But using it as a Scottish jockstrap, I don't know about the silicone, because if that sticks in the wrong spot, you don't know what you're going to end up in between your shoulder blades. But otherwise, it's an awesome product. Here, I did a product review that on a demonetized stream.
You could always do an adult version of it and
Yeah, right.
send them the video. Say, right, I've tried it out. It works wonderful. Look.
Oh, that would to actually do a demo and send that to the company and say, "This is
So I
the
get an
best
extra
cock
$5
trap
for the
I've
video.
ever tried. It made it so safe. I could get kicked down there and ain't gonna hit nothing because they're way up in the middle of my back. I feel so safe now." The only thing is, I had to about a third of the way down from that loop. That loop didn't hold up, so I had to cut a hole in it. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, singing soprano. Yeah, yeah,
Man G string.
yeah. A new tenor in the group. Yeah, you sure you want him to sing soprano? Uh, yeah, Canoe Hound. As you can tell, yeah. Canoe Hound wants to see a picture of that. See, he's the one that came up with that dang diaper life jacket deal. I just still laugh my ass off, and I gotta try that someday. I gotta try that. Just put your life jacket on with put your legs through the armholes and then fasten it up around your lower midsection and go out in the lake and you just sit in your life jacket. It's like a big diaper. I loved it. I like it. Joran responded right away to Dennis when he said, "What's up, Andy, these days?" Joran says, "I have no idea, Dennis." None of us have an idea.
The
You'll
short
have to
answer
ask
is a lot.
You'll have to ask Andy and one of his several friends. Get a consensus. They might not agree. Oh, there he goes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, them voices, there's loads of them. They talk about me all the bloody time like I'm not even here.
Did that with his black jacket. uh, uh, yeah, I needed this stream because I got a whole week. I'll be jonesing by next Sunday. I had to get back together with you guys. Oh. Yeah, I can even. The ankle's getting kind of better because I can even prop my
He
foot
says,
up.
put a bit of strain on it, and then you hear this big snap.
Yeah, old man, bottoms up. That's the only thing I thought about with putting your life jacket on is a pair of panties here. If you're too loaded, because they're sitting out there with a beer in their hand, floating around and everything. After about a 12 pack, all of a sudden you roll your ass over. Good luck getting out of that one. You better be able to unbuckle that life jacket in a hurry. Cause, yeah, you're going to look like a bobber that's just flipped.
The worst bit's when you do that with your life jacket and you encourage your friend to do it, only to find out they haven't got all that much control over their balance.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That they can't balance out any that they have no center of balance to start with. Hey, Dennis, I'm going back to Black Lake because the last trip was cut 2 days short when I injured my ankle. Going back out there,
Trap
going
City.
back out there. Same dang campsite. So my first day tomorrow when I get there takes about an hour for me to totally set up camp, get everything set up, get the kayak down the lake. Then I'm going to have probably another 45 minutes to an hour going around with my camp shovel, filling any gopher holes I can find around that place, all the ankle breakers. And I don't care what the Forest Service says. They show up and they see me digging. I'm going to tell them, I'm filling your gopher holes that tried to kill me last time I was here. You want a lawsuit against your hands? Fine. Because the first time is a freebie. Then I do it again because you guys got all these holes around these camps. Hey, Dennis's dad was like that. Too damn top heavy.
You might want to take a shotgun with you as well, just in case you find any of those little things crawling around.
I got my little AR-7 22 survival rifle.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Yep, it's sweet. I actually took it out shooting. Was that 2 days ago? I went out for a whole half hour. I shot I shot 10 clips out of that AR-7. I shot 2 clips out of my little J22 pocket pistol. And I shot 6 clips out of my MP 9mm. I tell you what, my right wrist was starting to feel a little like my ankle by the time I was done, all in a half an hour. And I said, that's it. That's it. Everything still shoots. Get the hell out of here. Go home.
Where are we?
I don't like carrying if I don't go out and shoot for at least a half an hour every 3 to 4 weeks. A couple sticks of dynamite. Yeah. Oh, I felt like it when I snapped that ankle. If I would have had a pipe bomb or something. Oh, I didn't say that. Edit. If I had my pipe, I didn't have the B O, you know what. And but if I would have had my pipe and that, I would have stuffed it down that damn hole. I would have left a big enough hole there where all I would have had to do was climb down and climb back out instead of just big enough to take my foot. And it had a damn root in it, horseshoe shaped root in it, went right over the top of my foot. So when I come over, it was just like I had my foot stuck in the stirrup and I came off the horse sideways and snapped that foot at a 45-degree angle to my shin. I was looking at that, and I had the weirdest thing happen. Everybody I've told it, it's cringe. I told them, I said, I couldn't believe it. My toes curled backwards. They didn't curl up in the natural way a toe would curl. They went the opposite way. They curled up backwards. I thought they were going to break, and it was because all the tendons and nerves were all stretched and where they didn't belong. I tried to flex those toes down, and then the ankle went pop, pop, pop. You could hear it. Snap, 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 as the ankle all relocated. They figured that I had at least 3 bones that were dislocated and popped back in. But they did an x-ray, said, nope, no fractures. They said the ligaments look like they're in place. They said, just be careful with the load-bearing weight they said for the next month. So I'll be kind of careful with the load-bearing weight until next Sunday, which is next month. She's 36 from 3K. Anybody that hasn't subbed to Crystal, get over to R5 Adventures and sub, because we're just trying to we want to get her just over that 3K hump for now. Then we'll take it from there.
Yep. Get her over the 3K. Get her eating those noodles.
Yeah.
2 full backs, down the 1 neck.
Yeah.
And then we'll drop below 3K. And then we'll go through it all over again when we go back up to 3K.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that I had lost 6 subs because of that rant. And I could tell it was from, you can go into analytics and look at when your subs are pulled, or, when you lose some and you gain some, and you can look at your video history and look at right when your video was, and then you can see the subs drop off. And then, but I gained, I ended up with a net gain of 6 subs, a net gain of 6 subs. So the 6 I lost
Now, it could be
Who
argued
cares? So
true
that's
bushcrafters out there are the ones that sit there for hours on end, flint napping.
yeah, yeah.
You know, people like that guy who made me that knife. That is
Well,
true bushcraft.
I've heard this. I think Andy, you and I talked about it in our 17-hour one.
Yeah,
I,
a little
I
chat.
talked about it with Cheesehead too. Is okay if if you had that apocalypse scenario,
I'd be dead.
squeezing that udder.
Yeah,
What you want is a bunch of outdoorsmen that have specialties in certain bushcraft skills, that they're an ace at certain things, that they're an ace at all the fire starting methods. They got it, all the primitive methods down pat. They're an ace. Then you want the guy that's an ace at shelter building. Then you want the guy that's an ace at flint napping. You know, you don't want somebody that's a jackass of all trades. I mean, if you can do a little bit of everything, that means you can't do a lot of that you can do a lot of nothing. Because you're going to sit around and you're going to do things half-ass
yeah.
instead
Either
of
that, or it's like 6 fully qualified carpenters all in the same group.
right,
They're good to
right.
you. You need a builder, you need a bricky, you need a plasterer.
That's it. That's it. You're gonna yeah yeah yeah. You got 6 guys that are just they're ace they're ace cabinetrymen, and they're going to help you build a house because they work with wood. Well, your house is going to look like a great big old cedar chest. What the heck? Just because yeah, you know, and they would fight like sin. That was the whole thing Andy and I were talking about is you get all those professionals in the same house, and they're all professionals. They only know how to build this. Nothing's going to, not even that's going to get done because they're going to be fighting all the time. Because each one of them is going to say, oh, well, no, I'm more of a professional than you because I've been doing it for 16 and a half hours longer than you ever did. What? Yeah.
Yeah. I've often wondered, when it was, well, when flint was the number one accessory to have, so to speak,
Yeah.
when it was in a child's life that they started to learn how to utilize flint. How early on were the kids encouraged to start flint napping?
Right. Right. And that was the thing too, is that flint napping was not a village wide skill. Not everybody in the village was the flint napper.
Yeah,
Usually it was a family based thing. Grandpa, he snapped, and then he showed Pop, and Pop showed us. So we're all the nappers of the village, and everybody comes to us for their spear points and arrowheads, but none of them can hunt. None of them are worth a crap at hunting. So what do they trade with us for those nice spearheads? We give them meat. Yeah, and that's real life. We we so often think we got to know all of it. We got to know it all. We got to be able to do hand drill, bow drill, flint and steels. We got to do friction fires. We got to do this and that. We got to do
yeah.
it all to be able to. There's nothing wrong with trying to learn all that stuff, but don't depend on it because you cannot become truly proficient in everything. Anybody that thinks they can is just doing that. They're
Yeah.
thinking they can.
Assuming that hit the fan scenario arrived, then I would imagine if you want to survive a few years with um, things like ferro rods, you're going to need a semi following you everywhere, carrying enough supply of them to keep you going.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's why I like that fella. What's it called? Primitive Technology.
Yep.
He
Yep.
got nearly 10 million subs, and the stuff he does, everything is by hand.
Right.
His idea of a mechanical device, he'll get a hardwood stick and he'll dig out the trenches and the holes that he needs to plant
Yep.
his yams and what have you.
Yep.
Stakes in the ground to build another mud hut.
Old man says, "What would the park ranger say if you had an AR-15?" Not a word. Not a word. In fact, the park rangers, I run into them all the time when I'm out in the national parks here, and I open carry out in the national park. I don't conceal. Um, Actually, if you have it concealed and a camper happens to see the footprint, the word goes out like wildfire. Everybody's saying, that he's hiding a weapon. He's hiding You wear it in the open, people don't say nothing. If anything, they'll say, oh, wow, what do you carry? But I've been in so many campgrounds, national parks, carry a rifle on my shoulder, shotgun. I used to carry a Mossberg 500 short barrel pistol gripped. Didn't have the fold out stock. It was just a pistol grip 12 gauge. Carried it with me all the time, right out in the open in the campground. And all the rangers say to you is, you are aware, however, that it is against Forest Service regulation to discharge that weapon in the campground, actually within 150 feet of the campground. So, and I always tell them, duh, it's Wisconsin state law that you can't discharge a weapon within 150 feet of any people or dwelling without their permission. You have the permission of them to discharge it. Nobody here is going to give anybody permission to be shooting guns in the campground. So I told him, I said, yeah, you don't need to remind me of that. I said, I don't hold 3 conceal and carry permits for this country because I was a moron. I said, no. I told those guys, no, I know the rules. And that, yeah, they have no problem. They have no problem here whatsoever. Now, if I was walking around, my eyeballs were spinning in my head, and I had a bottle of Guinness and and my pistols in my other hand, and I'm waving it around. They'd be a little concerned. They'd want to know why.
I'm not being funny though, Sty. If there was a bear, for argument's sake, making a pain in the arse of itself in the campground and terrifying the other campers, not necessarily a real threat to people, but just sort of going sniffing around their tents and stuff. Do you really think the park rangers would have complained if you'd have fired that thing up in the air to scare the bear off?
They only would if another camper complained, and then they're required by statute to remove you from the campground. That now they would remove you from the campground, and then they would notify our DNR, and it would be up to our DNR whether they want to fine you for discharging that firearm amongst people that you did not have permission from. But the park ranger,
under those circumstances, it'd be highly unlikely to.
Right.
Hello, Elaine.
The warden would probably tell the people, you're lucky the bear ran off, but don't worry about it. He will be dealt with. Knowing that you have to leave the campground. You won't be allowed back in the campground for 14 days. And those people will be left standing there thinking, aha, you got a big fine. Ha, ha, ha. And you wouldn't get nothing out of it. Hi, Eileen. Hi, Eileen. Hi, hi, hi. I always love seeing Eileen. Watch it, Andy. Don't you be giggling on that side. I don't care what you're reading.
I was reading old man's comment. The park rangers here are nuts. You have to have, you have to have them locked up. I assume you mean you have to have the guns locked up.
Get one of these Scottish jock straps. Wrap them up in one of them.
Yeah.
They won't. They won't. They'll be ornery in a different way. They won't have time to pay attention to you. They'll be wondering when they get home when they have to ask their other half to tear that Velcro off their back. They'll be worried about that, not you.
And if you ever did find someone who got muddled up and had worn it that way, you just grab hold of one, pull it, and let it go like a bowstring.
Snap. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Yeah, you're out hiking and you cross a dead pine tree with branches, broken off branches sticking up, and you catch that thing in there and you get about 3 feet away from that damn tree and it snaps you.
Yep. Your eyes water, all three of them.
Have you ever heard an American yodel?
You get enough people wearing them like that, you'd have a whole chorus out there. Mountain to mountain to mountain.
That,
It'd be like the signal fires in Lord of the Rings.
yeah.
Instead of sending out help, the park rangers would just be rolling about on the floor, laughing themselves silly.
Oh yeah.
Here we go again.
Just because you guys headed down that trail, calling that a jock strap, I got this just nasty vision in my head that oh my Lord, I could just see that.
You want to make someone truly suffer, take off the other end that's gone over the shoulder and just tie it on someone's toe niche before they pull off and leave the campground.
No kidding. Well, actually that thing is so damn stretchy, you could probably use the loop like we're discussing. Bring it down and around and stretch that sucker right over the top and just use the Velcro right on your carpet there. Over your shoulder and down to your carpet. Now the two ends met, it's stuck. And you got a choice. Try to get that loop off or instant Brazilian.
Yeah. Hang on, let's get something to go fish. It's only a little picture.
Scream of the Bigfoot.
It's my fancy.
Wow. See, now that's cool.
There you go, slide that along that way a bit.
That is neat. I hope.
There are nights when I just sit and stare at this. No, I've got to bag.
That's awesome. I mean, that's one of those that has true depth to it,
Well, it's about as straight as a J bar.
See, you shouldn't have touched that.
I haven't touched it now.
Little to the left. Little to the left. Little.
Yeah.
Keep you standing there.
Pete. It's her cousin, Bo Locks. That'll do.
Oh yeah, everybody that's in the house next Sunday stream. I won't have this background anymore. Ain't gonna be here. It's gonna be a surprise. It's gonna be a totally different one.
Yeah. The trouble is, you'll keep seeing that behind you, and you'll have to keep saying, "Can someone keep the stream going? I've got to just mute the thing and disappear for 2 minutes." All that water will get to you.
Yeah. I just won't be able to look behind me. As long as there's no sound effects, I should be okay. I had that happen. Yeah, it was nasty. I was at a business conference, and I'm sitting in the back row. There's 400 some people in this big auditorium, and the nearest restrooms were about a football field away down this hallway. And there were these other conferences going on, and that hallway's packed tight full of people. It took forever to get down that hallway to the restrooms. I sat in that thing for 6 hours listening to testimonies, and I got called up for my testimony. I get up there to the podium. I'm standing there looking up at this big hearing panel, and oh, I had to go. Oh, I had to go. I've been sitting back there for 6 hours drinking coffee, unstopping. Coffee pot was on the table right behind where I was sitting, so it was closed. Just kept drinking coffee. And got up there, got to give testimony, and I got to go. Well, just kitty corner from where that front podium is, there's a drinking fountain mounted on the wall, and something went to crap on that thing, and it started running.
Oh God!
And I'm standing there. I gotta go, and all I heard was that water is running in that drinking fountain constant. It ain't shutting off. And this guy goes over there and he's messing with it. He just made it worse. It was louder. And he just puts his hands up like, what the heck? And one of the people on the hearing committee said, he walked up and you could hear him. Should I get maintenance? And they said, no, just let it go. Let it go until after this testimony. I thought, no. Say, let's take a break, get that fixed, and let me go. Oh no, we'll get it fixed when he's done. When he's done standing up here pissing his pants in front of 400 people. Oh, it was bad. I really thought it would be the lifetime embarrassment.
Why can't I get a sensible bloody link up for this?
Yeah, that was neat that you brought that up front because I've been looking at it in your background for ever since we started doing this.
I'm thinking, what the hell is that?
Well, I had kind of a idea, and but you can't see the detail from that distance. You brought it up, and I did pop it up full screen so folks could get a good peek at it. Old man, yes, surgical tubing stretched to snap someone. Nasty. Nasty. I had a wrist rocket. I drew that sucker back and I had it right up on my right cheek, right under my eye, and I had the right hand side tube come off the wrist rocket. And that tube come across, slapped me in the face. I had the nastiest welt from my hairline all the way down to my chin. And it stayed there for days. I was dancing around screaming, holding my kisser, just like, oh my, I took out my eye. Yeah, felt like it.
Have a look at that link, Sty. Tell me what you think of the second picture for a flooring in your living room.
I shall get there. I had to jump over to the other screen. There it goes. Second one?
The second one.
Oh, on the floor?
Yeah, the one with the yellow coloured couch in the top right hand corner.
Aye.
That's amazing, isn't it?
If I had a solid floor, I'd have it. I would have it. You know what that makes me think of? The movie Avatar.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love it, Andy. Look at that. It's only $13.89.
Yeah, per square yard, I think that is.
Yeah.
Or per square meters, whatever it is.
Yeah,
and that's
right.
at 53% off at the moment as well.
Yeah, 53% off. And that's for a square meter, which, people don't realize square meters a good chunk of floor.
Well, it's 3'3" by 3'3".
And I'm thinking in here, that'd be 4, 8.
13 foot
For
is
about $150, I could do this whole living room if I had a solid floor without carpet. For about $150.
yeah.
That'd be so sweet sitting here looking down at. I'd love to bring somebody in here just ripped. Come on in and sit down in the living room. Holy God!
Yeah, not someone you want to bring in there who's tripping away like crazy, is it? They'd just be hanging onto the door, scared they're going to fall in.
Yeah. And then you tell them, yeah, watch me as I can walk over this big opening here.
I know we shouldn't keep buying everything from China, but they put out so much good stuff, so cheap, it's unreal.
Well, and that's the thing. I would not.
They are the new made in Japan, I think.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, Dennis has got to head off to bed. Um,
Right, Dennis, rest well,
no,
mate.
no, Dennis, this is my last stream before I head out because I head out tomorrow morning, anytime between 10 and noon. So it'll be exactly 1 week. I'll be streaming next Sunday night. And hello, Gemma, sweetheart. You are one successful gal. I love the fact that you made your concert and you persevered, you got through it, like you were saying on your stream. I didn't get a chance to jump in because I had to get over here, but I listened while I could. And when you said that, oh, the anxiety was peaking, but you did it, you got through it, you enjoyed your concert. Love it, girl. Love it. I will definitely have a great time and I will stay safe, rain or shine. Just getting the heck out of here.
I'm going to leave the stream in your capable hands for 2 minutes.
Oh, you betcha.
Or incapable hands, depending.
Yeah, incapable, maybe.
Yeah, depends on the mood of the day.
Yeah. It might all fall apart while you're gone.
Keep calm and talk about the rainbow community while I'm gone.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, go fish. I'm going to be going back to Black Lake for a full week. Definitely will stay safe. And she's aching everywhere. She just woke up from a nap. Oh, I bet you needed a nap, girl. Well, I'm glad you got a nap. That's good. Good night, Dennis. There's another great guy, boy. Anybody that's not sub to Dennis, get over, check his channel out. He's got great content, great live streams. Yeah. And you'll catch Beastly Ironworks. You'll catch David over there. He's usually around and about whenever Dennis is doing something. Yeah. Everybody loves to see Gemma. Thank you, folks, for being such good supporters of Gemma. You won't have to miss me for long, girl. It's just 1 week. And you're on my mind all the time, girl. So yeah, don't miss me. Don't miss me. Life moves on with or without Sty. Just remember that Sty's there in the background. I may be stepping out of the room for a few days, but once I'm back in the room, you know I'm there for you. I'll be right there. That's the only thing with camp that for me is a bummer. If something happens to any of you, God forbid, something happens that I would really, really feel I need to know, I won't find out till I get back because of the lack of any kind of communication out there. So that I and I push that right out of my mind. I push it and I say, no, everybody is going to do well. Everybody's going to have a good week, and I'm going to get to hear how their week went when I get home. And I just push out any I want nothing but positive thoughts of all you folks while I'm out there, because I don't want to have to worry about you folks. Yeah, crystals. Yeah, I am just so happy with getting to know Crystal and Mike over there at their channel. Um, and I just love how tight they've gotten with Gil, because Gil's great too. I mean, he's just a great guy. You can't beat people like that. And I love the way Gil keeps pressing. You want organic followers like you folks are. You're the real thing. You're the real thing. You're not doctored up. You're not subs that are there for no other purpose than just being a sub. You come here and you share yourselves with everybody, and we all. I just it ceases to amaze me how well I am getting to know so many wonderful folks. Um, yeah, I mean, and Jem is a awesome example. I mean, I think of Jem all the time, and just want to know that she's doing well. And if she's not doing well, that she's doing well with dealing with it, because I mean, she's got a lot more power and strength than she gives herself credit for. Yeah, she gets through it. She gets through it. And that's what I like, are people that are willing and able to face the struggle. I'm going to get through it, damn it. It's miserable, but I'm going to get through it. Look at Andy. He made it. He made it this far. He's looking like, not me. Not me. Don't look too hard, he says.
Tea this time, go fish. Tea. Oh, I'll try to cut back on the amount of coffee I have.
Yeah, go fish a whole week. 7 days, 6 nights. I leave tomorrow, don't get back till midday Sunday next week. I'll get home next Sunday just in time to have about an hour and a half, 2 hours before the stream that Sunday. Just enough time to get my new background up and and get prepped for the stream. I might have to eat a Subway sandwich in front of my audience, because I probably won't have time to eat anything before I get home.
Oh, when old man was a teenager, what was that about? Didn't you go across on the Mayflower when you was a teenager, old man?
Yeah, he's been on the sea for years.
Started off
Yeah.
as a cabin boy on the Mayflower.
Was he a cabin boy? I thought he was first mate because he was a cabin boy for Columbus.
Yeah, but that was a Portuguese registered ship. He was working on British ships by the time it was a Mayflower. So,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. When I was a teenager, I rented a canoe at State Park and I was out fishing. The wind came up, and even though I was paddling hard, blew me across the lake into a Girl Scout camp. And that's a problem now. And how is that a problem, old man?
Old man. There you go. Putting Sty onto some Sty stories that I'll share with you that I probably wouldn't share on my regular Sty story. The early story. We went to this lake called Camp 3 Lake. Me and a buddy of mine, we had this little flat bottom boat. It was a 10-footer, and it leaked like a sieve. And we're out there. It had so many
Oh, that's all
fiberglass
right.
patches in that aluminum boat. It was pitiful. We're out on this lake, and all of a sudden, one of them fiberglass patches popped. I mean, it just popped off the floor, and it's coming out of that floor just like a faucet's turned on full blast. And he's going, start bailing, start. I said, you can't bail that. And I'm stepping on it, trying to keep the water, and that ain't doing it. And I said, you row like a mother, get us to shore. Well, he headed, there's a dock, and it's the only dock on that whole lake. And in fact, the access, we had to drag that boat through the woods for a quarter of a mile to get to the water. And we didn't know what that dock, because we didn't think there was private land on that lake. We got to the beach and just no more than beached that boat, and that sucker is just about ready to go completely under. We get out of it, drag it up on the beach, trying to figure out how we're going to patch the hole. And all of a sudden, we hear all these voices, and they're girls' voices. All of a sudden, we've got about 50 girls storming that beach. They're all wearing skimpy swimming suits, and they're just giggling and just carrying on. And it was a YMCA or YWCA camp, Young Women of America camp. And they're all coming down to the beach for the afternoon. And here's these two guys on the beach with a hole in their boat. Holy smokes. I tell you what, if you're going to get stranded somewhere, the camp counselors were having a fit, telling us we had to leave, had to leave. She's still wearing that shirt. She's, yes. What a great memory for you, Gemma.
Yeah. I've still got my Kevin Bloody Wilson t-shirt that he signed for me. Let's see if I can find it. If that's where I think it is, it'll be quick to find.
He hasn't wore a shirt for the last week. How the heck's he going to find a shirt? I don't think he can find a shirt. Oh, you got some pictures, Gemma. That's sweet. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
No, not where I thought it was. Got a personal message on there. First word is get.
I informed them that he ain't gonna find it. He hasn't wore a shirt for the last week. He don't know where his shirts are. He's gonna have to ask one of his other selves. Is that your shirt? Is that your shirt?
Yeah. It's when I puked on myself, look.
That was this gal this morning I was talking to when I went down for a smoke downstairs, and she goes, "Oh, I thought you'd be in the laundry there doing all your laundry for camp." I go, "What the hell would I do laundry for camp for?" She goes, "All your camp clothes from last week." I said, "No, I'll fall in the lake once or twice. They'll get washed." And she goes, "You got to be kidding me." I said, "Why the heck would I wear clean clothes out to camp? I'm going to get dirtier than sin out there."
Yeah.
I said camp clothes, and some of my camp clothes items, I got that permit the permit something crap sprayed on them, keeps the skeeters off of me and the ticks. So yeah, I
Yes.
don't want to overwash them, even though it says you can wash them 6 times over 3 months, and that stuff will still be there. And they ain't kidding. That stuff I put out of camp last time, I was just wearing a t-shirt and a pair of shorts that didn't have that stuff on them, and the skeeters started going after me. I went. I grabbed the one vest, put that on, and I changed the shorts into the pair that sprayed with that stuff. No more, no more skeeters, not at all. That's good stuff. Old man says he probably hasn't done his laundry. LOL. Yeah, yeah.
I always found the best camp gear was the stuff that stood up on its own.
That's it. That's it. Where it's all ready to go. If it
Yeah.
could walk on its own, you could say, "Hey, come here. All right, we're heading to camp,"
Waterproof with
and
natural
it'll
oil.
walk right over to you.
Jeans
Well,
that are waterproofed with natural oils.
well, I'll tell you, when we spent that full winter out there in Montana, up in the backcountry, I had to come down in the middle of January for well, thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, if you want. Yeah. You got my email, right, girl? If not, it's in my about page. About tab on my YouTube page. Yeah. They can almost stand up on their own, some of them. But when we were out there in Montana, I had this pair of that they issued them for cold weather gear for the military back in World War II, and they were insulated wool bib overalls. And I only got out of them when I had to all winter. I had to go to a hearing, a court trial. I was charged with poaching. I had to definitely had to appear because they would lock me up otherwise. But I walked in that courtroom wearing this red flannel shirt and him wool bib overalls. I had my rabbit skin half that. I come in there, took it off, threw it on the table, plopped out. That judge walked in. He's got one look at me, and we all rose. Well, the judge came in, sat down, and then he tells us we can sit. We sit down, and he looks at me. He points right at me. He says, "And you don't even dare ask. May we approach the bench?" I said, "What? Why?" He goes, "If you smell like you look, I don't want you up here at my bench." Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. He probably wouldn't have liked it because I had just got done fleshing out a kind of rancid whitetail hide that had been rolled up for a few months. And so, yeah, I still had a little bit of that on that special scent, you know. Yeah, the amount of coffee that a person drinks, Andy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, my carer said to me, "Look, you're going through too much coffee." I said, "Well, you ain't paying for it. What's the matter to you?" She said, "Well, I got to look after you, so it matters to me." She said, "What I want you to do is put a notepad and a pen by the kettle, and every time you have a cup of coffee, just mark it on the notepad." And we were adding them up, and there was 22 to 28 cups a day being drunk. And
yeah.
I just thought, no, 2 sugars in each cup. That's up to 56 spoons of sugar a day just in drink. I got to cut back. So I started drinking tea instead.
Uh huh. Yeah. See now, I when I'm out at camp, there's a lot of times I think I drink 50-50 tea and coffee. Um, Depends on the time of the day. I want coffee in my mornings and right through till about noon. In the evenings, then I like to sit and just drink tea in the evenings. And the thing the thing with me is I can drink all the coffee I want all dang day long and it won't keep me awake. But I drink tea and yeah, tea gives me a little bit of a
Different
caffeine
form of
punch.
caffeine.
Yeah.
In fact, tea's strength for strength. Tea's got more caffeine in it than coffee.
Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah.
You know, it's if you're buying like tea bags from the shop as opposed to, I don't know, pine needle tea for argument's sake.
Uh-huh.
Which, yeah, I'll drink it, but it's not something I'll choose.
Right. Right. See, and there's the problem I have is I'll drink these flavored creamers like hazelnut and the caramel and you
Yeah,
know, and then if I drink just the plain creamer, powdered creamer, oh, wrecks my guts right away. I don't know why,
yeah.
but the plain powdered creamer wrecks my guts, so I got to use fresh cream, milk, half and half. Um, Now I've gotten away from the powdered creamers completely. The only time I use them is out at camp. Otherwise, it's milk. I gotta have real. I gotta have
Yeah.
it better be liquid because even the liquid half and half that they sell upsets my gut. But I can buy a pint of you know sweet cream. Half and half doesn't bother me a bit. But I think it's because it's just cow's milk. It's doesn't have anything else going on. Okay, you had me babysit the chat for a few minutes. It's my turn.
Yeah. Don't forget to mute it so we don't have to hear the flush.
No, I might because what I really need is Sty's routine. My pills are right over there. I
I'll tell you
still,
what, where my head caught the sun today, it's itchy as hell now.
yeah, isn't
Every
that a
time I
bummer?
keep scratching it, I keep thinking I'm going to get splinters in my fingers.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I think.
Yeah, all right, set me off again. Yeah, the old curmudgeon's gone. Yeah, I might go out in the sun again tomorrow or later on today, Gemma, depending on what time the stream finishes. Go chuck some lures around in the sea before all the people get about. Take care, old man. Have a good night, mate. No, don't subscribe to my channel. It's not an entertainment thing. It's just odd bits and odds and sods from daily life and the odd bit I found funny. There's even bits on there that people have really disliked, which pleases me no end. Tell you what I will do. I'll go click, click, copy, and paste. There you go. Did you see that flooring I put up earlier, Gemma? I know I didn't need to do it, but I wanted to do it, and Sty's away, so I can do what I want. I probably already demonetized his channel, so he's got nothing to worry about there. Let's get it for you. Hang on. Copy. The one out of these that I'd like is the second one.
And you think I can't hear you while I'm gone.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It only stops the sound coming out of your computer, not into it.
Right.
Oh.
I'll tell you what though, Andy, you can't hurt my channel any more than I do myself. So
Yeah, look at the second one, Gemma. They got some amazing stuff. They got the same things in wallpaper as that flooring. So you can have, what is it? I don't know, like a huge marine background or cave or something like that.
we'll see, old man. He's over at Will's over at Just in Time
Yeah.
Prepping. Hi, Teacups. Teacups back. Woohoo!
Take up.
Hey, Andy. Unless I missed something,
Just
were you
falling
were you out on your kayak fishing or just
No,
short?
it's funny you should say that because when I got this, I look right in Britain. If you get disability benefit, there's two levels to it, higher and lower, and it's called the mobility component that I'm talking about. If you get the higher rate for the mobility component, you can sign that away and you never see it. It goes straight to a lease company and you lease a brand new car for 3 years, give it back and get another one. Until you're fed up with cars and then you just start getting your money again. When I got the car that I've got, a Seat Leon, it's what do you call it, a station wagon over there. When I got that, I thought, yeah, lovely big car. I can get my kayak on it, no problem, this, that, and the other. That model and, what do you call it, the grade of model was so fresh out that it was over £500 for a roof rack.
Wow.
Yeah, I said something like that, but
yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
We don't mind demonetization, but when they start sending me a bill,
yeah, that's something else.
Yeah.
But I looked at the roof racks again today. Now, this is when did I get that car? March last year. I looked at the roof rack again today, and the better ones, which considering I've got £140 plus of kayak and cradle.
Right. That's a lot of weight on the roof.
Yeah. The ones that take up to 65 kilos, which is, what was it? 65 or 75, I don't know. It's about £165 anyway it carries. They were, I think, £180 now.
Wow.
Which is a hell of a difference from 500 and something.
Oh, yeah.
That's still a shitload of money.
Over 300 difference.
Yeah, in a year or 15 months. But if I don't want to use my credit card, I want to get it all flattened out so there's nothing owing on it.
Right. But oh my gosh.
Part of me that thinks I've got $7.5 grand sitting there that I can't play with.
That's
in the form of that kayak, the sail, the motor. And it's not just a case of playing with it. I love it because I can get out on the water, go fishing.
Well, that's it. That's it.
Once you're out on the water, you don't get all the muppets coming up saying, "You got anything yet? Don't mind if my dog cocks its leg up and pisses over the bottom of your rod, do you?"
Right.
No, you don't mind if my foot goes up your dog's butt either.
Right. See, that's
me, it's sitting there doing nothing.
That's and you really do need to weigh that. I mean, if it sets you on a timeline, sets your timeline back on getting that card wiped out. But just think of how much you're going to gain. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
The only concern I've really got with it is I've got a medical coming up soon for my disability and whatever, and it's not based on medical facts. The person who will be assessing me isn't medically trained. They have no medical qualifications. They're not even a nurse.
oh, that's a bummer.
But they have the right to countermand anything a consultant, a surgeon, or even a GP has written down about you.
Yeah,
And I think common sense airs me to the side of let's get that out of the way and get a decision made before I put even more money on the credit card. Because if they cut my money, I'm stuffed.
right,
That credit card can't get paid.
right.
The last time they done it, they left me with £71 a week to live on from August year one through to December or end of December year two.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
And if you
That's,
want to keep a roof over your head, that means there's no money for food. Clothes, you make do with what you got.
yep. Well, that's,
That put me in a hospital with malnutrition of all things.
uh-huh. Yeah, just made your condition worse.
Yeah,
The,
well, I was gushing blood out my back end. Like I thought I had diarrhea till I turned around to flush the pan. There was no white; it was just all crimson.
yeah. Hey, Taylor Wood, or Taylor,
Hi, Charlie, welcome back, mate.
Tyler Wood. It's great to see you're back in here. Yeah.
Crystal's got the shittiest job of the month.
Still here
Welcome
just
back,
paying
Ashley.
bills. I got all my bills paid and all my auto bills will get paid during the week while I'm gone.
That's good
And,
to know, Gemma. You deserve it, girl. She gets the enhanced daily living skills section.
yeah. Yeah. Um,
Is that
see,
PIP or DLA? PIP seems to stand for pissed in my pie.
see here over in the US, it's really tough because you can get on disability, you know,
Mhm.
and it's for some conditions it's easy to, you know, you apply and you go through the process and it goes pretty smooth for some folks, and then others
Yeah,
it's just a bummer to try to get on disability.
complete nightmare.
A complete nightmare. And then the problem here in the US is you get on disability, okay, you get insurance for all your health care, you get a small check. Most people on disability get between $600 and $900 max. I, in fact, I don't know nobody at the $900 mark anymore. Um, they're all right around the $600 mark, and
Yeah,
you don't get any life support, you know, supportive type services unless you go find other nonprofit agencies that would provide those things for you. It is a bummer. These folks are chasing down services they need and stuff they need. It's not that it's not out there, but it's so difficult to get, people just give up.
yeah,
And I told a couple of people it'd be neat to start a basically a not for profit and have like a consolidated services office where they can come to you and you got access to all those possibilities out there in one place. They come in and you help them do an app for everything that they may be able to get,
yeah,
and then help them apply for all that crap at one place. They only have to come and talk to one person assigned to their case. And this damn world's gone to hell because everybody I talked to said, "Oh, you're absolutely right, Sty. That should be put together." But you know, to provide that kind of social service, you know, I should be making $18 an hour. I said, well, first of all, I thought we could maybe get together and set this thing up as a voluntary, any of us that got financial skills or skills with dealing with government agencies, just get together and do it pro bono. And they're going, "Are you kidding?" No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. The And they're going, "Oh, I'd want to get paid for it." I said, "Well, then I wouldn't want you to be involved anyway." And that's it. Is they would want to, again, the top taken away from the bottom is what that ends up being. Is that they want to get paid, but no services would be getting out. They'd be eating up all the resources for themselves, and I hate that. I just hate that.
Yeah. There's a agency called Benefits Wise or something like that in the UK. And they came down and saw my neighbour opposite me. And he came across, he said, "You've got medical coming up soon?" You went, "Yeah." He said, "Get these people in to help. They're really, really good." And I contacted them, and what they do is they do your paperwork and that for free. But whatever you get awarded,
They get a chunk of it.
that you have to pay them 10%.
Oh,
Stuff
that's
that.
extortion for crying out loud.
Yeah. If you don't get your benefits, they don't get paid. But they know all the little tricks in the book and this, that, and the other. And I just think it's wrong.
Yes, me too.
If you're going to do it for people, either do it for free or charge right from the outset and say our help will cost you X.
Right.
A bit like a lawyer will do.
Right. And that's grant writers. The years I spent working for the tribes, grant writers for the tribes hated me with a passion. The tribes paid me dearly. I made good money working for them, but I brought them a lot of money. I mean, I if I didn't have a minimum of a $1.5 million grant year, I was pissed. I was ready to quit my job because I wasn't doing my job. And these other grant writers are going, God, man, you could be making the low to mid six figures a year if you were charging 3 to 5% on every grant you wrote. And I said, but that's my damn job. They're giving me a salary. They're giving me a salary to bring these monies all in. And so I do it. I do that.
Yeah.
And I said, we know what the deal is. I know how much I make every year, exactly what I'm going to make. But I never know exactly how much I'm going to bring in. But I always told them, I'll get you $1.5 million, no less. And I always managed to beat that. So they were just thrilled. But these other grant writers are going, well, the tribes we work for now are saying they want to put us on salary. They want to just pay us an annual wage. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
They hated it.
Not like a crap wage for a car salesman and then a high commission.
Right. Where without the commission, you can't put food on your table. Those kind of jobs, it's totally understandable. But these guys, I mean, if your employer is willing to pay you 65, 70 grand a year and you're going to write grants for them, what are you crapping about? I mean, you're making 65, 70 grand a year. You're flying a desk, and it can be stressful and shit, but it's not for 60.
How many tribal policemen would gladly be on that money just for writing speeding tickets and stuff?
Yeah. That's one thing I'm glad the state of Wisconsin put the kibosh to.
Yeah.
Now,
that's just great.
Local cops stop you and they cite you. They give you a citation. Guess what? Not a single penny of that goes to the police department.
They shouldn't.
They finally passed the law in the state that all police generated revenue gets put into the state's general fund, and then it's distributed to the communities that they're providing protection to as general fund money. And those communities don't give it. They might give 5% of it to the police department. They're taking 95% of it and putting it into ambulance services or a social
Fire
services program.
service, homeless people, whatever.
Yep. That because they all know the minute the cops think that their department's getting the cut, they're getting the money. That's it. They're pulling everybody and their cousin over.
Yeah.
We got to write them citations, boy. It really helps our budget, gives us lots of money.
Yeah. Doctor those speed guns so as they read about 10 mile an hour faster than what you're really doing.
Right, exactly. And then another thing here that they haven't corrected yet, and I'm hoping they will someday. If they confiscate your vehicle and then you lose your case, you lose your vehicle. And most of them are drug seizure deals, But those cars then go to the police to use. They go to the state,
police auctions.
They go to the state troopers first, and then any vehicles they don't want, then those vehicles are allocated to the county sheriff's departments, and the ones they don't want go to the local PD, the local police departments. Well, we got state troopers out here in Corvettes and Chargers.
Yeah, they need a Corvette for driving around the mountain hills and stuff like that.
Exactly. And they're out here on our interstates chasing people down and just citing anybody and everybody in sports cars. And they're unmarked. You don't know that they're troopers. And they're wondering why people are refusing to pull over for a Corvette.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I got some nutcase come flying up on my ass in a Corvette, and he's just about rear-ended me, and he's coming around, and he's yelling at me and trying to push me off the road. So I just ran him in the ditch, And then the cops charge you for assaulting a police officer.
Yeah.
Well, then have him drive a police car so we know who the hell he is.
Yeah, you have a black and white or whatever colors for your town. Start flashing its light at you.
Yeah.
You're not 100% sure that that's actually the police, but you're 99% sure.
Right.
You get a sports car come up behind you, even if it's got the hidden lights in the grill and stuff like that.
Right. Anybody can put
them. Just some private civilian with a psychopathic tendency to them.
Right. Put a light kit in their grill and they're out there pulling people over and carjacking them or whatever they're doing.
Yeah, or even just giving them bogus fines. I can either fine you $200 on the spot, or I can write this up and I'll have a tow truck out here within the hour to take your car away.
Yeah.
You get told that, what are you going to do when you got a $50,000 car sitting there? You pay the $200 fine.
That's it.
And by the time you get around to complaining about it,
oh, yeah.
The guy's gone and he's working somewhere else.
Well, and that's one thing here is I know so many cops, it's ridiculous, and some of them are just flat out honest with me. They tell me flat out what their lead officer's telling them to do out there on the road. And so many of them are told, you pull over that fancy, expensive car.
Yeah.
They're well insured and they got a fat wallet. They're a sure revenue source. You pull over that beater that's barely running, and you're going to find out they've got a outstanding warrant on them for a seatbelt ticket that it didn't pay a year ago.
2 hours.
Yep, and you're going to spend hours in paperwork, booking and releasing them and setting a court date and all that. we won't make any money. They're going to cost us money, those people. So unless it's going to be a good PR drug stop, don't stop any of them beater cars. Catch them mom and pop vehicles and the high end ones, because those people will just pay their way and say, "Damn it, there we go."
Yeah,
I
they got
lost
a
another
reputation
$500,
with their
you know.
snotty-nosed neighbours to keep up.
Yeah, yeah. I was having fun over at Tyler's channel today, catching up. It'd been so long since I've been over there. I was having a blast over there, catching up on some of his stuff. I watched a couple of his chats, of his streams, and today I was not going to allow myself to get in the stream trap.
Yeah.
Trying to stay, I'd pop into people's and look a little bit and then get the hell out of there.
I find that most mornings I wake up, or afternoons, whenever it is, I've cleared out my email. So everything's been read, action, done, whatever,
Yeah.
And I wake up after 3 or 4 hours, and there's like 30 YouTube videos to watch.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's me too. I'll see I'll look in that left-hand column. I'll go look at the dots on all of them, all them people. That's fresh videos. Even the ones I don't have bells rung on. I can see all the ones.
That's
Fresh
like the other
videos.
day, I got 5 new subscribers, and it's stuff like dog walking channels.
Yeah.
I know why you've subscribed, because you want me to go over and do exactly the same to you. And I altered my about section to read, please don't subscribe to this channel unless you really actually enjoy it, because if you think I'm subscribing back, you got another thought coming.
Right. Yeah, if you're subscribing to me for a sub,
yeah, you're out of luck.
I mean, you're taking a hell of a gamble, because boy, it's far from a guarantee. I've got over 2,500 now, and I've got 800 people that I'm following, and I'd love to cut that list in half, because even that list is way too long, because half of them, I might visit their channel once in a year.
Blue moon.
Yeah, in a blue moon.
Which hand, teacup? The one that you can see, or
your
the
hand.
one
Yeah, keep the hands above the table. Sounds like a cop.
it's
Get
a
your hands
vape.
above the table where we can see them.
It's a vape teacup where I've given up smoking. I still need the nicotine. I can't give that up.
I'm going to be working on my vape this week while I'm out at camp.
Good.
Trying to get myself
Take your
used
charging lead.
to that damn thing.
Take your charging lead, but don't take it on the kayak.
My vape?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't want to take
You get
it.
that wet and explode that 18650 battery that's in it, and that's going to hurt. That's going to seriously hurt.
Yeah. It won't, and it definitely won't help if I drop it down one of the compartments. No, it's going to hurt. Plus, I'm going to drown.
Yeah.
I did have somebody, they noticed in that tiny little clip on my trip to Black Lake with the kayak when the storm was coming. They noticed my life jacket between my feet, and they sent me a direct message. Damn it, Sty, you're scaring the hell out of me. You're going to drown yourself out there. You ain't got your life jacket on and this, that. Well, I'll tell you what. I can swim. I wouldn't want to have to swim in a storm because I'm not that good of a swimmer. But I can maintain myself. The thing is folks don't know, for about 6 years, I was an avid scuba diver. I did deep dives. I did all kinds of pretty weird dives. I know the whole swimming thing. I worked on a search and recovery team. I recovered drowning victims for a year and a half. I know the whole drowning picture. I know the whole safety picture. That life jacket, if that yak goes over, that life jacket is between my legs. If I feel that thing going over, what do you think I'm grabbing?
Yeah.
One hand on that life the other jacket, and the other on my ass. Because yeah, I'll go over, and as long as I don't drift from my kayak, I I'm not going to drown up
So your
there.
biggest survival item there is the kayak itself, because even if you get
Exactly.
out of it and you can't get back in it, you just hang on to it. And if there's a
That's it.
storm blowing, you don't fight it. You just sit there and let it act like a sail. And sooner or later, if you're on a lake, you end up at land.
That's it. Sooner or later, your feet are going to touch bottom.
Yeah,
And
which is why I always have my paddle leashed, because that way I don't have to worry about holding on to anything but the kayak.
yeah, yeah, I you know, and to be totally honest, on some of the smaller lakes that I'm paddling, if the state didn't require me to have a life jacket on board, I wouldn't even be taking one with me on the kayak.
No,
Um, I wouldn't even have it with me because it's in the damn way. And now with my new seat on it, I don't. It's too thick to put on behind me on that new seat. So, so it's convenient. I just lay it in front of the cargo hatch between my feet up front,
yeah,
and it's comfortable to put a foot on once in a while for a footrest. But but yeah, everybody just, oh, you're gonna die. Shit, I've been hearing that shit for 62 years.
there
Sty,
are.
don't do that. You're gonna die.
Yeah,
Yeah, someday.
one of the things that amazes me is some of the boats out there. You look at like $100,000 motorboat, and when the river police or whatever you want to call them turn up and they insist on seeing the life jackets are fresh off the Titanic.
Yeah,
Huge, great, bulky things, of which I'm not being funny. They are dangerous
they
in a
are.
boat. They're bloody dangerous. You can't move properly. You can't grab things properly.
Yep.
You're much
And
better off with a slim, low-profile one that's made for your weight.
yeah, and they keep saying like here you got to have for children under the 16 and under, you got to have a life jacket that keeps the head from going underwater backwards. The
Yeah,
jacket is supposed to float you onto your back, and then you're supposed to have a floating headrest that keeps your head
yeah,
out of the water.
like padded
Oh
collar.
yeah, and then the weight comes over your body and slams you right in the nose and the mouth, and you're drowning laying on your back.
Yeah,
And you can't get upright in those things. You cannot swim in them. That they it keeps wanting to throw you on your
yeah,
back. I keep saying that's one of the most dangerous life jackets I ever seen. Well, here's one for you. Here's one for you. I believe in putting little kids in life jackets
yep,
because if they fall out, they can't swim. At least you got a bobber to grab onto, to
yeah,
snatch them back. Now, I fully support the Native American tribes up here. I spent 26 years working to their benefit, and but I don't support. Hi, Dojo, but I don't
okay,
support anybody that forces the issue on rights when they're right. We got rights to do anything and everything in this world,
yeah,
but some of those rights come with consequences. Well,
yeah, and of course,
the tribes up here, this guy was out on Lake Superior. That son of a bee of a lake. I think that lake has drowned more people than any lake in the world. That lake is a drowning lake. It's
yeah,
just designed to drown people. And like they said, Lake Superior, don't give up. It's dead. I mean, it's sucker. It's colder than hell. The bodies sink to the bottom, and we got spots in this lake 1,500 feet deep. Nobody's finding your butt. So this guy is out on the lake in an 18-foot aluminum boat. He's got 4 children under the age of 11 in the boat with him. They're all his kids. He gets stopped by the Coast Guard. They
Yep.
pull up, they go, we want to make sure that you have those kids all secured in life jackets and that you have a life jacket on board for yourself. And the guy says, go F yourself. I'm an Indian and I have the right to fish traditionally. And Indians never had life jackets.
Yeah, you have the
The
right.
white man gave them to us. Well, they told him, they said, well, the white man gave you some good advice. You kids should be wearing life jackets, and cited him. He went so far as going to the federal courts. He went to a federal circuit court, and that witch of a judge, her name's Crab, she's an old crab, ruled in his favor and said under treaty right, he has the right to go out there and exercise his treaty rights of fishing. And they were just out there with rods and reels fishing. They weren't netting like they did traditionally. They didn't use rods and reels.
Traditionally, why hasn't he got a bow and arrow with a bloody bit of cordage?
Well, that's it. Is why didn't he have
or a
hand-made gill net and was using that? That was their traditional method of fishing. Fish traps and gill nets. That's all the tribe ever used. And so, and they did spear walleyes in the spring. But so gets in the federal court. She rules in his favor, and she, because of that ruling, she said no tribal member at any age can be required or forced to wear a life jacket on any body of water in the state of, actually nationally. It was, it's a federal decision. So it would have to go to the Supreme Court to overturn it. And the Coast Guard and the DNR decided we can't stick these hundreds of thousands of dollars into a Supreme Court decision, for crying out loud. So we're just going to let it be. And that's the new law. We can't stop Indians, right? Well, the tribe I worked for, I was in a tribal council meeting, that issue came up. They were so proud and happy and screaming, we won, we won, we won. The tribal chairman, I loved the man. He was awesome.
All they've won is a bunch of dead kids.
Yeah. So this tribal chairman, he says to me, he goes, Sty, we know you're not a tribal member, but you have tribal grandchildren, several. And I said, yeah, I do. In fact, 2 of them are members of this tribe, and 2 are members of the other tribe I worked for. And I said, or 3 are with the other tribe. I said, so this is a topic that touches home with me. And he says, I would like you to say something. I said, are you crazy? There's 150 happier than snot Indians in here that are so glad they don't have to put their kids in life jackets that if I say what I have to say, I'll be scalped before I get out of the building. And he laughed and he says, we'll protect you. He says, everybody on the tribal police department adore you. They're gonna make sure you get out of here alive. I said, well, okay, here's what I've got to say. I said, each and every person in here should be proud of the fact that, and the guy that won that case was sitting right in the room. I said, everybody should be proud of the fact that this guy went to federal court and proved that you people have the right to not wear life jackets, including putting them on your children. They all cheered. And I said, no, you didn't hear me completely out. I said, here's the right that he proved you had. You have the right to be effing stupid. You now have the absolute right to be stupid and not put your kids in life jackets. Take them out on Gitchagumi, the nastiest freshwater lake in the world, and drown your damn kids. I'm glad you people have the right to go out there and drown your children. You proved it. Now, are you going to exercise that right, or are you going to do what's smart like the rest of the world and put on a damn life jacket? That place you could have heard a pin drop. And the chairman was the only one cheering. He was cheering because he was so against that law, that change of the law. Because that guy, he had 17 grandkids and he could just picture losing some, you know. And but that was the thing, is all they proved is they have the right to be wrong.
Yeah. And
They're
they have
given
the right to have nothing between their ears.
right, yeah. And we all have that right. We all have the right to be wrong. I've had people get mad at me when I say, you have the right to go out and murder somebody. And they go, oh, no, you don't? I said, yes, you do. Because anything you have the ability to do, you have the right to do it. But you also have the obligation of suffering any circumstances that come with applying that right.
Yeah.
I said, because other people have the right to put a noose around your neck and hang you. You know, so some rights you
not
just don't
funny.
exercise because it's not smart.
How would you have reacted if you'd have found out that one of your grandkids has been out with the tribal members on a boat and ended up in hospital, not dead, but ended up in hospital because they've gone over the side of the boat, they've got hypothermia, they nearly drowned, etc., etc.
Yeah. Oh, if I hadn't
All
spoke up,
because that kid had the right not to wear a life jacket.
right?
But the so-called responsible adult there did not act responsibly.
See, and that's it. Is if I had not spoken my word, and then I would have heard that some kid shortly thereafter got injured in some way in a boating incident like that because of the lack of a life jacket, I would have had a hell of a time living with myself for not speaking up and informing them how stupid that really is to exercise something like that. And God forbid if it happened to one of my grandkids and it was caused because some elder of the tribe said we're exercising our right, they'd find out I have the right of protection of my family real quick, because they wouldn't put another kid at risk.
And for want of better words, the parental right of retaliation.
Yeah. Well, and then they tell you, well, you don't have the right to go after that person. And I go right back to I sure do, but I might have to suffer some consequences for exercising that right.
Yeah.
But the thing is am I willing? Is the price right? And in that case, yeah, it would be. Hey, RSDT, good to see you.
Hi, RSDT.
Yeah. Yep. I like that he keeps calling me a Viking.
Viking.
On my Viking. The I like it for one thing because my one grandmother,
quite Viking.
My one grandmother was Norse, so and she was like a big Viking girl, you know. she was.
I had a wetsuit made for me because I'm a bit larger than the average size of a wetsuit wearer in the UK. It's 7mm neoprene.
7mm?
Yeah, 7mm. Now the top, you unzip it and the zip comes near enough down to your, well, it does come down to the top of your knee, the top. Yeah?
Sure.
You climb into
it walks down one leg?
Yeah.
Or does it walk? Yeah.
Comes from under the chin all the way down to the right knee. You put your left leg in as normal.
Right.
The right leg you wrap around and zip up. But the bottoms you put on, and they're like a very high bib and brace. They sort of come there.
Yeah.
Big wide strap over the shoulders so they don't cut in. So from the knee to here, I've got 14mm of neoprene.
Right. All of your core is covered with 14mm.
Yeah, so you can imagine how warm you get in there.
Oh, yeah.
When it's the colder months, but it's a nice day, and I'm able to get my kayak to the beach, I'll take the kayak out and I'll wear that. And I get the harbour ward coming after me for not wearing a life jacket. I said,
Yeah.
you do
Throw me
realise
out
you'd
of
have
the
to tie an
kayak and see
anchor,
what
a
happens.
big anchor to me to get me to sink. Because when I'm just floating
I
in
was
the water, the
I was
water's
gonna
just below
say
my nipples, you know?
I was gonna say you're gonna need between 12 and 20 pounds in belt weight just to get yourself at
Yeah.
zero buoyancy. You fall out of that kayak, you ain't sinking.
No. No matter how hard you might try, you're not going to sink.
That's it. That's it. I found out the hard way the first time I scuba dove down in the Gulf of Mexico. I jumped out of the boat with nothing but mask and snorkel. We're gonna dive, but we were in this along this nice little reef, and I thought I was gonna do some snorkeling here. So
Yeah.
we anchored the boat, and I jumped out of that boat, and I felt like I just jumped on the ground. I hit that damn water. I didn't even go completely under. I said, what the
Down
heck?
straight up like a bobber.
I could not dive. I could not get. I was wearing these. Oh, what were they called? Oh,
What, the
Scuba
body
Pro made
weights?
them. They were
Belt
jet
weight.
fins. They were jet fins, but there was a special name to them anyway. And
You're
them
not about the
buggers
free
were
diving
3 feet
ones.
long. They're almost 3 feet long, and
Yeah,
they had
free diving fins.
yeah, and they had 4 jet ports in them, and they were just powerful as hell. And I couldn't get under with them. I'd get down about 4 or 5 feet, and I'd have to rest because my leg. I'm kicking like a mule, and I'd pop to the top just like a bobber. And the guys in the boat are just laughing at me. And I get on that boat, and they go, "Having trouble, are you?" And I said, "Look," I said, "in freshwater, this is what I weigh, and I've got probably about a 30% negative buoyancy. I can go down to about 35 feet and before I hit zero buoyancy with them. And I'm wearing 6 pounds of weight." And I said, I'm bobbing around like a cork. I said, 6 pounds doesn't even do anything. And they laughed. They said, "No, you're going to need about 18 pounds." They said, "Maybe 12 pounds with your tank and pack, everything." And I said, "Well, okay." Yeah. And I found out man, I bet you I weighed easily 300 pounds
Yeah.
geared up just to get under the water. It was amazing. And I thought, same thing. If I was working out on the sea, I'm going to wear a neoprene jacket
Yeah.
because I
And
ain't
I've
going
got
to
the
drown.
boot. It's
It,
got boots made to fit my feet. It's got the gloves made to fit my hands. And it's got a hood that's sort of permanently built in that you can either pull up and just have like this bit showing. And well, even in midwinter, you don't need any other clothing.
yeah, yeah. Oh, we used to get this, Andy. We used to dive on Lake Minnetonka over Minnesota, ice dive. And our ice dives were always middle or end of January. And we go out there we had this big dive. We call it our dive house, and it was big fishing house, is what it was. It got no floor in it, and we tug that thing out on the lake with a truck, and we take a chainsaw. We cut a big 6 by 6 hole in the ice, 6 by 6 feet, and then we tug that shack over the top of it after we pull that big old chunk of ice out of there.
Yeah.
Outside the shack, we had propane heaters. They're just big burners on a metal rack, and two 55-gallon drums, 2/3 full with water. And we get that water almost to the boiling point. It was pretty hot. And you take your wetsuit, you dip it in that barrel, run in the shack and put your wetsuit on. It's hotter than sin. You get
Yeah.
it on, get your pack and tanks all geared up, down the hole you go. That by the time the cold even got near you going through that wetsuit, there was no shock. It felt cool, but not cold.
Yeah.
And we could dive for a half an hour in a wetsuit. And everybody said, "Oh, you got to use a dry suit." No, you don't. As long as you can balance that temp out before that 39-degree
I was
water
about to
hits
say, a
you.
dry suit doesn't necessarily keep you any warmer, just keeps you dry.
Yeah, dry suit. That's it. And
Get one little pinprick, and that it doesn't even do that.
I found the damn dry suits. What I would end up with is a huge cold spot in the small of my back from them.
Yeah,
I could not wear a dry suit ice diving because the air pocket that develops in the curve in the small of your back and along your spine freeze, man. And tell you what, that you want to hurt, that's where you don't want the cold.
yeah,
I
that's where I don't
hated
want
it.
to hurt either.
Yeah. And because we used to use full dry suits with helium mixture and the all commercial grade gear. Um, Diver to surface communications in our masks, full dry mask and, aired masks. So you're not wearing a regulator.
Yeah,
And we're diving 150 feet, 200 feet, and sometimes a little bit more on a couple of the wrecks on Superior. And I love diving the wrecks, but I hated that dry suit because that water's 39 degrees. You get down there, once you hit the thermocline, it's ice cold. And the small of my back would be killing me every time I get done with a dive, especially if I had to decompress at about 80 feet and I had to sit there for an hour. That's just like, oh shit. By the
yeah,
time I
that's
get
when you
I
begin
can't
to
even
think, why
kick
did I
it.
go so deep?
Yeah, yeah. But no, I have been thinking about that. I've been thinking about getting a pair of neoprene booties. Um, and then next year I think I might get my go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll have to I won't get a custom fit, but I'll get a cheap
The
neoprene.
thing I like about the custom fit is the first one I ever tried, I had to coat myself in hair conditioner. You know, like you get your shampoo and your hair conditioner.
Yep,
I had
yep,
to coat myself all over
yep,
to get into it.
yep. Slips right in.
Yeah.
Pantyhose.
Yeah, they'll work.
I've done it.
It's a
Embarrassingly.
bit stupid pulling them over your head, though.
That's the problem is that now a buddy of mine, I'm not kidding you, when he found out that I got our diving crew, all of us guys that we we were members of an organization called Go Mexico Incorporated. Um, they goes down to Cozumel every year and dive down there, and yeah, they like the Gulf of Mexico, and well, we kind of got an offset group from there, and we started diving Lake Superior, cold water dives, and some of the open mine pits that were filled with water that are 180 feet deep. Go down there, find 1957 Chevrolet that looked like the day it came off of a lot. I mean, there's nothing down there except ice cold water with no bacteria, nothing. There ain't no oxygen, nothing. The car looks like the day they pushed it in the pit. But when we got these guys involved and we got up on the North Shore and I told them how I've been getting my wetsuit on, we went to that little store and that lady, she was laughing her ass off. We bought every pair of legs they had. They come in the little egg-shaped container. And we bought every pair they had in there. And yeah, when we got caught standing on the beach with nothing but our brand new legs by almost a dozen women that were on a scuba diving tour that showed up in their Kodiak boat. That yeah, it took a while to realize, oh, that's what they're smiling about. Well, one of my buddies, he just took it another step. He took a pair of them legs and he split the crotch. And I go, oh, what are you doing? You making a special gift for your honey or what? And he says, no, check it out. he pulled them over his head and stuck his arms through the legs. And they come right down over his shoulders, covered about a third of his chest. And he says, I can put my jacket on so easy now. Jeez, you're just right. And he shoves his hands through there, gets him up through the cuffs, zips his cuffs up, pulls his diving knife out, and he cuts the toes off and rolls them back so his hands are sticking out. I said, you're just, I've seen it all now. Teacup says, yeah, and you and I, we were going for a hiking trip with overnight. Yeah, the U.S. is huge. Is huge.
Wait till you go to Australia.
Yeah,
Australia
Australia is about what is it, 60% the size of the U.S.
I've got no idea.
Yeah, it's about 60% the size of the United States, I think. And the thing that makes Australia seem so vast, there ain't a lot there.
No,
I mean, people-wise, their cities and everything, they're clustered. Otherwise, they got these little burgs popped up around here and there. But you could drive for 200-300 miles and not find a place to get an ounce of gasoline. That's one thing I love about that country is the vastness of it.
Yeah. Well, that's where the desert is actually handy because no one wants to live out there. You can't live off the land or anything like that because there's nothing living there to live off of.
Bye, Teacup. We'll see you later. I think I'm going to stream for one more hour. I'm going to hit the 6-hour mark tonight. What the heck? I'm going camping tomorrow. It's not, it's not like I got a cut in stone time frame to get out of here.
That's what I was going to say. Before you go to camp, if you think about it, go and get yourself some puff pastry and take your rolling pin with you. And then you can roll it out, scatter that cinnamon sugar on it. Then you roll it up like a Swiss roll. Yeah? Or like a toilet roll. Just roll it all up.
Right.
Depending on how long and thin you make it, you can then roll it in the big spiral, sprinkle some more cinnamon sugar over the top, 25 minutes in a preheated Dutch oven, fresh cinnamon rolls.
You're making me ill.
Good.
That'll be for my next camp out. I got enough food with me again that if you guys don't see me next Sunday, don't worry about me. It just means that
you're stuck on your back and like a upside down turtle, you can't get back up again.
I just don't want to carry that food back into the apartment. I just got to stay and finish it off.
Yeah.
I'm getting bad at that, being that I'm not lightweight backpacking, doing 3-dayers. I'm getting so I'm packing so damn much food. But I eat almost 2 weeks worth of my usual diet.
Something else you want to take with you this time, Sty? Diabetic medication.
The what?
Diabetic medication.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Yeah. What was your sugar last time? 41.
The what?
I said, what were your blood sugars last time? 41.
Oh, yeah, they were low. They ain't gonna be low this time. I brought all kinds of sweetness. So and carbs. I'll be carbing up.
Milk.
I got this'll help you. This will help you relax. I'm gonna grab something, show it to you.
That sounds ominous. Where are we? What part of the US you in, Go Fish?
Oh, I tell you what, if Andy or I, either one of us had the opportunity, you bet we'd go visit each other.
Oh, yes. What makes you think I'm a fighter, RSDT? I'm not a fighter, I'm a lover. Honest.
So this is what Sty gets to have for his first couple of days out there with his coffee.
Catch you later, Joran. Take care, mate. Congrats on the promotion. Oh, yeah. That'd do me for the first morning. What you having?
Oh, they smell so blueberry-ish. And
Yeah.
we get them from our Quick Trip gas stations here. It's the only place I can find this brand. And they're, I mean, they are so sweet. And there's 6 of them. So I'll eat two for a snack tomorrow night. Then I'll eat 2 for the next day with my breakfast, and then 2 the following day for my breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I could leave those alone during the day, but when it came around to the evening, I'd just go through a couple of boxes of those without thinking twice. That'd be cool, Go Fish. All I need to do is hire a car and learn to drive on the wrong side of the road.
I hate to admit it, but when I was still on insulin, that's one thing bad about insulin is people like me at the time would say, I'll eat whatever I want, I'll just take a little more insulin. That's a very bad habit, because all of a sudden you're taking tons of insulin because you're eating all the crap you shouldn't. But I would sit with a box like that and watch a 2-hour movie, and I'd have 45 minutes of movie left. And I'm going, there ain't no donuts left in that box. Now what am I going to eat? I'd eat the whole damn box.
So what you do is you pull the box open, you start licking around the edges where the icing got stuck.
Or you open it after you shake all the crumbs out, you eat those, and you lick the stickiness off of it.
Yeah.
Then you put it on like a hat because the smell of it's still there, and you just, now I can finish the movie.
Yeah, you ever noticed how all the bad things for us always taste the best?
Yeah. Blueberry donut. I like blueberry and cherry, both of those in this type of donut. But I do like the regular cake donuts in blueberry, and I'll dip them in my coffee. That's something I'll be doing maybe in camp yet before the year's up, before winter sets in. I'll do a cold weather camp before the snow comes in. Might make some Rocky Mountain donuts. That's where I doctor up bannock, and I put a mix apple in the bannock when I'm making my bannock. I mix the apple right into it. I dice it up, mix it right into it with cinnamon, sugar, and nutmeg, and then I drop spoonfuls into hot oil in the Dutch oven, and it makes the damnedest camp donuts you ever ate. If Donnie Running Water pops up, he'll tell you, "Oh, Dad, make some of those." My kids, they'd scream for them all the time. Hey, thanks, RSDT, for ringing the bell.
You know what? You could add to those apple bannock things.
Yeah.
Either some very finely ground or very finely ground cloves, or a couple of drops of clove oil.
Yeah, some clove in it would taste good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet it would.
Take
Yeah.
it out. You have like a Tetra Pak of custard.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Those are blueberry glass sour cream donuts. I used to make them in a bakery. Glazed sour cream donuts. Huh. These aren't sour cream, Jim. These have no sour cream in them. Read the ingredients to you
But if
to
you
prove
care
it
to
to
make
you.
them and ship them out, I'll eat them.
Yeah, there's no sour cream. Um,
Yeah, don't you
I
think that's
like the,
fair, Sty?
and here they're required to put the ingredients on a package by the most ingredient first, and then as you go down, it's lesser and lesser of that is in it compared to the top one. Guess what the first ingredient is in this?
Sugar.
Sugar, bleached wheat flour. Well, what is bleached wheat flour? It's white flour. I mean, Jesus, just say it's white flour. Processed flour, palm oil, water, soybean oil, and then it's 2% or less of, and it got this, it's got this,
Blueberries.
it's got this huge list, and all of that is 2% or less.
Each.
Yeah, the
Each item on that is 2% or less.
yeah,
Not
it's
the
got,
grand total of all the items.
and I don't see it even in the dang list, but it says that it contains egg, milk, and soy wheat, and none of them are in the ingredients list. It's so how the nice thing about it is it says there's 6 servings in there. Well, of course, there's 6 donuts, right?
6 servings
But
for who? There's half a serving in that box.
that's yeah, that's half a dozen. That's half a serving.
Yeah.
Is it a serving a dozen? But
Well,
then it's got two, each donut, each one of these has 280 milligrams of salt in it. It's got it's got a 55% of your daily allowance of saturated fat. So one donut has half of the fat you should have in a day. And then the total carbohydrates 43 grams, 27 grams of that is pure sugar, and there's 1 gram of fiber. So you get to knock that down to 42 grams of carbs per donut. Now, 65 grams, 65 to 85 is what I should have for a full meal. So if I have 2 of these, that's a full meal. See, I'm following the rules,
yeah, kind of.
kind of, sorta.
Yeah.
But there is good to be had in this. It's
Would it
got
be
two. It's
better?
got 2 grams. It's got 2 grams of protein.
Oh,
That
well,
must
there
be
you
the
go.
egg. That must be the little bit of egg they put in there.
And you get the fiber from the blueberries.
Yeah, I think so. They don't put enough fiber in those though.
Got to be health food, isn't it?
Yep. Hey, Will, good to see you. Good evening. He's saying to James. The Ace Deuce family, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm gonna go another 45 minutes, guys. I'm gonna take this out till 1 o'clock on AM on my side. Andy, it's bright, shiny morning. He wants to go fishing. He wants to finish sunburning the hell out of his head.
Yeah. Might even get the sun to bleach my hair a bit for me as well.
I was gonna buzz my head today and never got around to it. Now I'm thinking, do I want to take the time to do it in the morning? I'm thinking, hell, I'm going out to camp. Nobody sees my head anywhere. I am always wearing Oh, and you notice? Look at what I'm wearing. I'm wearing a muff. They're champ. This is a muff that I had. Just and it's because of you. You sent me those muffs. I started wearing them damn things all the
Buffs.
time.
Sty, they're buffs, not muffs.
They're
Muffs are
muffs.
something entirely different.
No, they're muffs because I've always wanted a muff on my head.
That'll just cause your hair to grow.
Reminds me of an old girlfriend I had. She used to
Oh no.
she used to go like this all the time, and she'd go, "Oh, Sty, you've got such a big head." And guess what? I am not kidding. I tell you guys when you can tell when I'm BSing because I don't qualify it. I don't say, "Hey, this happened." That if I don't qualify it, yeah, it's BS. But this is not BS. The girl I'm talking about, oh, she was a sweet thing. Having her on my arm brought a lot of attention. And her nickname, I don't think her parents realized what they did to her. They nicknamed her Muffet.
Take care, RSDT. Don't work too hard.
Hey, RSDT. But yeah, her nickname was Muffet. And I used to always say, I'm going to muff it. Someday I'm going to muff it. And yeah, she latched on. It was finally her turn. So I, I told her, I said, yeah, you're lucky. I have an opening this weekend. As long as you're coming with on the ride. Terrible. Terrible. Cut it out. Andy, you have corrupted this old man. He was such a sweet old guy. And then
Yeah, that's what the
there
church
you
like
come. You
said.
start peeling the layers off, finding out, man, he's one bad onion under there. Why don't you peel that skin off?
What song was the only song the Beatles?
Trivia question for you, Andy.
Oh God, I can't remember. Will.
Oh, I can't either. Can't place it. Maybe James can. Freeman James. He's pretty good on Beatle trivia. I'm not good at any trivia this time of the day.
No, me either. It's
Yeah.
what 6:20 here now in the morning. Go fish. I don't know what Tim Tams are. I know what Tampax are, but I don't think you're talking about them. Survival items for getting your fire going.
Yeah. 6:20. Yeah. That's about when I'll be getting up. It don't matter when I go to bed, but that's about when I'll be getting up.
You know why tampons have string on them?
What's that?
Do you know why tampons have string on them? So the crabs can go bungee jumping.
Holy my ex-wife, she told me, her and a couple of her girlfriends having coffee in the kitchen one day, and I walked in. Get out of here! They're saying we're talking lady talk. This is girl talk. We don't want you around. And I said, "Oh, grow up." I said, "You can't say nothing I haven't heard." And I looked, and they got a tampon packet laying on the table, and they got a big glass of water sitting there. And I said, "What the heck are you guys doing?" They said, "We want to see how big this sucker gets." I said, "Yeah, go ahead. I want to see it too." They put that thing in that glass. I'm not kidding. That thing got about as big as an orange. I did a bad thing. I went in the bathroom like I'm just using the bathroom, And I dug in my wife's supplies and I got two of them things, stuck in my pocket, came out, went into my office, and I'm digging around, and I found this spool of kite string, white kite string, and I cut a piece off about 4 feet long, and I tied one on each end of that long string, and I come out with them, and I told my wife, I said, "Here, why don't you try this one next time?" And she goes, she's holding that thing up, and she's going, "What the hell? It's got two of them tied to a long string. I don't get it." And I said, "One for the bottom, one for the top. Now that I know how big they get, plug up both ends. Now life is happier."
How
Yeah,
fast did you run out of there?
them women, yeah, they railroaded me right the hell out of my own house that day. I was kind of glad to get out of there though, because I think every one of them needed some of those.
My ex-wife used to hate rats and mice, squirrels, anything like that. She's pathologically afraid of it.
Yeah,
And where she used to work at customs and excise, odd combination for me, I know, but she had one of her colleagues around that was rather well to do. And she requested I leave my own home for a few hours so as not to embarrass her. I thought, you snotty cow. And as I walked out, the two ferrets that I had started running around the cage like mad, thinking I was taking them out. So I thought, you know what? Let's get that bigger one of the two. And I just opened the back door, threw it in there, screaming, God knows what. She's on the table calling me every name under the sun. And I left it in there about 15 minutes and I went in. She still effing and blinded and every other word she can think of. And I said, "You're still embarrassed by my voice."
yeah.
She was not happy.
Not at all, huh? God, my kid over at Running Water's house, my youngest boy, he's got two cats. He's buying them cats toys all the time to play with,
Okay.
and they love mice, anything that's furry. I walked in there to get the keys to Running Water's car the other day when I pulled in there, and I walk in the front door, and I come around the corner, and I stepped on something. Boy, you should have heard me cuss like a son of a... No. I looked down, and it looked like a big, real weasel.
Jesus.
But it looked like a roadkill. It was flat in the middle. And I stepped on that thing. And I thought, what the? And I looked down. Jesus Christ, I almost climbed the wall. I thought, shit, weasel. Because them things will tear the hell out of you. They're nasty. And I thought, a weasel got in the house.
The best
Then I
toy I've
realized it
got.
ain't moving. So I bent down, I picked it up, and then realized it's fake. And I read the tag on it. No, it's real weasel fur. It's a real weasel they turned into a
Yeah.
cat toy. So I saw him today for a few minutes. I said, I seen that damn weasel, scared the hell out of me. I said that, what the hell are you doing? That don't look good at me. At first, I'm telling you, no,
That is the
I'm telling
best
you, when you
toy
first
I've ever
started doing
discovered
that,
with cats.
listen to me now. When you first started doing that, it looked like a stream, like you were peeing up in the air. That's what it looked like.
Well, now
And
you
when
know why I got this in my hand to hide it.
that it was down below where you can't see your hand, and it just looked like a stream coming straight up. I was going to yell at you, Andy, get in the other room. That's going to hit you in the face. Then I realized, oh no, he ain't that good because that stream was too rigid. There was no
That
arc to
stream so straight, you must have been hanging on to that for weeks.
it. Yeah, you've been holding that one. Yeah. Yeah, I My youngest boy got his new job and he worked it now 3 days he's worked. And I asked him, how's the job going? He goes, it's going really good because the job, he's maintenance and custodial at a college, at a liberal arts college. And he's the most conservative bugger you ever met. And I thought for sure he'd say, job's lousy, I'm getting fired. But no, he said, oh, no, they love me there. I said, why? And he says, nobody's ever done the job before. They've had the job, but nobody's ever done it. He said, they told me I did more in 3 days than what's been done in the last 3 semesters. I said, holy shit. He says, oh, yeah, they love me there. He says, he says, I've only been there 3 days. They're already talking about a pay hike. They're going to give me a pay hike. I said, wow, that's pretty cool. And I told him, I said, you got to be real careful what you say because I said, you got a bad habit of using the C word in reference to females. And I said, with a capital K. And they're not gonna tolerate that in a liberal college. What's he saying to me? Those C's think they're gonna fire me for that. I said, oh, but see, that's what I'm saying, kid. You can't go there. I said, why'd you take that job? He goes, because nobody else does it. He says, they can't get rid of me, no matter how rude I am, how nasty I am. He said, my supervisor is this ultra feminist gal that just, and she adores me. She thinks I'm just the cat's ass. And he said, and I told her flat out, you're a very attractive lady. He said she's just a couple years older than him. And he says to her, you're a very attractive lady. And he says, you seem to have a very nice personality, but you're still a female, so don't get in my effing way. He says, I'm here to do my job, period. I'm not here to hear what you think of the world or men.
Yeah.
And he said she came right to an understanding right on the spot and said, as long as you're doing the job like you are, she says, you ain't never going to hear nothing out of me. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. I said, well, maybe you found your niche in life there. Maybe you can re-educate some of them overeducated idiots over there.
Yeah, I've worked with a few of these people.
Yeah.
They're so qualified for everything, they can't get a job doing anything.
That's right. That's right.
And they sit there and try and intimidate with their intelligence. And, oh, mate, I do my head in because all the work I've ever done has been backbending work, apart from 12 years in a shipping office.
Right.
And, no, they're not even good for toilet paper,
Yeah. I'm trying to remember who it was. They were approached and told and asked because they were giving their opinion of all of the BS about all of the snowflakes and how they're triggered by comments, that it really ruins their lives just because you said something that hurt their feelings. And he was kind of attacked by some students that pre-grads in the mastering in psychology or psychiatric, and they attacked him and said, what are your credentials? And he goes, what do you mean? And they said, well, what college did you go to be a psychologist or a psychiatrist that you know so much about people's feelings? He says, I never said I know anything about their feelings. And he says, I don't have to have a shingle to prove he says, a shingle just proves you're an idiot. He says, my qualifications are, I know bullshit when I hear it.
Yeah.
And I thought, that's the only qualification I want to hear somebody defend themselves with. I know BS when I hear it. I don't need I don't need a degree. I don't need any special training to hear BS when I hear it. And for you to say, "Oh, you said this and you really hurt my feelings. You violated my rights." You just violated my rights by bringing stupid in front of me. I don't want to, you know, I you want a gun-free zone, I want a stupid-free zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be stupid around me. Go away.
These people that get so easily offended by their ears and what their ears hear.
Go fish, that's cool. Have a family get together with Sty down the road if all works out. Yeah.
These people that get so offended by what their ears hear for them. I think the best thing they can do is take a Black and Decker and a 10mm wood bit and just go in from each side.
Yeah. Until the bits touch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until you hear them going ting 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 ting. Because there ain't once you're in there ain't it's not gonna slow you down.
A little bit of mildew, maybe.
Oh, we'll hear an echo. Or is he echoing me?
Echo,
The
echo, echo.
echo, echo, echo. That's my granddaughter's name. And
Echo Beach.
I told my daughter at that time when she had echo, I said, "Yeah, no kidding. That's number 9. That's an echo of what you've been doing." And now her last one she had, the girl's at 40 years old and she just had a baby and named it Blossom. I said, "Oh yeah, yeah." I said, "I can go back, turn the clock back and tell you exactly when you blossomed. It wasn't now." I said, "You more than blossomed." I said, "She's a late bloomer. You should have just named her Bloomer because she's a late bloomer. Oh, you already blossomed 9 times. Now you're on number 10. No, that's not blossom. That's the final bloom."
Sounds like a bit of pruning could have been done there.
Yeah, go fish. Yeah, it would be kind of realistic for you and I to meet up someday. Yeah. And someday, man, I think we should really consider that. I'm hoping that next year I'm going to be able to actually meet up with a few tubers. Tubers? That just don't sound right. Few of you
Like
potatoes,
they dress, don't it?
a few potatoes out there. Yeah, a YouTube is a tater bent in the middle.
Yeah. Night,
Yeah.
James. Have a good night.
Who's heading out?
James.
Oh, James. Okay. We'll catch you later, James. A tuber?
Yeah. YouTuber.
YouTuber. YouTuber, you.
Yeah. It's a U-shaped spud.
Yep. The lucky spud. That's it. Yeah, I don't know if that's, if any other country looks at horseshoes as being lucky. Over here in the
Yeah.
U.S., a
Ain't very
horseshoe is
lucky if one
only.
comes flying off the back of a horse and cracks you on the head.
Yeah, yeah, it's not lucky anymore. The over here, technically, and nobody understands it or practices it anymore, but historically, horseshoes only lucky if the heel of the horseshoe is facing up. If it's facing down, that means you lose your luck. It all falls out of the shoe.
Oh.
the shoe's got to be U-shaped, hanging on the wall to catch all the luck. Otherwise, if it's upside down, you lose your luck. So guys would see, they'd nail them up with a single nail down in the toe of the shoe with the heel pointing up.
Yeah.
And if they ever came home and saw that horseshoe hanging upside down, it'd make them nervous as hell. And they tell everybody around them, stay clear because something bad's coming our way. And then they'd fix that horseshoe and get it standing back up and pound that one nail tight again, But if you wanted to bring bad luck on somebody, you went to their house and you spun their horseshoe around upside down.
I think the biggest horseshoe I ever saw, an ex-girlfriend used to do, what's it called? Where you make your horse sort of prance about and all you're doing is like subtle foot and knee movements and stuff like that.
Right.
She used to do that and she'd, oh, come on, let's go to the horse show. It'll be interesting. I fucking hate horses. I'm allergic to animals with fur, especially dirty, great big animals. And there was some shire horses.
So she must have been a thin chick with a Brazilian, eh?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't even go as far as a Brazilian, to be honest. Just think of your scalp. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Shire horse. And I was like, hey, man, these are huge. And one of them shot a shoe. And I grabbed it, and that thing must have weighed nearly 2 pounds.
Oh, yeah. Now,
massive.
The Amish down here, I would spend a lot of time with them because of my horses. They do all my farrier work for me, and they had a few shires that they literally would have a 13-inch hoof. It'd be 13 inches across the hoof, and that's bigger than a dinner plate.
Yeah,
and the shoe would be 1.5 inches thick, and you pick that shoe up, and he had 6-pound shoes for some of them shires. Jesus. Because they're out there doing field work. And what I couldn't believe was the shoe nails 6 inches long, and he'd only be able to pound over the top 2 to 3 inches in the best case. Sometimes you'd only get maybe an inch of nail through the hoof to pound over. And I told him, how the hell can them horses even lift their damn feet with 6-pound shoes on them? He says, oh, they prance around like they ain't even there. And he was right. Boy, I tell you. But he'd go and he'd grab four of those shoes, put them on his forearm. This little guy was only about 5'8", and he had his forearms were bigger than most built guys' biceps. His forearms were just huge, and he dropped 4 of those shoes on his left arm, and he's holding them, and he's shotting that horse while holding. He's got 3 shoes on his arm. One he's putting on that horse's hoof, and I just like, don't ever grab me around the neck, buddy. I mean, Jesus. Tough boy. And I seen him spank some of them big horses. And yeah,
I've got a lot of respect for the Amish and the way they live. I'm not so much keen on their religious side, but
their life,
they really graft.
Their lifestyle is so basic and it's right down to business. But if you ask one of them how rough it is to be Amish, they'll tell you the religion's really rough. To them, the lifestyle's not.
Yeah.
It's just what they know. And to them, it's, hard work's normal. And we go to bed tired and we wake up feeling good. They always feel good at the end of the day. Oh, Will saying I love to fish with leeches sometimes. I was going to buy some leeches for this trip for walleyes. Oh
You don't
man,
carry them in your pocket.
that those, I tell you, you want to catch big walleyes up here in northern Wisconsin, you use leeches. And our bait shop's got some good ones. My ex-wife would freak out. We'd go out fishing in my muskie hunter boat, and we'd be fishing for walleyes. And she would never bait. She'd put any bait on her hook except leeches. She ain't doing it. So she'd swing her rigger on in front of my face. I need a leech. And then she'd look and she'd go, "Oh God, you're disgusting." Because I knew it was coming, so I'd have my finger in the bucket. And I'd pull it out and I'd look and I'd grab a good leech off my finger and then knock the rest of them off the finger. But man, they'd latch right on me and they would start sucking blood. And see, try catching one of them in a bucket. You're down in there trying to grab it. You can't grab them damn things. Put your finger in there, just relax for about 30 seconds, and you're going to have at least one or two attached to your finger. And now you got them. And I would leave them attached and then I'd hook them while they're still hanging on to me because they're not squirming all over, you know? And oh, that freaked her right out. Freaked her right out.
Yeah, the worms I use for bait, they're called ragworm here. I think you call them sandworm in the States. They've got two big pinchers come out of their mouths.
Oh,
And the amount of people that think, oh man, they can really hurt. And you look at them and the whole thing's only as thick as your little finger. Occasionally you get the odd one that's like a thumb.
uh-huh.
And even the thumb ones, unless they get you like in between the fingers in here on that tender skin, they physically have not got the muscle power to hurt you. They can get hold of your skin and they can squeeze like hell on it, but they haven't got enough power in those pincers to puncture your skin.
Right. It just looks freaky.
Yeah.
I see Will said horseshoe crabs I seen. I got nailed by one in Florida. Beauty too. I'd catch them, and then I'd take them inland with me to the house, lay them on their back, and put a rock on them, and then you let them sit out there for. It only takes a few hours for them to die, and then after they die, I take the rock off of them, leave them in the sun, and they dry right out. And after about 3-4 days, they're just dry as a bone. And then you spray them with a clear epoxy, and they look neat as hell as they have them on a desk or whatever. I was giving them away to buddies all the time. They loved them. Well, I found one that was just awesome. He was a big fella, and I grabbed him. Big mistake. Big mistake. I knew better, but usually you carry a stick and you hold their tail down, and then you get a hold of them, and you get them underneath the shell because the crab is inside there. His body is the shell, and he's just a little guy in there. His shell is so big, but he's got the longest damn spiked tail. And so if you get him underneath the front end, he can't reach you with the spiked tail. I grabbed him right by the top of the head, and I'm trying to pull him out of the sand, and I realized, oh no, he's breeding. He's breeding one that's trying to breed another one that's trying to breed. 3 came up with him. They're all connected. And I'm trying to shake the other ones off. And when the one he had a hold of finally fell off, it pissed him off. And that tail come up, hit me right smack in the middle of his hand. Right? There's a scar still there. You can probably see the white spot there. That's where he hit me with that tail. Wow! Just like, holy shit! And then burned like hell, salt water and a crab shit. Yeah, all of a sudden found it in under your skin. Yeah, it burned for a long time. I think they're cool.
I think the sorest my hands ever got was working on the fishing boat when we used to catch lots of skate, which for us over here, skate is a thornback ray. And their skin is as rough as hell and covered in thorns like a bramble bush, you know?
Jesus.
And I'd have to skin the wings off of them things. And it's like, I don't know, someone's glued down rough sandpaper and you've got to get hold of it with your fingers and peel it away. It used to be like all the backs of my fingers, the undersides where you got hold of it, rough as hell.
Yeah, yeah. The I had caught a smaller shark, it was just under 3 feet. And Ted, the guy I was staying with, he goes, "We're gonna keep that puppy. We're taking him home. We're having shark steaks tonight." You catch it, you clean it was the rule. We get home and I got that shark. And I had stuck a filleting knife through the top of his head, and he thrashed for about an hour and finally died. And get home, and I pulled that filleting knife out. It was no sharper than a butter knife from sticking that thing through his head. And I grabbed a fresh knife, and he goes, "You put my knife to that stinking shark." He says, "I'll send your ass right back to Minnesota." I said, "Okay. Uh, how the hell do you go? How are we going to butcher?" He come out with this huge cleaver that weighed about 3 pounds, and he's chopping that thing into steaks. He says, "I never waste a good knife on a shark." He said, he says, "It's like cutting out a sandpaper,
Yeah.
he says, a emery paper covered fish." He says, "Don't do it, don't do it."
You get the ones over there, they got a spine about that long in front of the dorsal fin. They're called spur dog over here, and that's the proper nuss or huss or rock salmon or rock eel. It's all the same bloody thing as dogfish.
Uh-huh.
Those I just used to cut along the back, just a millimetre or so under the skin, take all the top fins off, right the way to the back of its head, and then do the same on the underside, do the claspers and the pectoral fins, but you don't cut into the stomach cavity, you leave all that meat whole and everything inside untouched, and then cut back towards the tail at the wrist of the tail, just sort of slice it back, get your knife under the skin from the top to the base, cut back, then the other side, do the same. And you just grab hold the wrist of the tail, grab hold that skin, and just strip it straight away back to the head. And then from the top and the sides, you carefully cut around the head, bend it round, all the innards basically fall out. So that way, when you do come around to cutting the belly section, there's nothing in there to spill and spoil.
Right.
There's just a case of scrape out that arterial blood that's around the spine, give it a wash with a saltwater hose, and that's it, done.
Huh.
Worst day with them was, I think, about 135 stone that we caught on long line.
Yeah.
On the 3 hours back, I had about 3/4 of them all skinned up as opposed to just gutted.
Right. Right. Yeah, Will, that.
Skinned, the money we earned was fantastic.
Huh.
Because fish and chip shops and that buy the fish at market, if you've skinned them and prepared them, they'll buy them up like hotcakes and they'll pay good money for it.
Wow.
They've got to do the work themselves.
Then they don't want to
like
pay.
it.
That's it. Well, that's like here we've got burbots or lawyers, we call them, and they look like a damn eel, but they're just a bottom feeding fish, and the commercial fishermen hate them. They get in the dang gill nets. They get caught in the gill nets, and you can get some big ones that are 6-10 pounds, but they roll up just like an eel. They sit and swirl and they roll up and they tangle your gill nets all up. They hate them, and they're not supposed to throw them back in the water. They're supposed to, if you get it in your net, you're supposed to bring it inland, throw it in the trash, whatever you want to do with it, but don't put it back in the water. They're awesome eating, but they're just a pain in the ass to clean. And okay, Teacup, see you later.
Bye, Teacup.
But they're one where um, all you do with them is and they got spines. They got two spines behind in the fins behind their gills, and their back, their dorsal fin runs all the way from behind their head, all the way down, and then it's part of their tail and comes all the way back and halfway up their belly. All you do is take a knife and zip it around the back of their head, and you get you. I took a 2x6 plank and I drove a bunch of nails in it, and then I screwed that plank to another big flat piece of marine grade plywood. And you take that fish and you slam his head on one of them nails sticking up through the plank, and then you just cut him around just behind the gills and get him with two pairs of pliers and just drag his hide off. Then all you do is you just fillet out his back, the two strips down his back, and then down behind his exit door and off to the tail. And you take those two little fillets off of him. Then you just cut it into strips and boil it. And I'm not kidding, it's so close to tasting like lobster. Dip it in a little butter. It's just, oh, awesome. But they're such a pain in the butt to clean. Nobody wanted to mess with them. Same kind of thing up here. If you got a bunch of them and you prep them, take them to a local restaurant, man, they'll give you $25 a pound for it.
Yeah.
And then they sell it. They sell it for $16 for a plate with maybe a quarter of a pound at the most on it. Yeah. Armadillo. Armageddon.
With any member of the shark family, you don't need to fillet them. As long as you get that arterial blood away from the spine in the stomach cavity and just below it, like half an inch below it, you don't need to fillet those things. You can eat the bones because they're just cartilage. They're not actually bone, they're cartilage.
Yeah, it's not true bone. They say that the only bone in a shark is its teeth. That's the only thing that even comes close to qualifying as bone.
Yeah.
And then they shed them. That when I was a kid and I learned that, I thought, what kind of crap is that? What humans are so damn smart, but yet they got teeth that fall out and never come back. The damn shark never has to worry about going to a dentist. Don't worry about it. That bad tooth will fall out, and a new one will follow it.
You know, shark is also one of the few animals on this planet that doesn't suffer with cancer.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah, but sharks have been around for
millions and millions of years,
hundreds of millions of years. Yeah, probably getting on for billions. I can't tell how far they truly go back because there's no.
That's it, because they find them in every fossil record, as far back as they can go. And the thing is, what really freaks me out is the fact when I heard they don't develop any forms of cancer and no tumors. They don't get any kind of tumors, even non-malignant tumors. They don't.
Yeah.
Now, you best be studying that fish.
Yeah. I'm not being funny. They're the garbage disposal systems of the sea. They don't
just believe crystals in here.
The majority of what they eat are the dead and dying.
Yeah.
Which, let's face it, it's not exactly the healthy side of the food chain, is it?
No. Well, and I like it from the movie Jaws. What did Dreyfus say? All they do is they just swim, eat, and make baby sharks.
Yeah.
That's all they do. Their whole life is swim, eat, and make baby sharks. That's it.
Which, when you think about it, it sounds like a pretty idealistic life.
Yeah, it's weird how some of the fish, you look at them and you'd never think there was a real hazard to them, and you find them. Yeah, don't know. You don't want that fish getting that hole, giving you one. You know. Oh,
Yeah. Well,
And the
having
goldfish says, "You're
friends like
talking about me?
Voodoo
I heard
for you.
fish." Oh, we had, and it's an improper term, but they've only been calling them that for 200 years. Is out in Montana we catch squawfish, and they're kind of like a cross between a little miniature carp and a herring, and nobody ate them. Nobody ate them, but the kids love catching them. We'd be fishing for panfish, and you'd always caught a few of them squawfish. And the kids asked me one time. We went the first time they went fishing with me, and they were catching them. They they catch them. I'd take them off the hook, throw them right back in. And they said, "Why do they call them squawfish?" And I said, and they said, "Is it because they're Indian fish or something?" I said, "No, no, 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 no." I said, "Because they squawk." And they said, "What?" And my kids still today they talk about those complaining fish. So I took the next couple they caught, threw them on the bank, and they just lay there and whack, 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 whack. They're a damn little fish and noisier than hell. Just squawk and squawk and squawk. Them kids were more amazed watching them squawking fish than they didn't want to fish no more. They just wanted me to catch more of the squawkers. I said, "Yeah, well, okay." That's and they said, "Well, you can't eat them." I said, "No, they're not good to eat." And I think it was running water that said, "Well, at least they're good for something," because I squawk like that.
Yeah. That's a bit like jacks. You get like the trevallies and what have you,
Yeah.
and they grunt like hell when you take them out of the water.
Oh, yeah.
That's I'll try and say the word properly, esophageal teeth in their throats.
Yeah. I love watching documentaries about all the weird fish in the world.
Oh yeah, I love the
It's
great white shark ones where they're hitting the seals.
oh yeah.
You get like a 16-foot great white shark come right up out of the water and grab a seal.
That that I love watching those, and I love watching it when the orcas are after the seals. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
when they come
I'm
up the
sorry
beak.
for or the penguins when that one with the penguin and the son of a bitch. I'm sorry for the penguin, but I had to laugh.
Yeah,
They're playing with the sucker. That one,
yeah,
he come out of the water, shake that penguin, and give him a toss to his buddy, and his buddy would grab it, pick it up, shake it, throw it back, and they're playing catch with a live penguin. And it's nasty. I tell you what, don't eat a penguin. I don't think anybody in their right mind would eat one.
yeah. But I'm not being funny. If you leave nature to nature, killer whales ain't like man. At the end of the day, once they've had enough for
They're
their
done.
hunger, that's
Yep,
it. They're done.
they're
They
done.
might take one more to take and throw around for the young in the tribe,
Yep.
so to speak, to learn what to do with. But that's it. Man, what does he do? He might have 5 or 6 people to feed, so he'll go out with a hunting rifle and shoot half a dozen seals.
Yeah.
Which, if it weren't for the fact they live in a frozen north
Yep.
and such places, the meat would go off long before they could ever eat it.
Right. What I really got a kick out of is, and I should search for it. I watched this documentary with um, John Denver went to Alaska, and the Inuits took him out on a walrus hunt, and they killed this walrus, and they hauled that thing in to well, they call it shore, but it's ice. They
Yeah,
hauled that thing up on the ice, and John Denver's like, "Whoa, look at the size of this walrus!"
yeah. Until
And
you
they
get next to a walrus, you don't realize how big those things are.
big them suckers are, and they show them, and they're cutting this thing up, right? But what's the first thing they do? Right at its breastbone, they put one of them big old knives, big curved knives on a stick. It almost looks like a blubber knife off of a whaling
Yeah.
ship. They stick it in him. They run that thing all the way down to his crotch. They open his gut up, and they reach in there and they pull the stomach out. And all these Eskimos are just thrilled, and they take a really sharp knife and they open that stomach up, and they're pulling out handfuls of these green slimy clams,
Oh, lovely.
and they're wiping them off on their pant legs, and they're shelling them and eating the clams. They got John Denver to eat one of them damn things, and
Yeah, you wouldn't get me
that
eating.
was that was the best picture of John Denver I ever seen. God, he looked like he was going to puke for a year. He just,
The idea of semi-digested food does not appeal to me.
that and after he swallowed it though and got control of himself, he stopped and he said, "I can't believe it." He said, "That actually tasted good and it was tender. It wasn't rubbery tough." He says it was actually tender. And they said that's the thing is he says they get tenderized. And if you're lucky, and one of them had grabbed another one, showed it to Denver, and he went to grab it, and the guy held it back, and he said something in Inuit, and then another one translated and said, "No, he's telling you can't eat those. He wants you to look at it because if it's opened, if the clam is open, you don't want to eat it. You don't want to eat it because the inside of it's full of stomach bile from the walrus. You want the closed ones only." Jeez. And I thought, there you go. There's people that learn to be a huge part of nature because they've got that relationship where nothing went to waste. Nothing went to waste. And they showed how anything
Yeah.
they couldn't consume all went to their sled dogs to feed their sled dogs. Hi, Ace. Yeah, that was pretty amazing. I got to try to find that again. That one. It was a weird thing that he was there because there was no singing from him in that documentary. He was just there, and he was doing something in Alaska, and did a concert or some damn thing, and then got invited to visit this Inuit tribe, this Eskimo tribe. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Those people are tough, though. I mean, I've read a half a dozen books on them. One was actually written by an Inuit woman, and she talks about how her family, her family of 7 siblings, that she was only one of two that survived. What do they call it?
Infanticide.
Infanticide. That's it. And they, because if they couldn't make it through the winter, they couldn't feed the family. They would take the youngest and just set them outside their shelter, their igloo, or whatever they had, and allow them to freeze to death.
Yeah.
And reading that, most people go, "Oh my God, how barbaric!" No,
Yeah,
it just meant
saved
that
lives
the
of
others
everybody from England.
survived. It just meant the others survived barely through
Yeah.
that winter, and it, uh, they had no choice. Eliminate a mouth to feed, or the whole family would die from it. Um,
Yeah.
and they weren't cannibalistic. They weren't cannibalistic, but they did take the youngest child and eliminate it. And a lot of times it was to save the mother because she could no longer feed the child anyway because she was so malnutrition she wasn't able to
Yeah.
breastfeed.
Couldn't produce milk.
Yeah. Which then you have to look at it as, okay, in modern society, yeah, that's inhumane, but in reality, in nature's world, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Do you remember back in the 70s when they were getting all this whale hunting banned around the world? There was a thing in the UK, like a big petition that was being sent out to all sorts of people to post in everybody's doors and whatever. They wanted to get it banned for people like the Inuits as well.
Yeah.
Even back then, I had enough sort of common sense to realise that there aren't many Inuits out there.
Right. Their impact
If
was
like 1 in
minimal.
100 or 1 in 1,000 is capable of killing and taking a whale,
That's it.
then they're not going to make a dent on the world's populations, and they're not going to be hitting things like the blue whale and the humpback whale and stuff
No,
like
because
that.
they couldn't
There's
handle
no
it.
chance of stopping the thing if they manage to get a spear in it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
the argument of, well, there is almost nothing on that whale or seal or walrus or whatever they take that they don't
That
use.
goes to waste.
Every scrap of skin, every scrap of blubber. I'm not being funny. If the white man catches something like a seal, the first thing he's going to do is separate the meat from the fat.
Yeah. Not them.
No, they'll just sit there and
They
eat
consumed
chunks of
it all.
fat as it is while it's loop or body warm, so to speak.
That was one thing I read too, is that the meat of a whale, a walrus, a seal, to the Inuit people and all the Eskimos, the meat of those animals was the least favored part of the animal.
Yeah, they want the fat.
They wanted the blubber. They wanted that blubber because that was the sustaining, that was the high calorie, that was the healthy cholesterol and fat they needed. And the meat was so often, a lot of it went to feed their transportation, their dog teams, because that was the least favorite part of the animal. And they they ate it as a last resort, but they never wasted an ounce.
No.
They used all the bone. That was one thing that surprised me too. In the documentary I watched, they showed this Inuit village they were coming down on this Save the Whale campaign because they killed narwhals, and they said, "Oh, the narwhal population is so fragile, and this and that. It's the only whale with a horn, and this." Oh, get real, I mean, like you said, they're not out there wiping out the narwhals. They've been only doing that for thousands of years now. So, but
and the Inuit population of the world is so small anyway.
Right.
The rest of the world that doesn't need whale meat, it doesn't have a real commercial value, even though the Japanese seem to need it. They've got to kill so many thousand tons every year for scientific research. A load of bollocks.
Which is all BS, we know.
Yeah.
but that Inuit tribe,
they can make perceivable effect.
Yeah, they were showing in that documentary that tribe, that Inuit tribe, they could not find any whale bone anywhere in their village laying around. And they asked, why don't we find whale remains here? Are you throwing them back in the sea? And they took them into their little hovels and showed them everything they fabricate out of that bone. And they said the bone doesn't last forever. It's it's not.
It's an organic product. It's going to decompose.
And to them, it was a renewable resource. It comes with their food, and they could replace broken tools and the like that were made of whale bone with the next whale they harvest. And they wasted nothing. Their stinking boats were made out of the hides of whales and seals, and they wasted not a thing.
Yeah, the ribs would literally be made from ribs.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and boy, did they make some kayaks.
Yeah.
I
That's
love Inuit kayaks. The design is awesome. Now that's a true sea kayak.
yeah.
But I tell you what, that's just like bushcrafting. Tell me you're a professional kayaker. Are you a native Alaskan?
No,
If you want to really meet a pro, head up there. I mean, those people, the shit they go out in those kayaks. I've watched enough of them films to say, ain't happening in a big boat. I ain't
what's,
going out there.
there's an old black and white one on YouTube. I think it's called Nanook of the North or something like that.
Uh huh.
And that's really good.
Uh huh.
You see them in this igloo. And they got the fire going in there and whatever, but it's still going to be bloody cold because you're inside blocks of ice sitting on ice.
Right.
You might have an animal fur to put between you and the ice, but it's still ice underneath you
Yep.
and all around you. And they're
They'll heat
sitting
it.
inside and they're dressed as I am now. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, man, I'd be dead.
Yeah. You know, I got to in northern Minnesota. I got to actually experience what an igloo. It was a Native American gathering of tribes from all over the country, um, from all over the U.S., Canada, and Alaska, and they had a group of Inuits there, and they had built a traditional igloo, and you were able to you could go in and experience what it's like inside that igloo. They weren't. They looked huge, but on the inside they weren't that big because that dang ice was 2 to 3 feet thick. You get on the inside, and the inside of it's lined with hides, with seal hides or walrus hides or whatever. They're lined with hides, and the floor is thick with hides. You go in there, and if you spent more than 10 minutes in there, you had to take your coat off because it's about 50 degrees inside that igloo all the time. And they're heating the whole thing with a little whale oil lamp, one flame. And they're heating the whole inside of that thing. And I asked them, I said, well, I would think by spring you wouldn't have a house, it would melt. And they said, oddly enough, the heat inside the igloo as it goes through those hides, and by the time it reaches the ice, it's a balancing act. They said it's what it is. It's equal to the layer of water, which is only about 1/32 to a quarter inch below ice, is actually colder than the freezing point. That's why the ice is forming. That water still remains liquid, but it's actually below 32 degrees Fahrenheit. It's usually about 30, but it doesn't freeze, but it's right next to the frozen ice. And they said that's the kind of film they get on the interior, and it's converting itself to ice constantly, back to ice, back to ice, back to ice. They said it's not flowing, it's not running out on the floor. They said you build an igloo, it melts from the outside in, not from the inside out. I said, holy shit, who would have thunk? But they had it figured out. I mean, I thought it was absolutely amazing. And they said, oh yeah, they said anywhere from they said you don't want to get over 54 degrees, otherwise then the igloo starts to melt from the interior.
Yeah.
But at 50 degrees, me in the spring, it hits 50. I'm in shorts and a t-shirt running around outside going, thank God spring's here, spring's here. And that's the problem with us modern people. Winter comes, we crank the heat up to 75 in the house.
Yeah, and the rest.
But it hits 75 in the summer and we're turning the air conditioner on because we want it to be 60. It's a mental state. It's got nothing to do with comfort. We're not realizing that actually if we kept it at about 60, 62 degrees year round, that's absolutely comfortable.
Yeah.
You're not going to die of hypothermia. You're not people saying, "Oh, you'll die of hypothermia at 60."
Hey, wait, you just put some bloody clothes on.
That's it. If you're running around naked outside and
Yeah.
you got elements other than the temperature, you got wind, you might have high humidity, and it's 60 degrees. Now you're going to get hypothermia because there's other factors involved. Inside your home at 60 degrees, still air, a light shirt, some light pants, and a pair of light socks, and you should be perfectly comfortable.
Yeah.
I know I am. I hate this place in the winter.
Well,
They fined me $30 last year because it got me with my windows open.
oh my God.
Yeah,
I would argue that you are obliged to keep your windows open to help let the moisture out of the air and
yeah,
exchange it with fresh air to
right.
help reduce the chance of mold on your walls and windows.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have two fans here in my apartment. Now, I moved in here a year ago last May. Okay.
Yeah.
I bought those two fans brand new. They've only been turned off 4 times. In all that time, they've only been turned off 4 times. All 4 times was a total breakdown, washed, scrubbed, reassembled, oiled up, and maintained, and put back together, turned back on. And it's going to be 4 months before I do it again. And these are due right now, but they run 24/7, even if I'm not home. And they bitch at me here. They said, "Why are you running fans when you're not home?" Because when I do walk in the door, I want it to feel exactly the way it was when I left.
Yeah.
They said,
They'll
"I
feel like great
refuse
now.
to not have that airflow." That's it's healthy for you to have that air moving.
You remember that knife I got for that kid?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't remember their name.
Um,
I finally found my version of it.
you doctored it up. There you go. Yes, sir.
That's
That
made
was
out of D2 tool steel.
yeah.
And it comes with a Kydex sheath as well.
That that was
Recently, I had swat around with putting a fancy rope bit on the back.
sure. You gotta have some cordage,
Yeah,
Proper bushcrafter, he's gonna have some cordage.
I call it
Uh,
being bored.
I was watching Shalisha Shell
Yeah.
before my stream. She had a live stream going. She was out in the woods and she's talking about she went for a hike and she's talking about fatwood and she's rendering down all this pine boogers that she's collecting and I get a kick out of her. I get such a kick out of her because she's such a common girl, she's just a common person and boy, she's I wish I had her up here hunting fatwood for me. I mean, I gotta do that after this trip. I gotta go up to that one camping spot. I won't
There you go. Some seriously old resin.
wow.
That's amber.
That question came up on her stream that she always tries to have a every other week she in her stream she does a trivia question that relates to fatwood somehow and she asked who of you can tell me right away what amber really is and I got on her right away
Palm
and
resin.
said I said it's simple it's tree sap resin and she goes Sty, that was too damn fast. And I said, I won't answer the next time you ask a question. Yeah. And then people are going, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it. And I thought, come on, somebody, put it in there. that you learned that from Jurassic Park.
Well, that resin, I don't know exactly how old it is. It's come over here from the Baltic
Oh yeah,
when the sea levels were much lower. So it's probably during the last ice age or the ice age before that.
right.
But even now, if I take a cigarette lighter to that, that'll catch fire and that'll burn.
See, and that's people. A lot of people don't understand pine resins. They just don't do it. They don't understand it. And the gemstone um, amber is petrified resin. It's that is no longer flammable because it's made a chemical recomposition into stone, and but it's clear. It's clear, and but you only find those where there's old petrified forests, and the, and they're talking about pine trees that don't exist anymore. I mean, that, and I see these big pieces of clear amber that is petrified amber, and I think, how big was that freaking pine tree to have a glob of that much resin in one spot? I mean,
Yeah.
that
Well, it's not just that, it's the size of the trees as well.
yeah,
I'm not being funny. What would the woods look like there had they not have been wiped out in the last ice age and had been allowed, I don't know, say 10,000 years of growing, and then the 14,000 years since the ice age, you might have an equivalent to a California redwood.
good night, go fish, and thanks a lot again.
All right, go fish. Take care, mate.
Yeah,
Rest
it's
well.
amazing. It's amazing when they talk about, you look at our redwoods, the massive, largest trees in the world today,
Yeah.
and they were
Some of them
tooth,
were
they were
1,000 years old
toothpick.
when Jesus was born.
Yeah, yeah, and but then to find out that they're like the comparison of a toothpick to a pencil compared to prehistoric
Yeah.
era trees, and it's just freaking amazing. Can you imagine those prehistoric trees if one comes down? I bet you felt that sucker for 20 miles
Well,
in the ground.
before there was much animal life on the land, and it was all plants and fungi, they reckon the oxygen content was at least 20% higher than what it is now. And if
Yep,
you got a lightning storm come across, you would have the most immense forest fires.
yep. Another study I looked at um, said that during that era, the massive growth era,
Mm-hmm.
that not only was our atmosphere super oxygenated, it was also high in hydrogen peroxide, H2O2,
Yeah.
because every time there was a lightning storm, that's how you make hydrogen peroxide, is you shock. All you have to do is you have to shock oxygen and H2O, and the
And it
two of
splits
them
off one of the
form
hydrogen
hydrogen
atoms.
peroxide. And hydrogen peroxide is a natural disinfectant. Those plants grew like nuts because nothing could attack them. The
Yeah.
atmosphere was prime for things to just freaking grow. That, yeah,
Also, back, I think it's the Cambrian period that the coal comes from. The trees had not yet developed a decomposing
right,
thing within them.
right,
So that's how we get the coal with the fantastic leaf fossils and stuff like that in it.
right. How it converted. Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
because there was nothing there to decompose massive amounts of wood.
All it did was convert itself into a different form of carbon.
Yeah,
It didn't decompose, it just changed itself into a different form of carbon. And that's one thing. I got in an argument with a guy, and he was talking about they should stop all oil production, force people to go solar, and blah blah blah, and blah blah blah. And I said, what about coal? He says, well, I don't have such a problem with coal because it's not a fossil fuel. I said, it isn't. What the hell are you talking about? It isn't a fossil fuel. Oh, it's got to be breathing to be a fossil fuel. It had to have been breathing at one time.
Oh,
So a
right.
tree,
It's not
plant life
trees that
can't be
hold
a
the breath for a
fossil,
few
right?
hundred
Fossil
years.
fuel. And I told him, I said, you're so full of BS, you don't have a clue. I said, where do you think that coal came from? It came from fossilized timber, and it just converted to carbon. It's still a fossil fuel, just like oil, you
Yeah.
know.
And you burn it and you get hydrocarbons in the air.
Yep, yep. Little mini volcanoes that don't even come close to a single volcano spouting its top. Yeah,
Yeah.
yep. Man is the doom of the world. I keep telling everybody, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, let man keep polluting shit like he does. I don't care
Yeah.
because Mother Nature's going to get even. She's going to get even. You just wait. It's coming. She's going to get even.
Well,
She's
it's
going to
like I
say,
said the
well,
other day.
time to clean up again.
Yeah. It's like I
And
said
that's
the other
what she
day in
did.
that stream. They go on about what man is doing to the atmosphere and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And people just don't seem to realize nature doesn't work on the same time scale that we do.
No.
You know, one of our lives, if you say that's 80 years, isn't even the blink of an eye
Right.
for nature.
Well, and that I get a kick out of that. I'm sure you've noticed that too. When they say, "Oh, that's a 1 in 100 year storm," or "That's a 1 in 1,000 year storm." Okay, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait
Who
a minute.
broke down the last one?
If you, yeah, yeah. If you got the exact date of the last one, you
Yeah,
can you tell me that exactly 100 years from today it's going to happen again? Well, no, but they only happen once in about 100. I said, all these variables, all these different things that Mother Nature chooses, not you. You trying to put a time scale on Mother Nature, you're a moron. You're a moron. She
yeah,
could decide tomorrow she's gonna F this whole planet up. And so don't try to sell this. It's every and now we screwed it up because we had a storm just
yeah.
like it
Well,
50
what?
years. It should have happened 100 years from now.
Yeah, I'm
We
not being
didn't F
funny,
that
but do
up.
you remember the Siberian traps,
Yeah.
as it was called, that massive volcanic thing that
Yep.
basically turned the world almost sterile again?
Yep.
Yeah. What did man do to do that?
Right. What did man do with the super cauldron of Yellowstone?
Yeah,
What do we have to do with that? Three times that puppy's popped its cork in the history of the world
that we know
that
of.
we're aware of, and they're all going, I think it's due for it to pop again. It might not. And the thing is, they're saying within the next 1,500 years, Yellowstone's going to blow again. You think I give a shit? If it ain't blowing up next
What are
week,
you
I don't
worried
care.
about it?
This whole yeah, it's the end of the world. It could be. It
Yeah, it
really could
could be. There
be.
could be a huge chunk of space rock heading towards us
That's
right
right.
this week
That's right. Some
that's going
great
to
big
hit us
old
in 10
potato
minutes' time
shaped
and
turd.
sterilize the earth for us.
Yep. Some big old potato shaped turd's gonna sneak up on us, and some astrologer is gonna go, "Oh, you look at what I'm looking at. Oh, oh, that thing's pretty damn close. Oh, it's too close. Oh, it's hitting."
Yeah.
And we're all going, "What's the government gonna do? They're gonna die along with the rest of us."
It'll
Don't give
be
me
one
like,
of those Mirror of Hiroshima moments.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know the last words from the Mirror of Hiroshima?
Oh shit.
Whoa, what the fuck of that?
Yeah, yeah, yep. Look at too late. He didn't even get that out.
Yeah. You'd have
So,
about enough time to process the thought of, oh, look, but you wouldn't have time to react to it.
yeah, yeah. The
Oh, look, oh, hang on, my eyeballs have just been singed out my head.
and can man cause a lot of natural damage? Can man f things up? Yeah, as far as man can do it, but
And this
Mother
bollock.
Nature's always got she's always got an ace in the hole.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
the most egotistical thing of all is man versus nature.
exactly,
Man
exactly.
is part of nature. Nature created man, and it can soon uncreate it as well.
That's it. And I always say that the minute you think you're going to tell nature what's going on, she's going to give you a big reminder. That was this. That was my partner up at Camp WTF. We're out there around the campfire, and I told him, I said, "You hear that?" And he goes, "What?" And I said, "Thunder. It's coming. It's coming." And it's getting closer and closer, and we can start seeing the lightning flashes through the woods. We're out in the middle of our homestead at the big fire pit, and there was about 7 of us sitting around that fire pit, and he jumps up and he goes, "You know what I got to say to that?" And he stands up and he points up in the sky towards that storm that's coming on us. Mother Nature can F herself, just yells it out. A freaking bolt of lightning hit about 100 yards from us, and it didn't hit a tree. There were 50, 60-foot trees all around. It hit right in the trail that comes right into the homestead.
Jesus.
And we could see the smoke coming off the ground. That big tough boy sat down in his lawn chair and he goes, "You think she'll get me if I try to run?" All of us looked at him and said, "You shut the hell up. You shut the hell
Yeah,
up.
you're too
You
close to
pissed
us.
her
You
off.
knock it off.
You just pissed her off, and she might take all of us because you think you're tougher than her. You shut your mouth. Don't go there. Don't ever." It's like the old oleo margarine commercial. It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature. Well, yeah, just don't go there. she's she's tougher than all of us put together. People talk about God's gonna strike us all down. There's less chance of God doing that to us than Mother Nature.
Yeah.
because
There's a lot more
God's not
documentary
God's not
proof
a bitch.
that Mother Nature does and can strike people down at will by the thousands, if not tens of thousands.
Right, right. You know, and I keep telling people that, yeah. Oh, sure, God could wipe the whole face of the earth off. Done. Creation wasn't where the shit come by with that eraser. You're done. It's gone. The problem is he's not a bitch, and he's not on a get even track. And
Yeah.
Mother Nature doesn't want us screwing shit up, so
No.
she'll selectively clean house. And that's the problem. You know
Yeah.
what the problem with man is and all the pollution of man and all this stuff that everybody's whining about. The problem with that is not what man does, it's with how many people are doing it. There's
Yeah.
too many people. Everybody wants to live forever. And
Well,
okay,
not being funny, they say all these things about how we're killing off nature, this, that, and the other. If you just look at the amount of sewage that is produced by man in a 24-hour period, I'm on about actual raw sewage,
yep,
it doesn't just go there and pollute. There's bacteria and all sorts that get involved and decompose it and whatever.
right,
But if those volumes of sewage get out of control, you
right,
end up with pollution where the water is toxic and poisonous to go near.
exactly.
It's not man that's created that, it's Mother Nature that's created that, and it will
Ex-
thin the numbers of man out very, very quickly.
exactly. Here's one that freaks people out, especially when I ever go to this end when they start taking this whole man pollutes this, man pollutes that and thing, and I go, the worst pollution that man has ever produced. I said, you really think about it? Decomposing things always create weird illnesses. It kills things off. Anything that's decomposing is, yeah, you can get a little nervous around that stuff. I said, how many? We bitch about the population of the world right now. We got X number of billion people. How many billions of people have we stuck in the ground?
Yeah,
The history of man, you take all them years, how many billions of bodies have we stuck in this
yeah,
ground?
exactly.
And if a body is nasty and you got to bury the sucker,
Yeah,
hide it because it's going to get you.
uh,
Well, if you put billions and billions and billions of bodies rotting on top of the ground, under the ground, or we're cooking them,
yeah.
barbecuing them, and we're
Think
putting
how
all the
many?
gas in the air. If you want to say you were polluting, we pollute just by being here, by being alive. So
Yeah,
does every animal. Every
yeah. Think
living
how
creature
many
then is a
animals
polluter.
gone in the past million years? How many trillions, if not quadrillions, of
Yeah,
animals?
it's yeah, I believe it's uncountable as to how many flesh type organisms
Yeah,
have
even plant
died
matter.
on this planet.
You get decomposing plant matter. What do you end up with? Methane,
Yeah,
and that's real good for breathing, isn't it?
yeah, it's definitely not made for us.
Even this. Oh, you got to drink this healthy bottled water. Well, that bottled water is in a lump of plastic for a start, not something like glass that can be reconstituted by the planet in just a few years,
Yep,
but it's in plastic. So that to me has immediately made it unhealthy. And where did that water come from? 65 million years ago, that was dinosaur piss.
that's right. That's right. I loved it. An
It's
old
been
Johnny
drunk and
Wise,
pissed out a million times since.
right? An old Johnny Weissmuller Tarzan movie. I loved it. Him and Jane are in this group of guys that have a safari going through the jungle, and this guy's sitting there with a microscope, and he took he's got a
Oh,
slide
yeah. All
looking at
the life
it.
in the water.
Yeah, he, Johnny Weissmuller just got done drinking some water out of the river. That guy goes, "Don't do that! Don't do that! You wouldn't believe what's in that water." And Johnny Weissmuller's looking around like, "I didn't see no crocodiles or nothing," And he's going, "No, look in here, and you'll see what's in that water." And Johnny Weissmuller looked in there, and he goes, "Can't be." He goes and it looks at some of the water again. He goes, "See, there's none in there, and here it's only in there." And the guy says, "No, I took that water from there, and we're looking at it through this." Johnny Weissmuller's going, "If I can't see it here, then it's not bad for you."
No.
And that's it. That's it. This guy, we trouble ourselves too much with certain shit, you know. And
Yeah. Whereas an old Chinese proverb, water that is too pure has no fish in it.
true, you cannot. Nothing grows in distilled water.
No.
Nothing grows in distilled water. The If you gave your plant nothing but distilled water, it'll be dead within the month. If you use distilled water and tried to do hydroponics with it without adding nutrients, everything will die. There's nothing in that water. It's just pure H2O. And everybody says, but you gotta have pure water. I don't want
Yeah, well,
pure water. I don't want sterile water.
water
I
is
want
essential
healthy
for
water.
Yeah, water is essential for life, but you can very easily poison yourself with the stuff as well.
That's it.
That's
That's
perfectly
it.
healthy drinking water. You drink too much of it and you get water toxicity problems.
That's right.
You end up going into a coma and dying.
That's it. That yeah, there's dozens and dozens of documented cases of H2O poisoning.
There was
There
a
were people that went on these H2O diets where all they did was drink water, and they do it for 30 days, and they died. They died
yeah.
because that
You
that
still here, Dojo?
what's that?
Is Dojo still here? No, his last comment is on there.
Oh yeah, I see his last comment. We
Years ago, or not all that many years ago, around about the late 90s, early 2000s, a girl called Leah Betts, 18 years old, preparing for her 18th birthday party at home. And her parents had said, look, we were young once, we did things we shouldn't have done. So whatever you do, if you take ecstasy, drink loads
oh
and loads of
right.
water. And that's what she did. She took a couple of ecstasy pills a few hours apart, and she drank tons and tons of water, 7 liters in one afternoon,
Yep.
and she ended up dying from water poisoning. But
Yep.
the alcohol industry paid for all this advertising all around the UK saying that the ecstasy killed her.
Yeah.
Even though the toxicology report said, well, yeah, there was ecstasy in her body, but there's no reason to believe that the levels she had were anywhere near fatal.
Right. Right. It was too much H2O.
Yeah. Which, yeah, that is great advice if you're taking that stuff and you're at a rave and you're dancing hard for hours on
Burning it
end.
off. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're sitting there sweating like crazy, then yeah, you need to drink water. Me, I
That's
just
right.
sit there, I have the same amount of tea as I normally have and have a great evening.
See, and that's one thing my one granddad that was avid outdoorsman always well he grew up with the Native Americans, and he said that he learned it as a young boy, and he said you better learn it too, boy, because he was yelling at me for drinking too much water,
Yeah,
and he said, why are you drinking all that water? And I
it's
said,
good
because
for
it's
me.
good. It's good. It's cold. I like it. It's good. And he goes, do you need it? And I go, well, yeah, because it's good. He goes, no, no, no. Do you need it? Have you been sweating? Have you been working? And I go, well, no. And he goes, then you don't need it. You just want it. He
Yeah.
says, you drink water, any liquids, you drink
Well, it's
if
like
your
anything.
body is telling you, drink. You need to drink, not want to. You need to drink. And he said, if you're not getting rid of that water, don't drink anymore. He says, if
Yes,
you're not,
Dojo, we are.
yeah, if you're not pissing it off or sweating it out, don't be drinking it.
No, it's not good for you.
Look at Dojo's comment.
You two old farts still going on. Dojo, do you remember that advertising campaign against MDMA, ecstasy? Had that picture of Leah Betts on her deathbed with the word sorted across the top
Oh
of it.
yeah,
That was all over the UK. And it was the alcohol industry that paid for that. Do you know why? Because the younger generation, instead of going out and chucking loads of beer down their neck all night, every night, getting a massive
yep,
hangover, can't go to work, feels like shit, starting fights, everything
yep,
else that comes with alcohol consumption, that was going out of the window.
right,
And
right,
people were finding I can have a fantastic knife and it's or a fantastic night, and instead of feeling like shit and end up spending the dark hours with my head down a toilet pan,
right.
I can go out, I
It,
can fall in love with the world, so to speak.
yep. They wake up in the morning, they're ready
I
to go to
wake up
work.
in the morning, I'm right as rain, I go off to work, I'm still in a great mood from last night. Because I'm not being
Yep.
funny, your mood carries on the next day, doesn't it? If you go to bed in an arsehole of a mood, the chances are you're going to wake up in it.
See, and that's the thing. That's with me. That's why I don't drink often. Sometimes I drink I get in the mood and I'll drink.
Yeah.
I'll imbibe till Sty's howling at the moon. But I always pay for it. I even if I only drink
Yeah.
a moderate amount, there's still some effect to that the next day. I can still feel it. And that's because alcohol, refined alcohol, is not natural for us to be consuming.
Well, not
Our
only that,
bodies
it's toxic.
don't want it. It does not want it, so it
Yeah.
fights it, and and we just want the immediate effect of it.
Yeah.
But we never learn that. Oh yeah, we don't see, and that's the way I look at alcohol now, and that's why I don't drink much. It's rare for me. Like I said, last time I had in 3 years, last time I had any beers was with Cheesehead out at camp, that one camp, and and the because I learned it's just like McDonald's French fries. If I eat them, I'm sick for 3 days. I mean, I feel poison, like I got food poisoning. If I eat,
Yeah.
all I got to do is eat a small order of those French fries, and I guarantee you, I'm sick for 3 days. I don't want to eat, and my skin tingles. I feel just icky poison.
Mm.
And that's the way I looked at alcohol. Was it's just like McDonald's fries. There's something in there that my body says, "You moron, you're sticking that crap in me again." You can't run diesel in a gas engine. Don't
Yeah.
do it. You know, and and
In
and if
Britain,
you can
at the
come with an
moment, the number
alternative
one
that
killer
doesn't
of
do that.
men,
What's that?
in Britain at the moment, the number one killer of men between 15 and 50 is alcohol
Is
and
booze.
its
Yep.
long-term effects.
Yep.
Now, that is very clever of the government to allow us that one drug. Well, that and nicotine. Now, with
Yep.
alcohol, in theory, you stay on at school, you get some qualifications, you get to work after you've exceeded the minimum drinking age, and you go out and every weekend you're on a bender and you're paying, you're in a job, you're paying into a pension scheme, this, that, and the other.
That's
Yeah,
right.
great future planning. But the trouble is, you're poisoning yourself every weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it. Is you poison yourself.
And you don't live to claim your pension that you paid into all your life.
Right. You're poisoning yourself every weekend and trying to recover while you're putting your body through the rigors of working the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Then you start poisoning yourself again. See, same in the US. All the studies, they push it, all the warnings. Booze will kill you. Booze will kill you. Cigarettes will kill you. It'll kill you. Have they stopped the industry in any sense? No. No. But yet they keep reminding us how all of the we know this is killing you. But
We don't care
you can
because
go
we
to the
pay taxes
municipal.
on
We've
it.
got municipal liquor stores that are owned by the city. I
Yeah.
mean, so you can go to your government and buy the poison they told you is going to kill you. Uh, wake up, somebody. I mean, is this? I mean, wake up and smell the shit they're shoveling because, yeah,
Well, that's
I
why I never bought into this tobacco is bad for you thing from the government. Because I used
right,
to believe, well, any drug that comes out nowadays, you just ban it. You don't wait to get the science on it, you just ban it.
right.
Because people are getting a cheap, good time.
Well, see, and
And
that's
if
it.
tobacco is
Is
that dangerous for me and all the rest of the public, then why hasn't that been banned?
Yeah, Dojo, you're right. It's a revenue thing. It's got nothing to
Yeah,
do with people people's well-being whatsoever. It's just a revenue issue. And in fact, liquor, if you talk to folks that are actually in the liquor industry, it's just like gasoline. If we didn't pay here in the US, if we didn't pay any gas tax, right now gas is 2.67 a gallon. If we paid no gas tax whatsoever for it, it'd be $1.15. Now what the hell's wrong with that picture?
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with that picture? And they
What is
said,
that?
oh, but it
50
provides
million
good
plus
roads.
cars?
Yeah, you know, and they're saying, well, it provides good roads. And
Yeah, that will provide good roads. It will provide quite a good military. It will provide quite a good space industry.
that's the thing is they're telling us that that gas tax is going to our roads, but where are the good roads?
Well, on top of that,
In our town, they're
gas,
replacing roads they built that they completely rebuilt these roads 6 years ago, and they're redoing them this year. Got
yeah,
half the town tore up. Those roads lasted 6 years. I can show them roads that are in the backcountry that were put in the 1940s, and they haven't done anything to them except plow them in the winter.
yeah.
And those roads are as good as they were in the 40s, solid as can be, not deteriorated, not broke up. Why are these new roads being broke up? It's a revenue thing again. It's to employ government employees to keep that machine lubed, keep it running. We want to tax you so that we can hire more people to do
Yeah.
jobs that should be done in the private market, not by the government. And it's the
It's all corrupt.
Will, that's it. Is see a lot of people in our town won't drink the tap water here. I wouldn't drink the tap water in this town for the longest time. And I did the full financing for a whole water and sewer system for a whole Indian reservation, including their water treatment plant and their sewage treatment plant. And when I moved into this town, I went down and visited the plant, and I talked to the director of their water and sewer program here. And he told me, he says, you know, you'll probably like hearing this. He says, we're pulling the fluoride out of the system. We're not
That's the
adding
best thing
fluoride
they can
anymore.
do. That
And
fluoride is poison.
I said, can you tell me when? And he told me when they were going to do it. And I said, great. And on my calendar, I put a big red X on that date that they discontinued adding fluoride to it. And exactly a year later, I started drinking water out of the tap. And everybody said, aren't you drinking the water out of the tap? They took fluoride out. I said, not until all these lines are flushed, I ain't. And I
Yeah,
said, I'm giving it a year. I'm giving it a year because they were redoing a lot of water mains. I want those water mains tore up, and I want them to let that system settle down and flush itself out before I drink out of the tap. Now that's what I do. I drink out of the tap all the time. And they were surprised when I went to them and I said, you got a clean bill of health. I'm happy with the tap water. And they said, why? And I said, no chlorine, no formaldehyde. It goes through ultraviolet light to kill microorganisms,
yep,
living things. Doesn't affect any of the minerals, doesn't affect any of the healthy properties of the water, just kills bugs. That's all our plant is doing now. And I said, now your water in my mind is safe. And I said, I went up to the reservation, got a test kit, came home, got my samples, took them back up. They submitted them with their water supply testing, and they came back. Our water's better than the reservation, and I helped them build that plant. uh,
yep.
but that's it. Is damn it. Oh, and my mother, where she lived, I found out what was going on there, and she got mad at me because I told her, I said, I stopped at her house. I come walking in with 2 gallons of spring water, and she goes, "What's that?" And I said, "Water." I said, "You're going to use this from now on." I said, "You can wash your dishes and stuff in the tap, and flush your toilet. I don't care. Take a shower in the off the tap. I don't care. But you ain't drinking that tap water. You're drinking this stuff." And she goes, well, 2 gallons isn't going to last me long. You know, I make 2 pots of coffee every day and I drink a lot of water. Plus, I cook. I said, no, I got to make a few trips. She was so mad. I hauled 24 gallons of water into her place. And I said, that'll hold you till I get back to visit again. And she goes, but I don't understand why. And I said, I just found out that your water treatment plant, the new one they just built, is downgrade a quarter of a mile from the septic treatment plant. All of the discharge water
Lovely.
is going through ultraviolet, coming out the other end, going into the water plant. The water plant is then using electromagnetics, actually, is what it is, to treat it again. And it goes through 3 filters, and then it goes back through ultraviolet again, and then it shows up at your house. I said, you're drinking piss. You're drinking piss because they're not using the original wells anymore. The wells only feed the hydrants for the fire protection. All the rest of the domestic water is coming from the sewer waste plant, being recycled and put into the water treatment plant and then pumped out to the residents. She didn't believe me. So I took her down there, showed her the plants, showed her the pipeline that runs right from the sewage plant right to that water treatment plant. I said, what do you think they're pumping from that sewage plant to that plant? Yeah. And then what was it? They had 116 units in that building she lived in. One time I visited her and she said, Culligan Water now makes two stops a week here, and they haul about 600 gallons of water in. I said, "Oh wow!" I said, "The water industry just went through the roof," and she said, "And we checked where Culligan's getting its water from, and it's well water. It's coming out of a well." I said, "Good for you. Good for you. Drinking that piss. What is wrong with our society that they would let any governmental unit
You
do
would,
that to the people without describing in detail the
yeah,
process so they could make their own educated choice?
you would
Oh,
think that if they're going to recycle piss, then that water would be used on things like farmland,
right,
because
right,
by the time the bugs and the enzymes in the earth and stuff like that,
right.
have, for want of better words, filtered it,
Yep.
then
Here in
that
Wisconsin,
recycled piss will actually do some good rather than harm.
right. Actually, here in Wisconsin, only certain tanks are allowed, but certain domestic tanks, like your private one at home, they'll come and pump that out, and they pond it, and then they pump it into distribution trucks that go spray it on fields to grow alfalfa
Yeah,
and hay for livestock. Um, Feed corn fields, they'll spray with it, and all it is crap and piss. But it's coming from. They won't take it from city plants because they're afraid of toxic chemicals. Um, More so than they are with individual residential tanks. Um, the city systems, it's amazing what people pour down
well,
it, antifreeze and all kinds of crap.
yeah,
Uh,
no
but
pun intended.
I
Shit
noticed
won't
Will
all
was
trickle
saying that
though.
in the desert, ice cold water will go into shock. Yeah, you're not lying. I had it happen in New Mexico. White Sands, New Mexico is on the missile base. We went hiking up in the high mountains down there, and we were spending 4 days up in the mountains. And I had taken a canteen, soaked it. It was a canvas covered canteen, and soaked it in water, hung it up in a tree. Got up in the morning because it dropped. It got real cold that night, and I took it out of that tree in the morning. Took a sip out of it. I couldn't believe how cold it was, and I stuck it in my backpack and wrapped it with a couple of pieces, a coat and something else I had in there. We hiked to about 11 o'clock in the morning, and it hit 105 degrees. And I was just cooking, and I knew I needed to hydrate. I dug that canteen out, and it was still compared to the outside ice cold. And I must have hammered a half of that canteen, and it was less than 2 minutes. Boom, lights out, and you talk about one sick puppy. Oh man, I thought it was going to kill me. I thought it was going to kill me. My cousin had a hell of a time reviving me, and then after the fact, I was so weak, and it was shock. Fortunately, he got me bundled up, and he was a medic, military medic, so he knew what to do. But oh my God, that was close. That's no kidding. Where is the potato in their French fries? Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Chicken nuggets. Where's the chicken in that nugget? That's that. Yeah, and they say all white meat. Well, that's discriminatory. I don't think I should eat that. I'll get in trouble. You know.
Yeah, I want to see a bit of heavily suntanned pork loin. Long pork.
Yeah. The other white meat. That's the way they advertise it here for the
Yeah.
longest time. Pork, the other white meat. And all of a sudden, oh, we can't say that. Oh, we might hurt somebody's feelings.
Oh gosh,
Yep, guys, we should shut her down.
those people need shooting. They get their feelings
I've
hurt
got
far
four.
too easily. They got nothing to worry about in life.
Yeah,
You get people who got real problems. It's amazing. Their feelings don't get hurt hardly at all.
that's it. That's it. You look at people that truly are
College
struggling,
grads
and
have got nothing else
yeah,
rather than political correctness in their life. And oh, mate, they get so upset.
and what really burns my tail now is okay. I went to college to get an accounting degree, and I was there for that sole purpose. They wanted to talk about all this liberal arts stuff, artsy fartsy stuff, and I did. No, I ain't doing it. Don't get me involved. Oh well, for extra credits, then you can get through your degree quicker. I said, no, I don't want it. I don't need you to teach me how to weave a fucking basket.
Yeah.
So, uh, I could be my own basket case all on my own. I don't need to weave it. Um, but the thing that I didn't like, and I could see it even back then, both me and my ex, we talked about it a lot, is they're teaching our kids to be know-it-alls, and they don't have a clue. They don't know nothing. I didn't go to college until I was 46 years old. I was 46 years old. I went to college, got my degree, flew right through it, come out with a really high grade average. So did the ex-wife. We both went at the same time. And these kids are struggling and struggling, and they're just barely passing, but they're passing them anyway. And I said, if you can't excel, then why are they getting a diploma in the first damn place? You're passing people that that their average is a D plus. Oh, we'll give them a diploma. No, they didn't learn anything, but they think they know it all.
The extra credits.
Yeah, they're great at weaving frickin' baskets and and reading poetry, but they're worthless otherwise. They got nothing. But yet they know every damn thing. And that's what we got now is I see these young people, they spout off on you and tell you, you don't know, I know. We know this generation, we know. You don't know shit. And I can't wait for the day that I die and I hate to say it this way. I can't wait for the day that I die, Andy dies, Will dies, and these poor dumb bastards are left here without any wisdom.
Yeah.
And they're gonna just shit their pants. And they're gonna go, does anybody know? No, I don't know. Oh, but wait a minute. And we're looking
I've
from
got a
somewhere
text from
else,
my
wherever we
account.
went, going, look at them goofballs. All of a sudden, none of them know. They knew everything when we were there, but now not a single one of them knows. And they're going, oh gosh, we got to go back and watch all those YouTube videos and learn something from them old farts. Yeah,
Yeah, that's one of the first signs of wisdom when you get old enough to realise that actually, no matter how many bits of paper are attached to my name, I actually know fuck all.
yeah,
Absolutely nothing.
that's it.
When you begin to realise that, you begin
When
to
I
gain
re- right
a
when
degree
I
of
came
wisdom.
when I came to that realization, I I've experienced and I know so fucking much. Sometimes I just hold my head. I go, do I really need to know all this shit? And then when I
Yeah,
came to the realization, and it's just a drop in the bucket, because
yeah,
there's gazillions of times more than I know that I don't know,
yep,
and I feel like I know too much. And these young punks think they know everything. They got the answer to everything. I answered everything. I can't wait until they are enlightened that the world says, guess what? Wake up, you little smart aleck. It's time. It's time to dance.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
Oh
your
shit.
forefathers went through this before you. Now you're going to get bitch slapped around the city so many times you won't know which way's up.
That's right. That's right. And they're all going, oh, if I would have just actually shut up and listened.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. That's what I told my youngest boy this morning. I said the best thing that could happen to the youth today is for them to be born without mouths. All of them mute, every one of them. It's because we wouldn't have to listen to the BS, and they would have to listen to us because that's all they got that they can use is their eyes and their ears. Their mouth won't work.
yeah.
It would it would be a much more pleasant world. But yeah, well, aren't we crazy? 7 hours,
Every
eight
time.
minutes. We're nuts. It's time to wrap it up. I only have to get up in about 4.5 hours, and I got
Oh,
45 minutes of crap to do
I
yet before I can
just get
call it.
my attention like crazy.
Thank
This will
God
happen
tomorrow is get
in the
into
summer.
camp, set it up, and relax. Yeah,
Best way.
I'll be thinking of you, Andy.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Okay, I tell you what, you've been enough of an influence since I've met you that sometimes it's hard to get you out of my head. I'm going, damn it, Andy, get out of there. Get out of there. I'm trying to do something. Andy, stop it.
Well, you'll be speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Polite at the campground, and someone will say something, and you'll be anticipating what I'm going to throw at them in response.
That's it. I'll be looking for the chat somewhere. What's he gonna say? Or they're gonna be calling the cops on me because I'm sitting there going, "Stop it, Andy, leave me alone. I'm talking to these people." And they're like, "Who the hell's he talking to?"
He's got an imaginary friend with him.
Yeah, hey, you see that old guy down at campsite 20? He ain't camping alone. you might, he's the only one you're gonna see, but you go down there and you'll hear a conversation even if you don't say anything. He's talking to some guy by the name of Andy.
It's funny, really. Andy's a four-lettered word as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's one thing I always have said too is we're all one of a kind. But I just got this gut feeling somewhere in Australia or somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Russia or somewhere in China. there's a couple of goofballs just like the two of us that are just, I
Yeah,
don't think we're alone on this voyage. I mean, it, the world is there's so much in the world that yeah, there's got to be a couple of guys that just can't get over it. That's just, and I say, oh shit on it all. What the heck? We'll be here. We'll be here till we ain't.
yeah. That's what I meant to ask you. Have you tried that Smurf poo yet?
That yes, I did. I my one strop. I loaded that up, and I used that on that little Swiss Army knife I got, and I used it on my I've got that one Schrade skinning knife with the gut hook on it, and boy, it really it put a shine to that Schrade. So yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna scrape my regular heavy strop, and I'm gonna load that up. I'm gonna load up that one with it. And I'm just using the yellow for my carving jack because the carving jack's got that custom strop.
Yeah.
It's already loaded up. So, but I'm using it for all my long knives. Yeah, that Smurf shit is awesome. Yeah, I like it because it's like it's between fine and medium. It's like it's a grit level that I haven't run into yet. Um, I like it. I really do. I found that I don't have to. It doesn't seem like I have to work it as hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it puts such a sheen. It does such a good job. It puts such a sheen on it. So,
That's my one.
there you go. There you go. Yeah, I got a couple of pieces of 1x2 that I'm thinking of making a couple of strops out of. So I got one hanging in the trailer and one in my truck and one here at the house. I'll keep the big one here in the house, but get a couple that size, get them put up in my outdoors shit.
I can't remember what that was. About 1.5 to 3/4. That one.
Yeah, yeah.
That does every one of my knives.
See, and that's what our 1x2 is that. It's actually
Yeah.
it's one
That's
and a half by 3/4.
3/4 plain.
Yeah, yeah,
And I've just whittled the bottom end out so I've got something to grip it by.
yeah. Give it a bit of a handle.
Yeah.
See, that's why I got to do with the big one.
When I use it, I just lay it flat on the table and hold the other end, and just
Right, right. Yeah, yeah. I like it with a bit of a handle. Like if I'm out in the field and I got a strop and I don't have something solid set it on, then I can set it on my leg and have a hold of a decent handle to work it. The That's what I got to do with my big one. I might do that this weekend with the carving jack, is carve a handle into it.
yeah.
Because it's not comfortable being square, 2x2 square. It's
Yeah,
not
that'll
very
work.
comfortable. It's fine to set on the table, but if you got to hold it in your hand, it's a bitch. Kind of hurts. But yeah, so I shall sign off.
Yeah, Sty North.
Stein off. The yeah, yeah. Yeah, I have to say I fared pretty well this month on my YouTube revenues. That's why I get my new chair next month.
Excellent.
I looked and I'm going, oh my God, 2 months in a row, I'm actually going to get paid by YouTube. And, and I'm going, oh, that's enough for a chair, man. I'm getting a chair. Now my kids got me, my youngest boy gave me 3 different chairs to look at online. He says, you save about $40 and there's still sweet chairs. And the one he says has a actual footrest on it, but it's a big comfy gaming chair. And I said, I heard some bad things about them chairs. And he says, Oh no. And he gave me these 3 links where 3 different guys did reviews on the chair.
Yeah. It
And
seems you haven't got as much money as you thought, Sty.
why?
Dojo's last comment.
Don't forget your mod payout, LOL. Yeah, that works out to like 0.5%. So I'll barely be able to afford that chair.
Yeah.
I still got Cheesehead's 401k and it stays with me. I got it handy all the time because when I run into him, I am going to have a camera ready. That boy's going to pee his pants when he sees that. That'll be something Cheese will be whining about for at least a month. He'll say that I shorted him. I should make him sit there and count it. It's going to be funny. It's going to be funny. Now, and I've got his chocolate bar right with it, with the with
Excellent.
the set. So he's going to get both. I'm going to tell him. Oh, and I got you a box of candy to go with your Andy candy. I got you some Andy candy to go with that 401k. I thought I'm hoping he'll at least try one piece.
Yeah.
I want to see that. And Chuck's, like I said, is going out in the mail first thing in the morning. Um, he'll get it just in a couple of days, so he should have it by Wednesday, no later. He kept telling me, "No hurry, Sty. Don't worry about it. No hurry." And I thought, Chuck, come on. And he's going, "Well, I can't sit there and eat that whole bar like you did." I said, "Well, you got to eat. You got to eat some. We want to see that you're at least making the effort."
Yeah. Well, you want to remember, Chuck, when it comes to that other candy bar, and you want to save a bit for whichever son you said it was that likes the really hot shit.
Yeah, make sure to save some for him.
Yeah. Then you want to post a couple of bits off to Chuck and say, "Yeah, I'll put this down your neck live."
And the thing is I got to thinking when I was thinking about my menu for this month or this trip. It would have been good to take a couple of those squares and drop them in a pot of chili. Just melt them down in
Yeah.
that pot of chili and let it cook in. It would give it all the kick that it needs. It wouldn't be overbearing because you'd have, a gallon and a half of chili but it would simmer into it. But but
Yeah, but
there
if
ain't no,
that is as reactive on the stomach as it seems to be on the throat and the mouth,
no.
and you'll eat a gallon and a half of chili, but you'll go to the toilet and crack 3.5 gallons out.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't know. You don't want that. No, I'm not kidding. That first one, the I was amazed at how it didn't affect my stomach. I thought for sure it would, but now this next one at World's Hottest is everything I've watched and I've seen and heard from people that have done it, not from people that have watched it, but people that actually did it. They're saying that does rot your gut.
Yeah.
That
Well,
shit will
did you
rot
see
your
that
gut.
woman that was doing it on the Amazon ad? There's 4 pictures. The bottom right hand one's actually a video. And if you watch her, there's a woman eating it, and she's like, "Oh God," and she's going like this, and then, "Oh shit, I've rubbed it in my eye."
Yes.
I thought that must be like a bloody cigarette burn in the eyeball.
Yes, I seen that one. I thought, oh, you goofball, you touched your eyes. Don't no shit. All you got to do is watch one video and see how people react to it in their mouth and how it burns their
Yeah,
lips. And you're gonna touch your. I wouldn't. I don't. I won't. I don't want to touch my skin. I bet. I watched one. The people that were eating it were wearing latex gloves to handle it. They, they wouldn't touch it without gloves. They were sticking it in their mouth, but they're wearing gloves. They're not going to let that shit touch their skin. I
yeah,
thought, oh man. But those 2 guys, they're brothers, big muscle bound guys, and eating those pieces. I can't remember how many pieces they got down. Like four. They got four down because they each had 8 pieces left. They got 4 down, and that guy's got this gallon oval container of ice cream, and he's squeezing the container, and he's chewing that ice cream, and it's running all over his face, down his chin, and he's just big muscle bounds up, and he's eating it like it's a big ice cream sandwich. And I just, and his brother brought him. He didn't bring him a spoon. He brought him a fork to eat his ice. He never. He didn't touch that fork until 2/3 of that carton was gone because
Jesus.
he couldn't get it out to his mouth anymore. But he's just burying his face in it, and then you watch him, and he starts going like this, back and forth across his face with the ice cream. And I thought, oh shit, you ain't getting me to 4. Ain't having it. If that big brute can't take it, no, 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 no. You know, and it's like I keep telling Crystal and Gil, they're worried sick about me doing it.
Yeah, but
I
if it
said,
burns that bad, spit the bugger out.
I told
Which is what I said
them,
to
I
Crystal.
said, I'm gonna do,
Rephrased it a little.
I'll do the first one, and if it starts getting insane, I'm swallowing the son of a gun right now, all of it at once. Get it down in my gut. My furnace can usually take it. I've eaten some nasty shit, and my furnace can take it. The backloading dock, yeah, that might be a little different. But
Yeah, that'd be a wicked
I,
time to get a dose of piles.
but I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to have my ice cream, my honey, I'm going to have milk, and if if the first one hits the point where it's just, and like I tried to tell them, once I determine I eat the first one, first thing that's going to go through my mind is rate it, stay calm and rate it, because it's the second one that could kill you. So if I can rate it enough that, and what I'm going to do is I'll be determined to say whatever this first one's doing, the second will be double that. Can I endure double that? If I can endure double of it, then there'll be a second. But if I don't think I can endure twice that, it'll be one. It'll be one. But I'm going to have fun with that sucker, and I'm going to have a camera handy. I will find other patsies. Just one piece. Just one piece. That's all I'll ask of you. One piece while the
But
camera.
that's what you could do with like a head mount of the camera.
Yeah, yeah,
Take it down to the smoking shed and you hand it out to the old farts there.
yeah, yeah. I'll put the head mount on, and because I'll be looking right at them constantly, so that camera's not going to leave what I'm looking at.
No.
Suffer,
You
you
could
bitch.
even take some back to that gas station.
Oh yes, go up to that guy and say, or that gal, and say, "Hey, is your manager here?" The two of you, I want to apologize. I brought you each a little piece of chocolate. It's absolutely supreme. It's an exotic chocolate. You please try it and accept my apologies. Then they'll find out what I'm apologizing for. I'm apologizing that the two of you had to leave work today.
What would be really cool would be if you could break into the staff toilets and just smear it on the toilet paper.
Oh, oh, oh. Into the ladies' room. And if you smeared it around the seat, so they're both butt cheeks and halfway down their legs just cooking. Yeah, watch them come out of there doing the Watusi. Whoa. Shit. See, and I thought about that with some of the extracts you can buy, and they got a little eyedropper, and one drop, don't go beyond that, 13 million Scovilles, the tiny little drop. And it's clear.
Don't even have a whole drop. You put like a match head worth for
Right.
chili for 4 grown adults.
Yeah. And I thought of that. I thought you could drip that stuff and smear it around on a toilet seat. Yeah,
If
they
you could
wouldn't even
bleach
pay
the
attention. They'd
toilet,
plop
we'd
right on
put
that
it on
sucker with
like
a
sanitary towels and stuff.
yeah. Oh, oh, what do you do for a bushfire? Tampon it. Oh shit! Ouch! Ouch! Yeah. Oh, and can you imagine some poor unexpected soul sit on that kind of stuff? I
Yeah.
mean, they would think it was the end of the freaking world. My ass is on fire. They'd be running right to the hospital.
Follow up
Armageddon.
someone's suppositories and put that in there.
Oh, 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 oh my God. They'd be tooting like a freight train. Woof, woof. Oh, not nice. Not
And if the
nice.
old fart next door, or if the old fart couple next door are keeping you awake at night, just go and squirt some of that in their KY jelly tube.
Oh, 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 oh,
See how long they keep going, then banging the headboard on the wall.
oh, Jesus. Oh, I'm starting to sweat just think of this crap. Oh my God. Oh, not good. Not good. So, hey, bud, let's shut her down. 7:30, 7.5 hours. Yeah, I think it's. We don't want to tack another 10 onto that 7.5. So,
No.
hey, you get some rest, bud, and I'll see you next Sunday.
Indeed. You have a great time, Stein. Look after your ankle, for God's sake.
You betcha. I'll take good care out there, and I'm going to put some baits and some gear that you sent me to use this week. And I'm going to catch a fish that's at least worthy of
Worthy of the
some
frying
film.
pan, if nothing else.
I'll avoid taking any photo shots of any lame fish. If I don't catch a good one, I won't take a picture. So okay, let's shut her down,
Yeah.
and we'll see you.
Hit the
If
button.
there's one other person out there. Oh, it's Will. You all have a wonderful, blessed morning. You too, Will. Thanks. We'll catch you too. Hopefully next Sunday when I come back on. So you have a great week too, Will. And anybody else out there, you just all take care. Good night for now.